Hello. Let me know if you can hear me. How many smaller words can we make for Shakira? Let me tell you something. That has really nothing to do with that. I went on tried to go on a little bit of a deeper dive about Shakira. And I asked, well, like you just start and then they fill out what other people have asked. So other people usually have the same questions I have, and which I don't understand because I'm not so unique. I'm unique. But the question was, what is Shakira Flabbergasted's real name? What do they give me? They give me deep dive into a shallow pond. Dan. Exactly. But you never know. You can't. Boom Shiki can't hear me. But I think she might be lying. Thank you, just me. Exactly, polynomial. So, anyway, I asked, what's Shakira Flabbergasted's real name? And they give me a name that doesn't really, but all right. I enter it up AI, which is almost exclusively incorrect. Hey, XD. It is Kayla. Thank you. But first they gave me Shakira. They gave me her full name, but explained that the name Shakira Flabbergasted came up because of the internet, because of all the body cams. Now, Shakira wasn't in any I mean, they're just they're such basic ass lazy answers. What do we need AI for? Human beings can suck just as much, but less. I made me so mad. So her name is Kayla, and I got the full name, but it didn't lead me to anything great. I also spent more time than I'll admit on an Instagram account that I thought might be her, but turns out was not. So we're going to watch all of her body cams today. I believe there are 3 or 4. I haven't watched this. This is a compilation, but I believe it's just the body cams. If it's not, find a different one. Because I spent so much time getting misinformation that here we are. Shakira. All right. Let's do this like Brutus. Yes, she is. Also, while making this thumbnail, it occurred to me that a lot of the attributes that we find adorable in little babies, like Shakira's arms here, they don't translate into adults the way one think they might. There are a few things that adults have that babies have that are cute, but not that many.
I have to go to work. You guys are going to cause me to lose my job. Please let me go to work. There's no one inside. Please let me go home. Please. I have to go to work. I have to go to work, sir. Don't talk to me.
Why are you
Don't talk to me.
Why are you freaking out?
He's a liar. Woman, he's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar.
All right, Kayla, so the neighbors heard the disturbance, and Brandon came and told the neighbors to call.
I did too. I did too. I did too. I came downstairs and said to call the. Oh wait! What did I do? Wait! What did I do? Wait! Why? Wait! Why? Wait! But why? No, please. Oh, please!
We always got along.
No, please! Just please. I don't even know why you're here.
Why are you guys here?
Please don't arrest him,
Officer needs to take Kayla.
Okay, then please don't arrest him. Please don't arrest him.
What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Today, I wanted to switch things up and bring you guys all 4 of body cam legend Shakira.
I think it's in here.
Police department! Police department, open the door! Police department, open the door!
Hello?
Hey, this is Officer Clutch, the Marshfield Police Department calling you. What's going? Well, we got a call from this number stating, okay, well, what apartment are you guys in? Well, we're trying to, we just want to make sure everything's okay, all right? So we just got to check on everyone. Okay. Well, how would you know we're knocking on the door?
We're not leaving, come to the door. Open the door.
What's going on?
I have to go to work. No, I have to go to work.
Okay.
I'm not willing to be late for work.
Okay, what's going on?
I have to, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. I have to go to work. I don't even know why you guys are here. Get away from me, please. You're making me feel, I want the chief of police here.
Okay,
Whoever the supervisor is, I want here.
okay, he's coming.
Wow, not even a couple minutes in and already she wants the manager. Trust me when I say this, but this is the calm.
That's the number that called 911.
I actually have 2 different numbers on my
That's the
phone.
number that called 911.
Oh, you're right, it
Said
was.
They needed some help.
Okay.
So that's why we're here.
I have to go to work, y'all. I have to go to work.
So that's
I have to go to work. I have to go to work. I'm not talking to you. I'm not speaking to you. I have to go to work.
Who else is inside? Okay.
I have to go to work. You guys are going to cause me to lose my job. Please let me go to work.
Try and help.
There's no one inside. Please let me go home. Please. I have to go to work. I have to go to work, sir.
The fuck are you
Oh
doing?
my God, stop.
Get the fuck away from her.
Get over here.
Stop.
Get the fuck away from her. Get on the
Oh my
ground.
God.
Get on the ground.
Get down. Oh my God.
In the face! In the face!
Well, this is a perfect.
You need to calm down.
You just know I can't freeze it. No.
You're gonna go up?
I can't. I know.
Let's go
I
outside.
know. Oh my God. I can't believe.
All right.
I can't believe it.
I gotta adjust this cuff too before.
Okay, hold on.
I just tighten down when she was pulling.
Hold on one second. No, you are yelling.
You. Fuck you.
Arguing in the police car. I didn't do anything.
Brandon, your first name, right?
Yes,
Brandon,
sir.
all we had to do was talk about that, right?
Okay.
That's all we wanted to do when we came here.
I'm
Can we
sorry.
sit you up?
Can you take the taser out of my leg,
Yeah,
please?
we want to sit you up though, so you're not laying on it, okay?
Guys, I didn't do anything wrong.
But
You came out tense up at us, man. You can't be doing
come
that.
out with your fist.
I didn't
ready to
leave
go.
my apartment.
You
I
can't
did
come
not
out-
leave my apartment.
You did, but you can't come out trying to fight us.
He just lost his job.
All right.
He just lost his job. I can't afford to lose my job. Please let me. Please. Please. Guys. Please. Please. I'm gonna lose my job.
Got every police officer over here. Because we thought someone was being murdered, beat up, and
No, I'm fine. You guys did all of
And when
this.
we
He
show up-
thought that you were hurting me. Of course he.
Only the sexy people.
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
Compass Ventus.
Shakira.
Came out here to help me. He thought you guys were hurting me.
okay, you called
You
911.
just tased him.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing anything.
Okay. She can go in the car.
No, please.
All right,
I have to
put
go
your legs inside.
Sir, I have to
Put
go
your
to-
legs inside
I'm
the vehicle.
trying to talk to you like a normal
Put
person.
your legs inside the vehicle.
Please talk to me.
No, put your legs inside the vehicle right now.
Can you please talk to me?
No, put your legs
Can you
inside.
put the window down?
We can roll the window
Can
down.
I please be in the know? I want to know what's happening. Guys, please. I have to work. I'm under arrest.
Yep.
You're under arrest for obstructing an officer, first of all.
I'm going to jail.
I'm not going to jail. You're under arrest right now.
I have to work at noon, guys. I can't afford to lose my job.
I'm sorry. You shouldn't have called 911. And
I didn't do anything, sir.
yes, you did.
So I'm going to lose the work at noon. Please.
Put your leg in.
Put your leg in, or you will go to jail. Put your leg in the car. No, you're going.
All right, no,
No,
please,
no,
sir.
I'm sorry.
Put your
Put your
window
leg in.
down, please.
Put your leg in the car.
Please put the window down a little
Put
bit.
your leg in the car.
It's just a little bit.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
That was weird.
Please, put the window
I'll put the window down a little bit. Stop yelling.
Please talk to me. I need to know what's going on, please, sir.
You're being arrested for 1, disorderly conduct. 2, resisting an officer.
I wasn't
3,
resisting, sir. I have to go to work at noon.
that is resisting an officer.
Sir, I have to go.
I just saw that you couldn't hear me, and that's because I was muted, but didn't know it. Sometimes it mutes it for me. Adding to all the times that I muted myself and forget. I was thanking Tabby for the 10 memberships and for growing our wonderful community. And then I said, I had something else to say, but I don't remember. Because I'm a very interesting person. I tell my best friend that all the time. I tell her, what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm a very interesting person. And for some reason, she thinks I'm joking.
Work at noon.
And 3, for obstructing an officer by filing a false police report, which caused us.
He wasn't. I called the police because he was yelling.
Okay, you told me that you just made that up.
No, I told you he was yelling.
That is being a douchebag. Yeah,
Sir, I can't afford to lose my job.
I'm sorry about that.
So do I have to go down to the station?
You're gonna come down to the station right now, yeah.
Please, can you bring me back now? I'm trying to be back before work, please.
No, you just screamed in my face.
I'm sorry. I have a baby I have to take care of.
Where's your baby right now?
In there.
In there?
Yes, sir. I have to go to work.
Okay.
Please, I have to go to work, please.
So who's gonna watch the baby?
I'll call out. I'll call out. I just have to be with my baby. Please don't take him away from me.
All right, we're not gonna take the baby. We gotta find somebody for him right now. We have to go through what just happened right here.
That's
and
your
we're
mistake
gonna
and
do
fuck
that
you
at
on
the
the
police department.
potatoes.
Okay, well, can we go now? I have to work.
You want to call them and just let them know you're gonna be late?
I can't. I'm the one that opens.
I'm sorry, but that's not gonna happen right this exact moment. So.
Okay, well, yeah. Can I please call them? I have everything's in my phone.
Okay. Well, we'll have to go get that in a second here.
Sir, what's going on with my boyfriend?
I don't know. I'm out here talking to you. Do you think I know?
Okay, your decisions got you here. My decision, I didn't do anything besides try getting her to calm down and cook her breakfast this morning. I didn't do anything besides cook bacon and sausages for us.
What part of cooking has you stepping through a doorway with your fist raised at police?
We have to work through what happened to make sure that nothing else happened. All right. And we're not going to rush this because you're on a time schedule.
Bacon and sausage? No wonder heart disease is the #1 killer in this country.
Please, nothing happened. He was yelling and I called the cops and that is it.
So, this time around, she was arrested for disorderly conduct and obstruction. Let's go ahead and move on to the second encounter.
My God!
You need to call. I'm trying to talk to her and just calm her down.
So, this...
I'm trying to talk to her and just calm her down.
Officer, I have to go!
You can't leave yet. Don't leave.
I'm in the middle of an order. I have food in my car. I have food in my car.
You need to calm
I
down.
have food in my car.
You need to calm
I have
down.
food in my car.
Stand over here.
Leave me alone. Babe, you need to get here. You need to get here.
You can go.
Thank you. Here now.
So what happened? The leg turned, there was a car in front of me, and all of a sudden I got hit from behind.
Okay.
And then I pulled over here.
All right. What's your information here?
Kayla,
I'm in front of Picket Safe.
Kayla, what
Get
happened?
here now. You have these cons.
Hi, Kit Kat. What is that in the air? Nobody else except for you has mentioned it to me. And I didn't bother mentioning it to anyone else because I was like, well, maybe it's just on my block. I don't know. What's going on there? Yesterday was such a strange day, weather-wise, which makes everything strange. Okay, Monique.
You're not going anywhere. You're not.
It makes sense that she's a DoorDash driver because she's very limited interaction with other human beings. Which is probably the only way she could have a job, I guess.
Not going anywhere.
No.
All right, Kayla, you're gonna be detained. You're gonna be detained.
Stop.
Why are you running away?
Right. He wouldn't. There was a green light.
There's
an
accident. Why are you yelling? Why are you freaking out?
Because I'm in the middle of work.
Okay, well, you're not going anywhere.
I'm not going
Chris,
anywhere.
get over here.
I'm not going anywhere. No. You need to get here now. These cops they're pinning me to a corner.
Yeah, we're trying to gather information so we can get you out of here.
Oh, wait.
Okay, Kayla.
My car is.
Kayla.
My car is. I need to shoot. I need to see if it's gonna start.
You're not starting your car. No. You're not getting in the vehicle.
I'm not.
Not getting in the
Can you start it? No, please. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please. Please get here, please. The cops are trying to arrest me.
Kayla, we're not here to arrest you.
This has probably been said one too many times, but this is why we need to make insane asylums great again.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Bleeding. Kayla, get out of the street. Get out of the street.
I didn't do anything wrong. I'm in front of my car. My life is over.
Wow.
Let's just gather up the information and get out of here.
It was great.
Kayla, you have to do an accident investigation.
Field 111, are you able to handle it? Oh no.
Kayla.
Oh no.
Calm down.
Oh no. Oh no. Please, can you see if it starts for me?
Kayla,
Please,
we
can
can see
you
if
just
it
see if it starts?
Yeah, we can do that.
Mom, I just got a new car accident. My car's fucked.
Kayla, it's okay. It's okay. Is it leaking anything? Hey, Kayla.
I really think that this constant screaming that we hear certain people do, the kind of people we watch often do it, is like their version of da 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 da, right? Like they're just trying to drown out everything else and overpower it so it goes away. Because there's no other reason I can see other than a compulsive, anxiety-ridden tick almost to scream like this nonstop about anything other than that.
You have insurance?
Oh,
Okay.
my car is fucked. I'm fucked. Oh my God. My God. This car is perfectly fucking fine now.
Kayla, it's
Oh
okay.
my God.
It's okay.
My car is ruined. No, it doesn't matter. My car is ruined. My car is
It
ruined.
looks drivable, Kayla. It looks
My car is ruined. Stop. Why are you laughing?
I'm not.
About you guys, but I am calling those cops out by saying they are definitely laughing. Hey, I can speak for my.
Oh my God.
Your radiator's not.
Shut up.
Get out of here.
I'm done. This
Kayla, your radiator's fine.
Yourself.
Your radiator's
Slit
fine.
your wrist.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Oh my God.
Your radiator's not.
Shut up.
You should be able
Shut
to drive.
up.
You're not leaving.
The light was green. It was green.
We just gotta get some pictures.
No. No.
Well, there's no damage to his, it doesn't seem like. There's just damage to yours.
Yeah, I know. Great. Funny. Great. Get away from me.
It's just how an accident.
Stop. Don't talk to me.
Kayla, why are you
Don't
freaking out?
talk to me.
Why are you freaking out?
I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I can't fix this. I can't fix this. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't fix this.
Kayla, get out of the street.
No.
Get out of the road! Get out of the road!
Leave me alone.
Get out of the road!
Leave me alone.
I'm not gonna leave.
Get the fuck out of my face.
If you keep yelling,
Leave me alone.
listen, if you keep yelling,
I don't care. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
It's a pretty simple accident investigation.
Off. I'm not doing
No,
anything.
you're not going on the road.
I'm not.
You're not gonna go on the road.
This is insane. This is insane. I can't believe it. Ah! Fuck you. You guys are fucking pricks. No, no, no. No.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they tased that boyfriend of hers and not her. I mean, this is. Let me tell you something. If I was in that building, I would be pissed having to hear this woman scream her head off for any amount of time.
Okay, you want to tell us what happened?
No. The light was green and he didn't go.
You want the case number?
Yourself.
You have her current information?
The light was green and he didn't go, so I just plowed into him. What's the question?
Do you have insurance?
I'm not giving you anything.
Do you have insurance?
I'm not giving you anything.
All right, well, we'll just give her a citation for no proof of insurance.
Okay, give me a citation. I don't care.
That's fine.
What am I getting a citation for?
I already explained it to you. I'm not going to sit here and debate with you.
I have an insurance card.
You told me?
Look at that jump.
Shut up, bitch!
He just said.
For no proof of insurance.
Okay, give me a citation. I don't care.
That's fine.
What am I getting a citation for?
I already explained it to you. I'm not going to sit here and debate with you.
I have an insurance card.
You told me?
That was amazing.
Shut up, bitch!
Hit by a car.
Why?
I'm
Why? It's an accident.
I can't afford to fix this.
You probably don't have to fix it that much.
You guys are fucking straight up stupid.
Okay. I'm not going to put up with that. We're done. I'm not putting up with that. You can call Officer Berg tomorrow and let him know who your insurance is.
No.
Okay, well then you will be cited for that.
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't care.
Okay, so she was charged with disorderly conduct along with multiple traffic citations.
And I called the call. I made the mistake of calling the police, and I should not have. So now I know. And he's why are you both calling? Because it was a mistake. It was an argument.
What do you need?
And I called the call. I called the cops to get him to stop, and he did as soon as I called 911. We were just yelling at each other. That's it.
Okay.
And I want to get
your lip. What? What's on your lip?
My lips are really chapped.
Oh, okay. They just look like they're.
No, I'm not showing you guys anything. I'm obviously. I'm not.
Okay, is there any weapons on you?
No.
You down for weapons?
I have a phone.
Okay, I just want to catch you.
I don't have any damn weapons. Can I please just go in my car and leave? I got somewhere to go for the night. Please just let me leave. I'm not telling you anything.
Tell me your name at least.
No, I just want to get in my car and leave.
Right? Was it Michaela on the blotter?
Kayla, yeah.
Kayla, okay. So you guys got in an argument and now you want to just be separated.
Yep. And I want to get in my car and I want to go home.
Was he injured at all?
No.
Okay, what were you arguing about? Both. Okay. So why you called 911 to what? Have us respond into what?
To get him to stop yelling at me.
Okay.
Because I knew that if I called you guys and he heard someone on the phone that he would, and he did, and now I want you guys to just leave.
Okay,
I want to get in my car and I want to leave.
What was thrown at us? Something was thrown at us.
I don't know. My kid probably threw something out the window. That's why I asked you. It was a glass.
Yeah, it was. It was glass, I think. And it almost hit us.
I know. My 2-year-old was.
Huh?
This glass broken on the ground.
My 2-year-old throws things out the window, and I can't get to him quick enough.
I thought you said he was upstairs.
He was. I live. There's a window
So how
right
would
there.
your 2-year-old come down the stairs and do that?
No, he was in the window. It flung out the window, ma'am. That's what I'm saying. He took right here.
Who's inside talking to Mail
Brandon,
upstairs?
this is crazy.
That's
See,
all I
the
know.
window is open.
She's
My
been
2-year-old broke out the window like that, and now my feet are wet.
Just relax.
No, I just want to leave.
Oh, we
Just
can't
let
let
me
you leave. Figure out
leave.
what's happening.
Brandon, tell them nothing. Tell them nothing, Brandon. Tell them that I just want to get separated. I just want to get separated. I want to go to Dog's house.
That's not how this always turns out to be. If something actually happened,
Nothing happened. I'm telling you, nothing happened.
and then
You guys are being real. Get away from me. Call your supervisor.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
I hate to break it to you, but those cops are under no obligation to contact their supervisor. After the many encounters she's had with police, you would think she knows better by now, but I guess she's had too many trips to the flavor.
Paraphernalia?
I don't know. I don't
that's
know.
the stuff that's on the roof.
What? I don't know what's on the roof.
Okay,
So if
that's what we're telling you.
If someone threw something out of the roof, it wasn't me, but my 2-year-old throws things out of the roof all the time.
Okay, well, I'm gonna.
I don't know what's on the roof.
And I'm gonna go talk with Brandon.
Brandon, just tell them I want to get separated for the night. No, because I
We're not
want
going to yell and scream out
I
here.
want to get
You're not
separated for
going to
the
yell
night.
and scream
No,
outside
I'm trying to get my story straight, and now he knows.
Okay, yeah, we're not going to get this.
Now he knows what to say.
Why should you have to tell him what to say if your guys' story should match?
But I'm trying to go home or leave. I'm trying to leave. Yes, but I'm going to come back in an hour.
Okay, what happens in an hour?
Nothing, because
You
this
argued over a chat. Is that
No,
gonna be a conflict?
no, he's a liar. Woman to woman, he's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar.
All right, Kayla, so the neighbors heard the disturbance, and Brandon came and told the neighbors to call.
I did too. I did too. I did too. I came downstairs and said to call the. Oh wait! What did I do? Wait! What did I do? Wait! What? Wait! Why? Wait! But why? No, please! Oh my God! Are you serious? Please no! Wait! Why disorderly? I didn't do anything.
You've been
The neighbor heard
disorderly since
No.
She's beating me.
No, that's not true. No, tell Brandon that's a lie. Brandon, that's a lie. Oh my God. Oh no.
Yeah.
Please no. Please God no.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Wait. But I didn't do it. But Brandon. But I'm not lying. Please, guys, I'm not lying.
She has a phone in her bra.
No,
I'm gonna do it right here.
Hey, wait.
I'm gonna take out. Where's your cell
No,
phone?
right in my bra. But why am I getting arrested? No, guys, that's not true. Guys, please. Guys, please. But what did Brandon say? Please help me. Please just discuss. Please talk to me. Please talk to me. What's going on? No, but why am I didn't do anything. Well, I'm getting arrested for no reason. Oh my God. But what am I didn't do anything. But what am I doing? Someone please talk to me. Please. What did I do? But what am I getting arrested for?
I'll be right with you, okay?
Can you please talk to the neighbors? They'll tell you that this wasn't me. Please. Please talk to the neighbors. No, please.
Okay.
That must have felt so good for those officers to shut the door on her.
It's a domestic relationship between you.
But it's not. But why isn't he getting arrested?
They are still. I can't tell you what they're doing right now. I am with you solely right now. I don't know what.
Are they? Are they arresting? But if Brandon tells. But if Brandon says there's nothing wrong, is there a chance I won't get arrested?
No.
Why?
Because at this point, it's out of our hands.
But can you talk to the neighbor? I'm friends with the neighbors. He'll tell you that there wasn't a disturbance. I went downstairs. I asked him if he could come and help. Oh no!
Compass Ventus.
What happened to my phone? Okay, wait. Can you leave it with Brandon? Please. Can you please just give my phone to Brandon? I don't have any other way to contact him. So I'm not going to be able to see the judge till Monday? Or am I, can you please explain to me what's going on?
You are going to have to see a judge, okay?
On Monday?
Most likely.
Well, there's no court during the weekends, right? So it's got to be Monday at least.
I don't like promising people one way or another, but most likely it'll be Monday.
I'm on probation. Do you think I'm going to go to jail or prison?
I have a suggestion. Instead of sending her to jail or prison, I'd much rather see her in the loony bin.
I have a suggestion. Why doesn't this person whose stream I stole stop with all the commentary while I'm trying to watch it and make my own?
I'm so screwed all over an argument. The neighbors didn't have to
Rude.
get involved. It wasn't even about that. I just asked them for help because we're friends.
Are you going to cooperate with jail staff and everything?
No. Why?
Well, once we get there, are you going to...
But why? Or what? What if I don't? They're going to put me in solitary?
361, correct? I wouldn't want you to get any more, like, resisting charges.
I'm not getting a resisting if I just don't talk.
You can tell someone's been arrested a couple of times when they use the lingo like, I'm not getting a resisting if... Speaking of a Sarah Boone palette cleanser, as usual, you know, I started, but this was the plan. I don't have a plan for after this. We haven't done any Sarah Boone much here lately. I know you've been watching it on Dan D and probably, I don't know anyone else, but I'm open to it. I've taken a little break from her and there's only so long I can be away. So let me know if you guys want to watch anything Sarah Boone, and if so, what? And if not, what? Back to the regularly programmed, scheduled programming.
No, that's not what I mean. Are you going to physically fight with...
No, I'm going to go to prison anyway for the next 90 days because of this. I'm royally screwed. I'm going to go to jail. I'm going to lose my apartment. Is there any way I can make a phone call?
You'll have to ask the jail staff that, okay?
How long is it going to take for you to be able to drop my phone back off to Brandon?
I can leave straight from...
Because that's the only way I'm going to be able to call him is on my phone. I don't know any other number. So as soon as you drop me off, are you going to go straight back to my house and give him the phone?
We'll see what we do with the phone.
So I got arrested because the neighbor said something?
At this moment right now, it's disorderly conduct with a domestic modifier, okay?
Because the neighbors said something?
That's the disorderly conduct part is causing a disturbance, and the domestic is because of your relationship with Brandon, okay? At that point, the state says that we must arrest the predominant aggressor, okay? So we can't just walk away from that.
Why am I the predominant aggressor?
I wasn't the officer that talked to Brandon, okay? That is 100% his call. Is that your birthday?
I'm not talking anymore.
All right.
I'm gonna go to jail for 90 days. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Brandon's gonna lose his job. Can I make a phone call when I go in there, or do I have to beg someone in my pod to let me use their phone?
So easily avoidable. I mean, she didn't kill anyone. She just continues to act in such a way that she gets arrested. And then when she gets arrested, she is it's the end of her life. So, I mean, I'm not sure, how did she think this was going to go? I don't understand.
You can ask jail staff if they'll let you use the booking desk phone up there, okay? That is.
I have something in my throat. I have to spit. Like, I'm gonna end up having to spit here, and I don't want to.
You'll go to court, and the judge will determine what is going to happen, what your bond amount will be. Okay, at that point.
My what?
Your bond amount.
But isn't there a possibility I could make my bond my personal cognizance?
That would be determined at a later date, at like a preliminary hearing.
No, I mean like Monday, like when I talk to the judge. Like, could they let me go on Monday morning?
There's a possibility you could get a SIG bond. I can't promise you one way or another.
How do I talk to my probation officer because it's the weekend?
I'm sure they'll find out. Did you unbuckle yourself?
Yes, it's very easy.
Yancy makes me dance.
I'm not asking you, please. I don't want you to just listen
Night, night, night.
Just bring me inside. You have to be sharp. No, bring me inside, damn it, before I get
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
Do not yell at me. Then do your job, please.
Shakira.
I got searched 3 times before I got in the cruiser, bro. Are you serious? I don't have anything.
Have a sentence.
I don't have anything. So, here comes Mickey running around the corner. Sorry, Whit.
Electric chair.
I literally am not, I just need to use the phone. I need to get numbers off my phone, and I need to use the phone. Cooperate. I want to cooperate. Kayla. I just need to use the phone. I'm not yelling, I'm just loud. I'm not.
Yeah, we go through the booking process. We can get numbers once we get everything done, okay? You do look familiar, yes.
I can't believe this man has gotten me in jail again. What the do I have to do to get some peace in this world? This man has abused me for 3 years.
That's such a good idea, X-Derek. You know, we are learning more and more from our friend. I'm going to skip doing that this time, but I do think it's an excellent idea. I have to come up with some subject that involves federal taxes or something, something people really want to discuss.
Years, and I'm the one that's the aggressor. That's not fair. Of course I'm aggressive. You can only get abused so many damn times.
Shakira.
I just want to call him. That's all I want to know. I don't want to talk to you. I just want to call him. I didn't even get to say goodbye to my baby. I didn't even get a chance to kiss him. I'm going to be gone for 90 days. I'm going to be gone for, I'm on probation. I'm going to be gone for 90 days. Brandon just found a job. He's not going to be able to go on Monday. I have 90 days holding over my head for this probation, and I don't know what to do.
So she was charged with disorderly conduct yet again, but the judge only read it in, and she didn't.
Hey, Kayla. Can we talk?
I'm not talk to him. I'm not talking.
Okay, we're coming to talk. Okay, you guys come out.
No, I don't want you in my house.
Okay, stay here, please.
I don't know why I'm here.
Why are you doing my Hey, Brandon. Why are you doing my house?
Hey, Brandon. Let's talk, man.
What?
Right.
No, I'm not saying anything.
You want to sit here? For what?
I can talk to you.
Shut my door,
Why are you
please.
at my house?
Let me explain to you.
I don't need to sit. This is my house. Why are you in my house right now? I did not tell you guys to come. You guys.
If we're gonna be this way, you're under arrest right now.
Brandon, just talk to him. No, please. No, just please let him talk to you. Just please.
We always got along.
No, please, just please. I don't even know why you're here.
Why are you guys here?
Please don't arrest him.
Officer, take Kayla.
Okay, then please don't arrest him. Please don't arrest him.
What happened? Nobody even called me guys.
Please don't arrest him. Please
We gotta work through this, Kayla, okay?
Kayla, can we go down here?
So,
No.
hey, so Kayla, so obviously,
I never showed the sentencing. I watched it after I think you told me about it. But that, if I cue it up to the right part, we could watch. It's not even that long. It can be long. And that's a good idea. I think I should cue that up for maybe the next one if we want to do Sarah on this one, or maybe we can do both. But thank you for reminding me and for reminding me that it happened at all, because that was a really interesting case actually, and trial. Because first of all, she was really older to know better. I mean, this woman was in her 60s, and she, for those of you who don't know, this is a woman who claimed self-defense after shooting her boyfriend through a door and killing him. And I mean, anyway, she was found guilty and sentenced to, was it life without parole, or it may have been, or really what will end up being life, memory serves.
Some things happened today. Officer has more information about it, but you obviously know something's up. That's why you're kind of being stressed towards this, right?
I mean,
So take some breaths and let's work through this. He'll explain it to you, okay?
Okay, explain it here. Shut my door. That was hours and hours ago, and I left. He told me to call. He told me to leave before I called the cops, and I left.
Right. Yeah, but there was an incident that happened over there.
I was just yelling and screaming, but I wasn't like. I left. He told me to leave, and I left.
Right.
Am I under arrest?
Yeah. Can you stand up?
Can I tell him, please?
No, we will.
Brandon, they're arresting me.
Yep.
No. Okay, but I have to figure out what to do with the baby.
We will.
Are you serious? Are you kidding me?
Stop it.
But why am I arrested? But why? But why?
Disorderly conduct.
What?
It's okay.
Well, who's arresting me? My probation officer?
Yes. You're on a probation hold right now.
Oh my God. Wait, but can I please?
We're gonna take care of it, okay?
No, but please don't let me leave. I just have to figure.
Shakira.
What happened? What's happening with the baby?
We're working through that. Right
But he's getting arrested too?
Yes.
But he didn't do anything.
Oh, here, we gotta watch this cat here.
But he didn't do anything.
All she did was peel off.
Hold on. Hey, Shelly, it's Christopher with Marshville PD. Hey, can I
Him too?
get you to come to the apartment? Okay, yeah, I need somebody here for the baby.
Hey, Brandon. What's your kid's name, Brandon? Brandon. Hey, let's not make things worse in front of your kid, okay? Do you have a kid carrier? We can put your kid in for right now.
You're not touching my kid. You look like a.
Oh, that was very good. So you're under arrest right now, okay? So I want to make this.
Why am I under arrest?
Couple things here. First of all, if you have a baby, especially, don't be doing this. And she didn't even think about her baby until it was down to where they had to deal with it. These cops do a good job, and they also a few things. I wonder if by this point they knew that this was going to go viral, so to speak. Also, they have a cat in this apartment, and the woman who deals with the little kitty is very good too.
Brandon, listen to me.
Get the dip out of your mouth.
At least get that dip out of your mouth. This really shows a side of this guy that I also don't like so much. But I'm sure he doesn't use this mouth to talk to Shakira. These people, I really respect them a little more when at least they do not have children or pets. That's all I ask of them, really. You want to act like this and do all kinds of nonsense, fine, but not if you have pets or children, please.
My house.
I got a disability. That was really
That's why I don't have pets or children, you see?
Problem, not mine.
Okay.
What an asshole!
You have to be a complete piece of shit.
Let me call my PO right now.
So put the kid down.
Yeah.
Let me call my PO right now.
Okay, you know what? You're not going to dictate like this. Put the kid down if you're going to at least talk to us like this.
I'll put him in his crib.
Okay, I'm coming with you.
Brandon.
We're going to let him put the kid in his crib?
I'm calling my probation officer.
Okay, put the kid in the crib.
Brandon, please put the
I'm
child in the
calling
crib.
my probation officer.
She locked him in a suitcase, Helen.
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
Put the kid in the crib.
At this point, you could add a resisting charge if you.
I am trying
Put the kid in the crib now.
It'll be okay, Brandon.
Okay. All right, Brandon.
Brandon, put your arms behind your back.
Hold on, I'm calling my PO.
Don't resist, all right?
Behind your back.
Don't resist. Cooperate with us.
I need my phone. We can bring that. Jennifer, arresting me! Help!
Stop tensing up.
Stop! They're gonna take my baby! I didn't do anything!
I'll take care of the kid.
Give me my phone. Put it in my pocket.
We'll take it.
You have a set of keys you want to bring with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one? I don't know where they are right now.
Okay.
I don't know where they are right now. Please help me, Bert.
It's gonna be okay. I'm going to make sure your baby's taken care of.
Where's he gonna go?
I have human services coming, and we're gonna make sure that little guy's taken care of.
I
Okay?
didn't do anything. Why am I getting in trouble? I lost my job and I left like they asked me to.
Apparently, some actions you did at work prompted this too. Okay.
Here, I don't want you to trip. I'm just gonna move
Your
this out of your way.
probation officer is on
Work.
and figure this out. Hopefully, it will only be a short
Can I
period of
kiss
time.
my son, please? I know I'm
Not
never
at
gonna
this
see him
point.
again.
You got to kiss him.
No,
before we
please let me
arrest
kiss
you.
my son.
It'll be okay. We're gonna take care of him.
He's doing good. He's calm.
Just let me kiss him.
It's gonna be okay. Your emotions are gonna upset him. So
You guys make my life a living hell. That's what upsets him.
You made your own choice.
I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't break the law. All I did was throw some hammers on the ground when I was cleaning my toolbox and they freaked out at me.
everything was prompted from Kayla's actions out there. Okay.
Why am
it's
I
not
being
appropriate
arrested,
that
though?
she behaves that way.
I can't.
There's different rules apply to you than.
Yeah, because this is a communist state. Where's my keys?
I don't know.
Jesse.
Is there any
What's that?
medication? Brandon, is there any medications?
96 is a full cage,
I'm doing my
right?
job, man.
Yeah, your job.
You shouldn't have acted like this.
Yes, I
didn't
think
do
so.
anything. I left. I went
96
to
has
go
a
turn
full
in my
cage,
my
have
stuff and
Haas,
get my
run
tools,
them
and I
both
left.
down
That's why the
together.
tools are on the floor.
There's no crime committed where I don't give a
When I
crap
left
what
and
they're
went to
talking
the
about
car,
in the back seat.
I went to the car.
Okay.
She's
They're
the one
just
that
on
peeled
hold,
off and
so
started
they can ride
yelling
down
at me.
together.
I didn't do anything.
We came here to arrest you for probation. Your probation officer decided to put a hold.
So where do I have to go?
We don't have a say in that. You're going to Wood County Jail.
Because you're in Wood County. Okay.
But why? Last time they let her go and then they let me go
Yeah,
after.
you guys didn't have probation hold at the time.
Can I please kiss my son, guys?
We've already worked to this. We're not doing that. Okay. We're gonna head out.
Yeah, let's go. I need to lock my house.
Lock it up. There's a lot of emotions involved. Do not make this personal.
No, I didn't do anything. I've been trying to fill out unemployment. That's what I've been doing. Hey, how am I gonna get home? I don't have my wallet or anything.
Do you need us to grab that?
I don't know where it is. You guys didn't let me get anything.
Okay.
How do you not know where your wallet is? Says the woman who was on the phone for half an hour today.
I'll come on the other side.
She drives me crazy. She's the one that's violent. She's the one that does all this stuff to me, and then she makes it worse.
Brandon, I have no doubt about that.
I didn't do it.
Did you all hear what the cop had to say? It's pretty sad when the cops know you so well, they can automatically assume that it was all Kayla, but in my opinion,
He didn't do anything. Billy, why is he? Oh my God, what's gonna happen with the baby? I don't have anyone to take the baby.
What I'm going to do is...
Guys, I don't have anyone to take the
we're
baby.
going to work through this. Just
Why
stay
is
calm
she
for me,
putting
okay?
me on a probation hold?
She finally brings up the baby. They're cuffing her. Oh my God, what am I going to do with the baby?
Please let me see my baby. Please let me say goodbye to him, please.
Okay, I'm just gonna remove this wrist down a little bit.
Please let me say goodbye to him. I have no one. I don't have anyone. Oh my God, I'm losing my kid, am I? I'm losing my kid. I'm losing my kid. Please.
Okay,
Please let me say. Please let me say goodbye to my baby. Please let me say goodbye to him. Please.
Where I Marshall 1095 Cam.
Please let me say goodbye to Brandon. Please.
Okay.
Please. Please.
Deborah.
Oh my God. My baby. Please.
Okay,
You guys are taking my baby.
so right now it's just a probation hold, okay?
But who's gonna-
But we're going to charge you with disorderly conduct for the incident that happened down there. You're going to get disorderly conduct for swearing and all that stuff. The way you're driving, you're getting a citation. Probation's putting a hold on you, so it's not a big thing in regards to that sort of stuff, okay?
Please let me say goodbye to Brandon. I won't be able to speak to him. Please.
Okay, we're going to get in the squad car stuff, okay?
Why? Do you know what's gonna happen to my baby?
We're going to call social services.
Oh my God. I'm never gonna get him back. Oh my God.
Okay, do you have anything in your pockets?
No, please give me more information, please. Please, please. Why are they arresting? But why are they arresting Brandon?
Because of the disturbance that he created down there as well.
He didn't do anything.
He did too inside.
What? I didn't hear anything about that, sir. Officer, please. I'm trying to work with you as best as possible.
Okay, just stay calm for me.
Oh my God. Please. But what did Brandon do? What did he do? I literally have no idea what he did.
Okay, he was yelling and swearing inside too, just like you.
He didn't tell me that. He didn't tell me that. So what's gonna happen?
You're both getting arrested for.
And who's taking the baby?
We're gonna get social services involved, okay?
So what does that mean? Am I never gonna see him again? Why aren't you talking to me?
Because I don't have the exact answer to tell you right now. I don't want to lie to you and say that.
Oh, please, I don't get to say goodbye to him. Is he gonna come out here?
Oh.
Brandon, please, I just want to say goodbye.
At some point.
Yeah, that sweatsuit is romantic as hell, isn't it?
So we need to.
I'm not saying that people shouldn't wear these things if that's what they like. I'm just saying that I would perish in the flames before running out of a burning building wearing this. That's all.
I just want to say goodbye.
We didn't want to have a disturbance with both of you at the same
Can
time.
you please put the window down?
Well, there you have it. I hope you all enjoyed my compilation of all the body.
We did, minus your butting in all the time. So that was Shakira. And I think what we're going to do, so I found Susan Miracle sentencing is 14 minutes long. I think it's just the judge talking to her. And we'll watch that, and then we'll switch into some Sarah Boone. Oh yeah, I would run out naked before wearing that too, but somehow that never occurs to me. So yeah, what do you think? And when I say what do you think, I mean that's what we're doing, because when I ask you people questions, I forget to wait for the answer, and then I can't find the answer. I'm still wondering what happened with the fire smoke smell last night, because I couldn't find Kit Kat's answer when I went to scroll through. You guys, this is horrific. Okay. Oh, Canadian wildfires. Thank you. It's crazy. Here's the thing, Boom Shiki, you shouldn't have a worse outfit. That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't have something that you wouldn't run out of the house with in. How would you have a worse outfit? What happened? Thank you, guys. Now I know. Not your fault, Andy. If that's why you're apologizing. You probably don't, you probably aren't affected as we are because we're different. I don't know. I don't know about things. No, you should not apply mascara before false lashes. Lashes first, then mascara. I know you do. It's true. Okay. Suzanne Miracle. Once again, just as a quick reminder, Suzanne Miracle is a dentist. She lived in Georgia and she had a boyfriend and they just moved in together. She shot him through a door. He was trying to get away from her. She killed him and claimed it was in self-defense. You can imagine how that trial went if you didn't watch it. We covered it here. And the text messages between the two of them were very revealing. And some of her sexting, I'm still dry heaving about. Here we go.
Exactly.
Any second now. Okay.
Clearly, there are no words.
I just saw, boom, Shakira, you were one. Okay, that's different. That you can do whatever you want when you're one. You're going to be cute no matter what. I'm sure you're cute no matter what now, but
This court can offer that will bring your loved one back, and there's no
oh,
sentence
11.
that
All right.
will change anything. Clearly, the court can never fill the void and the grief left by David's absence. You've been extremely attentive in court. You've been here for the many court dates we've had, not just the 2-week trial. Many of you have viewed the motions as well. And it is clear that you are fighting through staggering and profound grief. And the court recognized that. I've sat on this bench for over 2 weeks. If you include motions, almost 3 weeks. I've reviewed hundreds, if not thousands, of pages from the lawyers in my chambers. I am intimately familiar with this case. I was able to judge the credibility of witnesses, including Ms. Miracle's credibility here in this very courtroom. In doing so, I feel compelled to address the record regarding things that were stated in this courtroom. Everyone has a right to a fair trial. I do want to specifically state that the disparaging and, quite frankly, disgusting comments regarding Mr. David Barron lacked complete credibility.
thank you. Hear me out.
They serve no purpose other than to unfairly tarnish the memory of a man who is no longer here to defend himself.
Hi, Crazy Camel.
I take you at your testimony at trial at here today, as well as the other factors that I've considered, and that I recognize David Barron for the man that he truly was to you, and not the characterization that was manufactured in this courtroom.
Don't feel bad, Betty.
I hope that the proceedings, provide a sense of finality for the legal chapter. I wish you nothing but the best as it relates to your journey of grief and healing. This is not something that we can change, clearly. I know that this is a very compelling and hard case. I understand your emotions. I understand your loss.
Rod Irish asked if I'm going to cover Taylor Parker, and I really have to look into that case. It looks very interesting, but I don't know that much about it, which is unusual for me. But quick answer is probably, but I don't know enough yet.
And it's not fair. It's not fair to you. It's not. That being said, that the court, along with the input from the parties, will fashion an appropriate sentence. For the legal consequences of the incident that we're very well aware of. To the defendant, Suzanne Miracle, the jury has heard and rendered its verdict. I too have listened to every nook and cranny of this case. 2 weeks of trial, arguably a week of motions on and off, thousands of pages. My duty is to impose a sentence that reflects the gravity of the harm that you caused, not Mr. Barron, you caused.
Hi, Nicole.
These are requirements under the law, and they're requirements under justice. In determining the sentence, I've considered your conduct throughout this trial. You testified, which you have a right to do. I found your testimony to be not credible. I found that you were the primary aggressor in this situation. I found that you had many, many, many off-ramps, and you chose not to take them. Mr. Barron clearly left your proximity and retreated to the upstairs, closed the door. You clearly pursued him. You clearly fired through the door. And I think the state made a very compelling argument to the jury that somehow that the status quo had been your version of events, that you in fact were firing through the door or the lock. But the state, I think, accurately pointed out you very well could have been not aiming for the lock in your jealous rage. That's what it was.
And who aims for the lock? Anyway, just let the man be alone. Jesus.
I want to be very clear. The efforts to disparage Mr. Barron in this case were noted by this court. I found the comments regarding Mr. Barron to not only be inflammatory, but fundamentally not credible. You had the gun. You fired him. You had, through your profession, you have medical training, no evidence that you rendered aid. There's clear evidence that you then staged the crime scene.
Later, CN.
Clear evidence that you staged the crime scene.
Yes, this is her.
The attempts to shift blame and besmirch Mr. Barron do not weigh in your favor.
Hi, LZB. First time I ever say LZB's name right. So I believe what he was referring to when he talked about the disgusting things that were said was all of the claims that were made that this man was a rapist and did all kinds of disgusting things to her that were apparently the judge, along with the rest of us, felt were made up. You know, it was a steak and potato situation.
These unfounded assertions do not mitigate your guilt, but only serve to highlight a lack of genuine remorse for the tragedy that has occurred.
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
Every action carries consequences, and in this consequence, these consequences are catastrophic and they're permanent. Appreciate your family's professionalism and decorum as well. They did nothing wrong. They did nothing wrong. But I think Mr. Barron's family said it correctly that they'll be able to visit you in the Department of Corrections. The Barron family will not be able to visit Mr. Barron. This is a real case. This is not theoretical. This is not an exercise of law school or law. This is the real world. And this is a reckoning.
I agree. It was interesting.
State's recommendation one more time in totality, please.
Judge, as to the felony murder suit, was asking for life with the possibility of parole. I think the criminal damage was it matched? Huh? Merges, and then the reckless 12 months concurrent.
Thank you.
You can do it.
Oh, I forgot about the tampering with evidence. Would also be 12 months concurrent. Sorry.
That's why.
Yeah, she, among other things, she flushed bullets down, tried to flush them down the toilet.
Asked. Thank you.
Judge, I think the reckless also merges into the.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I think the reckless, there's a criminal damage and a reckless, those both merge into the felony murder. So it's a felony murder and then it should be a tampering.
And I agree, Your Honor.
The sentence will so reflect. Anything else?
Not from the state judge.
I think we're all aware, and I think that both sides have made this point. At your age, by law, you can take your age, we're at 62 or 63, and add 30, 93. I think in the best of circumstances, that's a long life lived. I'll make no comment one way or the other. This is certainly a case that could be argued both ways. Coming in today, I was anticipating not only the domestic violence issue that was going to be brought up, but obviously contemplating what the sides, and obviously you never know, but contemplating what the sides would.
Only the sexy people.
I agree with the parties as it relates to the lack of prior criminal history.
fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
That other factors are not present in this case. I completely understand that. I also agree with the general concept that life or life without parole, whatever it may be, is essentially a life sentence.
Agreed, detective.
And for the family's sake, I do want to be clear that I do believe that this is a case that warrants Ms. Miracle never leaving the Department of Corrections. So for whatever comfort that is, and I'm not going to get into what the lawyers think or don't think. I think that there may be a legal issue if I were to impose life without the possibility of parole. I'm making no assumptions of what the lawyers, but I think that's why the state's asking for what they're asking for. So I will side with the state and I will impose their requested sentence. That being said, that the very likelihood is that this is her being imprisoned for the rest of her natural life. So I will concur with the state in their recommendation, which is the same as the defense without the domestic violence mitigating, which I've ruled against. It's judgment of the court that you are committed to the Department of Corrections for the remainder of your natural life.
You didn't even say
I
natural
hereby
life.
remand the defendant in the custody of the Sheriff's Department and the Georgia Department of Corrections. We are adjourned.
I've banned him before too, but he came back with a different name actually. So if he wants to be here that badly, he can come up with another name and I'll do it again. M. Edison says, also a good way to get off the phone. Sorry, gotta hang up right now. Gotta hang up right now. I've got steak and potato situation going on here. Click. Sorry, I have to go fuck someone on the steak and the potatoes. I'm sure you understand. Well, her time served doesn't matter because it's her natural life. So I get what you're doing now. Yeah, I think. All righty. Now I'm going to find something, Sarah. I mean, there's no way I can surprise you with something you haven't seen. So thoughts? Hey, Jem. Hi, sweets. Yeah, me too. It's like, really? Why, what does time served matter if it's all the rest of your time here? You're going to have to serve. Let me find Sarah for us. I've got two now. One is Sarah taking the stand in a pretrial hearing. And the other one is her taking the stand during the trial. If you don't want to watch those two, let me know. what what Suzanne Miracle ended up looking like after 3 years or so, or 2 years, maybe a little less, I don't know, in jail was reason alone not to commit crimes. That was not good. I don't understand why I can't get to my playlist suddenly. Here we go.
I'm down to the sheriff's department because
Shut up.
Remain silent.
There she is.
And exercised or invoked her
Again, just look at this. Look at this. Her.
right to remain silent. She would have been arrested anyway. And that was based on your investigation that you had the night before at the scene. And it was based on her statements that she had given you in the squad car. And it was based on the autopsy that was performed the next day that you were present for. And it was based on the 2 videotapes that you saw from Sarah's phone.
Objection, relevance as to what probable cause basis. Sustained.
You had all that information before you began your interrogation on the 25th of Sarah Boone.
I had all what information?
All the information that I just related to you.
Only the sex activity.
Before you began your interrogation of Sarah Boone. That's correct.
Yes.
And you would agree that you wanted to speak to her on the 25th.
Objection, relevance. Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you wanted to get statements from her relating to the injuries to George Torres from the autopsy?
Objection, relevance. Overruled.
Yes, I wanted to have a follow-up conversation in reference to what she told me the night before and in reference to the injuries that she failed to.
I'm skipping to Sarah on the stand because that's what we're here for. Who's she talking to?
She was previously sworn at the beginning.
I fucking hate her so much. Pardon my language.
Compass Ventus.
Anything else?
No other argument, Judge,
Okay.
other than what we've talked about.
Anything further?
Same arguments.
Okay, all right. I'm going to overrule the objection as to relevance as to what was pre-marked as composite C. And that'll be received into evidence over objection as states 1. I'm sorry, defense is 1. Any further witnesses, evidence, or testimony, sir?
Judge, I'd like to call Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone can approach the podium. She was previously sworn at the beginning.
Judge, I'll be here.
Yes, sir. Hang on, the deputy's got to move her.
See? You found your tribe.
Ma'am, you've already been sworn. Counselor, you may proceed.
And would you please state your full name?
Sarah Boone.
You're going to have to speak up or move the mic.
Sarah Boone.
Yes.
Where are you currently housed?
At the Orange County Corrections Department.
Have you been there since February the 25th of 2020? Was that the date of this interrogation that we're here for on this motion?
Yes.
All right. Let me take you back to the morning of finding George Torres in the suitcase. You called 911?
Yes.
Where's Green Man?
Is it true that Detective or Deputy Kayla Rodriguez of the Sheriff's Department arrived?
Yes.
Okay. I understand, Green Man.
What mental state did you have at that time?
I was very confused. It was very hazy. I didn't understand the monumental amount of people that were there and what they were doing with taking things from my home. I was worried about my dogs. I was worried about my son.
My son. Almost forgot about him.
I was in shock. I was traumatized by the situation and then trying to focus on everything that was going on at my home.
It's very traumatizing when you murder someone and the police show up after you finally call 911. Probably has PTSD because of it now.
I was hungover. I was
Get out of
still,
here.
I believe, intoxicated to a degree.
Objection, Judge. Move to strike. This is outside their motion to suppress. They have not made any allegations that her statement was involuntary because of her mental state or state of intoxication.
Response?
Judge, we're talking about, I'm just getting some preliminary information.
But
Her interrogation is the next day.
The state has an obligation, and the case law cited by the state requires specificity in the motions. So it's not a game of 20 questions and a surprise.
Yeah, idiot. Gypsy Girl, thank you for the super chat. Did you ever watch the episode I mentioned to you about Shannon Gilbert's mom? Yes, I think we actually watched it on here. If not, I know I watched it. Unless I don't remember body cam though. Or you mean it's good with, I'll have to check it out if it was Twisted Sister that I watched. I've seen so much about that at this point that it all blends together, but I'm going to check it, look for it right now. Thank you for reminding me and for the support. Good to see you.
Okay, this is the day before the interrogation.
I understand that.
We're not talking about an intoxication.
But are you going to be arguing anything in conclusion as to what happened on February 24th led to any coercive or coercion behavior on behalf of the Orange County Sheriff's Office on February 25? Are you going to bootstrap or link any of those things together?
The interrogation in the squad car and what was said to her prior to getting in the squad car that relates to what she said about it being routine protocol, yes.
All right, I'm going to sustain the state's objection.
Relating to the intoxication?
Yes. It wasn't raised in any of the three motions that have been filed.
Judge, I didn't ask her that. She volunteered that.
I understand it. Objection sustained.
Okay, now I remember why we didn't watch it here, because it's ID and I can't. They're the kind of motherfuckers that'll go right after you, you know. But it is very interesting, and anyone who's interested in the Gilgo Beach Lisk case, we talked about this when we watched his, was it his sentencing? Rex Heuermann. Shannon Gilbert, who was not really believed to have actually been murdered by him, but it was her mother who was very instrumental in finally getting that investigation underway and getting him caught, really. Unfortunately, she did not live to see it because she was murdered by one of Shannon's sisters, one of her other daughters, which is it's just one of those cases that, like, the hits keep coming, you know.
And stricken.
Did you speak to the deputy about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And then were you asked to stay on scene?
By both.
Yeah.
Yes. By both detectives.
It's
yes.
not.
Okay. How long did it take the detectives to arrive
Probably.
after you had spoken initially with Deputy Rodriguez?
It was not right away. I don't know specifically, but it was not quickly.
Okay. Did the two detectives, when they arrived, did they take over the investigation?
It was my understanding, yes.
No foundation for her to conclude anything.
Sustained.
At some point, were the detectives directing you what to do and where to go?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what the detectives told you as it relates to you getting in the car? What, was the phone issue before the car?
Sustained.
Let me ask you about the phone. When were you first asked about your phone?
From my remembering, it was once they arrived, one of the first questions that Hopesall asked me was if I owned a phone.
And what did you tell them?
I told her it was on the kitchen counter.
Counter.
And what happened next as it relates to the phone?
I believe that it was brought to her with someone else. I don't remember.
Sustained.
Hey, Compass.
What was the next thing that you were told or talked to about as it relates to the phone?
I'm sorry you missed the beginning. Your favorite.
Who told you
caller
that?
is Here.
Detective Hopesall.
How did you unlock it?
She handed it to me and I unlocked it.
How do you unlock your phone?
It was with a passcode. Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on
And
the
when you
potatoes.
unlocked it, did you give it back to the detective?
I did.
Did you ever see the phone again?
I did not.
Okay. After that incident, was the next time you were spoken to by Detective Copesall was in relation to the interview in the squad car?
Yes, she told me I needed to go with her and Detective Lowen to her unmarked vehicle.
And did she tell you anything about what was going to take place once y'all got inside the vehicle?
That she was just going to be asking me general questions.
Was there ever any mention about normal protocol?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. What about once you got in the squad car?
I don't recall the squad car.
Okay. And that was recorded for the court to
She locked him
consider.
in a suitcase, Helen.
And so she read you your Miranda rights?
Yes.
All right. Did you answer the questions?
I did.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a suspect?
No.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a person of interest?
No.
Did they ever refer to the videos that you recorded on your phone from the night before? Were you ever questioned about those videos at the scene?
I was not.
All right, after they finished interviewing you in the unmarked vehicle, were you allowed to get out?
Yes.
Were you allowed to leave the scene at that point?
I was instructed by both to not.
Okay. And how long did you stay on the scene?
The entire time.
How long was that? How long did it take before the investigation was completed?
10 hours or more.
At some point, did they all leave?
Yes.
And at some point, did they tell you they were finished with the work there at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I went inside my apartment and gathered a few things, and then I went to my former husband's residence where my son was located.
All right, and how far was that away?
About 5 minutes.
How did you get there?
I drove
Okay. What was the reason that you wanted to stay over there the night?
because I was terrified of his family.
Now, later that evening, you were going to spend the night there with your son and with your ex-husband?
Correct.
And did you do that?
My son, yes.
All right. Later that evening, did you attempt to contact Detective Kopsel?
I did.
And whose phone did you use?
Former husband, Brian Boone.
You said your phone had been seized?
Correct.
And you had consented to that? You signed a form allowing them to take the phone?
Yes.
Have there been any discussion about?
Give me some options that you want the poll to be. What are the options to vote on? And then I'll yell at you when you make your decisions.
Returning the phone.
Kopsel told me she or Lowen or both would return back to my apartment to return my phone
And when did they tell you this?
before they left the scene.
Oh, Green Man is still here. That makes me happy.
And did they tell you they would return your phone where?
To myself at the apartment.
And is that what you understood they were going to do?
Yes.
Was there ever any talk about you coming to the sheriff's department the day of this event?
No.
All right, so later that evening, you borrowed your ex-husband Brian Boone's phone and made a phone call. How did you know Detective Kopsel's private cell number?
Comprehended. Before she left the scene.
And did you call her?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you called her?
I believe it was around 9:30 or 10 o'clock.
And that would have been on February the 24th of 2020?
Yes.
All right, can you tell us why you were calling her that night?
Before she left and giving me her personal cell phone number, she told me if I were to recall anything or if I just wanted to talk to her about something regarding the case for me to call her. So I took that to heart and felt very uneasy about how they left the scene.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
There's no pen.
Hear me out. If you're watching this or can hear me, can you do a poll through StreamYard or do I have to do it through YouTube?
Any question at this time?
Okay, you were concerned about the case and you wanted to call her?
Yes.
And did you talk to her?
Yes.
What did you say to her?
I told her in all honesty that I felt that she was trying to trick me.
You're eligible.
Sustained.
Did you have a conversation about your phone?
Yes. I asked her.
Answered.
Overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am.
But did you call for a yes or no? She said yes, and now.
No, this is her uniform. This is pre-trial. I understand your confusion, though, because the first day of trial, she showed up in her civilian clothing that looked just like this because she's stupid.
Did y'all have a discussion about your phone?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that discussion?
She told me that I needed to come down to the sheriff's department because she was pregnant and asked me if I remembered about when I was being pregnant, and it would just be a lot easier for her if I were to arrive at the sheriff's department to pick up my phone.
Was there any discussion about you being interrogated at the sheriff's department?
No.
Was your understanding the sole purpose of you going to the sheriff's department the next day was to pick up your phone?
Yes.
And the sole reason for the change in plans from them bringing the phone to you was because Detective Kopsel was pregnant and not feeling well?
Correct.
So the next afternoon, did you drive to the sheriff's department?
Okay.
Tell us, when you parked your car, where you went, what happened?
I parked my car and left everything as regular in my car and walked through the front door and went to the window asking who I needed to see, and they, I guess, rang them upstairs, and Detective Lowen came downstairs, and I thought I was supposed to be picking my phone up over at a particular window, and he says, "No, your phone
No
is
jurors now.
upstairs, so we would just like you to come upstairs, and that's where you can pick up your phone."
All right. And so did he escort you upstairs?
He did,
How did y'all get upstairs?
in an elevator.
They do.
And what was he wearing?
I believe he was wearing a red shirt,
Don't
along with
don't forget Barbecue Queen. A lot of us have seen this more times than we would admit, even if we were tortured. So it's not you, it's us.
his firearm and
Firearm, just look at her.
His firearm was on his waist? Okay. So y'all got off the elevator. Where did you go from there?
He brought me into a very small room, and they had me sit down, and then from there I had a list of things that I was going to ask them that I might
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
Okay. So from the elevator, Detective Lowen escorted you directly into the interview room, and we've got the recording, the audio and the video. You didn't go anywhere else prior to that time. Was there any discussion that you made outside, any discussion between you and either detective about anything, the phone, questioning, anything before walking into that room?
No.
Okay. So directly off the elevator and walked into the interrogation room. And then we've got the video on that. Now.
Oh, you were in for so many treats.
You and I've watched the video, correct? And you've seen the motion.
You know what's so sick is that I envy people who are just coming on this now, like who are just going to have the experience that we had, because they have everything. And I guess in some ways that's not as fun, because we would be waiting and waiting and waiting, and something would come out and we would watch it, And I'm working on the next installment. I think it's the 5th episode of the Sarah Boone story, but I'd had a few false starts because I just couldn't get into it. I was doing the body cams, which is what I remember us seeing after, some of the letters and all that. We did the interrogation and whatever it was in the chronological order that we experienced it in. And I've done videos of so many of the body cams, and I hate her so much in the body cams. And I was just like, I don't know, I just couldn't get myself too psyched for it. Somehow I just wasn't happening, and I don't like that, but I know from experience that eventually it'll strike me. So I was like, let me do, because really our big discovery next were the body cams and the tablet texts and the commissary, that all that Tanika brought us as far as that goes. So that revived the project, and it's now coming along nicely.
I've referred to the questioning where she asked you to sit down.
Yes.
You recall that happening?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did that refresh your memory watching the video?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying that she had received the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying, I want to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that, referring to the autopsy?
Yes.
This was prior to you being read your Miranda rights.
Correct.
She also said, we're not done talking about the incident. You recall that?
Thank you, Hairball Yarn. I saw you talking about bobbin lace. Very interesting, the things you're doing over there. It's good that some people are keeping some things alive. Unlike Sarah Boone and her pets and her boyfriend.
Wow.
Yes.
And then she said, we just have to do it.
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Sustained.
Were you trying to comply with the officer's demands?
Overruled.
In every way.
Were you trying to cooperate?
In every way.
Were you polite with them?
Very.
And when she said that, we just have to do it, you said just like we did yesterday. And then you said normal protocol.
Yes.
Is that what she had said the day before? Normal protocol.
Yes.
Had she said the same word? You said normal protocol to her.
I reiterated to her what she had said to me the day before.
There'll be a new mugshot, but and
So she read the Miranda rights.
They
to
take
you.
every certain amount of years.
Except number 9. She read the rights and then she said, do you understand what I've just read to you? And you agreed that you had. But you were not read having these rights in mind. Do you agree to speak to me now?
I have to keep putting this up. It's so fucking funny.
Ask that question.
Is it fair to say that after she read the Miranda rights and after she said, do you understand the rights that I've just read to you, that she read right into the questioning?
She did, correct.
So she never got the answer from you. Do you agree to speak to us now?
I was never asked that.
The way that she acted, the things that she said, the fact that they had your phone. Did you get the impression you were not getting your phone back if you didn't answer the questions?
Sustained.
She was in custody?
Yeah, it's been conceded by the state in their response that it was a custodial interrogation.
Okay, but she wasn't aware of it. She wasn't aware she was in custody.
What does her subjective perception matter?
Well, under the circumstances, it would matter. I mean, she didn't feel she was free to leave. She was in an enclosed small space.
That all goes to whether or not.
She was being questioned by 2 lead detectives, homicide detectives. One of them was wearing a firearm. She was trying to cooperate as best she could. I think her position is that she was coerced into answering the question.
What does that have to do with coercion? Those are all factors that under Ramirez as to whether or not it was custodial.
Well, I know some of the factors are whether or not the interrogation actually happens in a police station or not, or whether it happens outside a police station. So just that environment alone.
That goes to whether or not it was a custodial interrogation. I'm struggling with the connection on that being noncompliance with Miranda, coercion, or the third ground of voluntariness.
Well, and I think it goes subjectively to her and what she was feeling, if she had a free choice or not, based on
subjectivity matter.
Excuse me, based on
subjectivity matter under the case law.
Based on the circumstances that she was dealing with at the time, whether or not she felt she had a choice.
But what does her subjectivity have to do with that?
I believe it's relevant.
Objection's overruled. I'm sorry, the objection sustained. I apologize.
Did you understand you were not going to get your phone back until you answered their questions?
Sustained.
Did you have some questions for them at the end?
I did.
Did you feel like you had a choice in answering their questions?
Sustained.
Ma'am, that day, you came to the sheriff's department to get your phone?
Yes.
Did you know that you were going to be placed in custody?
I did not.
Did you know that you were going to be arrested?
I did not.
Did you know that you were going to be questioned?
I did not.
Were you trying to cooperate with law enforcement based on her statements that you have to talk to us?
Overruled.
Were you there answering her questions because she confirmed that this was normal protocol.
That was my understanding, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination?
So that afternoon on February 24th of 2020, when Deputy Kayla Rodriguez arrived at your residence shortly after 1 p.m., you were under the influence of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were impaired by alcohol, correct?
I don't know as much as impaired means. It did affect, yes.
Okay. And that was consumption from the night before, correct?
Yes.
So you did not go to brunch that morning and have mimosas or anything else to drink, correct? You consumed no alcohol in your home that morning, correct? So does that affect in any way your memory when you testify about the events that transpired between you and Detective Kopsel that afternoon?
Ask one more time, please.
Did the alcohol have any effect on your memory of what happened between you and Detective Kopsel that afternoon?
Now or
Then.
Now or then.
Did alcohol affect my conversation with her?
There's a jury instruction that says
Too late.
a witness's memory and perception is pertinent. And I'm asking you, did the alcohol that you were under the influence of affect your memory or perception of the events that you've testified to today that you said happened on that afternoon of February 24th, 2020?
So did they affect my answer?
Judge, I don't think she understands.
I don't.
Okay.
It's been asked 3 different ways.
So we'll leave it at you were under the influence of alcohol that afternoon, correct?
Judge, I think she said she doesn't
She doesn't understand. How does she know it was asked 3 different ways?
know what. She said that she had alcohol under the influence or impaired.
The objection is, the court does not entertain speaking objections. The legal grounds need to be provided. What are the legal grounds of your objection?
I know that she had said she didn't know what.
What are the legal grounds of your objection?
I'll withdraw.
All right, you may proceed.
All right. And you understand that you're charged with second-degree murder in this case, correct? You're facing a potential penalty of life in prison, correct? Do you understand that the score sheet minimum is probably about 22 and a half years?
I don't know.
Okay. And it is your desire to have these statements excluded from the jury's consideration, correct?
Judge, I would object to that.
Sustain the objection.
Your intent is to testify differently than you have testified in the statements in State's Exhibit 1, correct?
Judge, I would object to that. I'm not understanding the question.
Mr. J.
Judge, a witness's bias is always at issue when they take the stand, and it's our position that her credibility for all the things that she has testified to today, that particularly the things in conflict with Detective Kopsel's testimony, and the court, of course, in a motion to suppress has to consider the credibility of the witnesses, and you are in the best position to do that. The appellate courts are going to be very deferential to you. It's our position that she's biased. She is charged with second-degree murder. She's facing life in prison. Based on the examination that both state attorneys and defense counsel and the state's expert witnessed today, it is the state's belief that she is intending to testify differently than she testified in the statements that she provided to law enforcement in State's Exhibit 1, and therefore she is biased in all the things that she's testified about today because it is her intent to get this statement, all these statements, or the statement on 225 thrown out so that she is not going to be cross-examined and impeached with it so that she can testify the way that she testified this afternoon.
Response.
Judge, I agree with the impeachment about being under the influence. I agree with the impeachment about what she's facing, that she may be biased because she's facing potentially life in prison, even claims 22 years on the low end. I agree with all that. We just got through at the jail meeting with the state's expert who evaluated Sarah Boone. I was present. The 2 prosecutors were present. It wasn't recorded. He can't be a witness now. If he's going to question her about what was said during that evaluation, then he's putting himself potentially to be a witness down the road. I don't think that's proper cross-examination about what she said there versus
Anything further? Mr. J.
I am not specifically asking her what she said that was different. And obviously, if I did and she testified differently, I would have to accept that answer. There's no way for me to extrinsically impeach her with that due to the brevity of the time frame that we have all been subjected to. But I do believe it's a fair question to ask her whether or not she intends to testify differently than her statements that are in State's Exhibit 1 and consistently with how she testified this afternoon, and that she understands it would benefit her if these statements are excluded.
So I'm going to sustain the objection based on how the question was asked. I'll allow you to revisit it based on how you just explained it to me.
You gave statements to an evaluator this afternoon, did you not?
I did.
All right. And without going into the details, would you agree that there are some differences in those statements as to what is in the statements you provided to law enforcement on February 25th of 2020? Yes. And you understand that I would be able to cross-examine you on giving inconsistent statements at trial if you take the stand, correct?
I understand.
And so you understand the benefit of this motion to suppress being granted?
Of course.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination? Okay. We can have Ms. Boone return back to counsel's table. While she's in the process of returning to counsel's table, anything else further from an evidence or testimony perspective from your side of the ledger?
No, sir.
Okay. Anything else from the state other than argument?
Just argument.
Okay. All right. Once Ms. Boone's seated, we could proceed with any argument. And as the court identified previously, I have reviewed all y'all's authorities that were provided. Mr. Owens, it's your motion, sir. You may proceed.
Gypsy girl asked, that's the kind of car engine that Hear Me Out wants to get. Don't get me started. Gypsy girl, thank you for the super chat. She asks, do you think present day, since the appeal, she realizes that she is now the same as those other women in there who she says hated her because she was getting out soon and wakes up so optimistic while they know they're not going anywhere? No. On the contrary, first of all, if anything, she thinks that she's even better than them now because now she's really pissed because she's stuck with them and she's an above average inmate and everything else. The worse things get for Sarah, the more she convinces herself. But at the same time, your mic mostly cut out, siren noise. Where do I have to start from now? First, I complained about the fact that that's the kind of, it wasn't siren, it's an engine. It's the kind of car Hear Me Out wants. So it's kind of muffler engine or whatever the hell that is. Idiot. She's too delusional, I agree. I think that Sarah's going to be worse and worse and worse and consider herself better and better and better than anyone else. And Sarah's pretty happy now because, I mean, Sarah's never happy. So oh, the car was silent. Oh, because of my mic being so awesome. Well, it was a very loud engine. Thank you. Sarah, I don't think has ever really been happy. It's just not her personality. She wasn't happy when she was living her dream life, which was being drunk, stumbling around Tealwood apartment complex. And what she loves and only cares about is being a victim. And the beauty of her raison d'etre, if you will, is that she can always convince herself she's the victim. And now she's the victim of the justice system. So she's there. It's unfair. That's what the only reason why I don't want someone to beat the crap out of her while she's in there. Even though I do not condone violence of any kind against anyone. Ish. But because she would really, I mean, I don't think Sarah would actually enjoy being battered. I'm sure she's never experienced it, but she would really enjoy everything that comes afterwards, which is her finally being victimized and all that. Thank you, Green Man. My dad grew up in France, allegedly. I don't. Sometimes I wonder, honestly. He's a kid. So, yeah. I'm okay with her being victimized too. But the problem is that she turns it into, the problem is she is too. She loves it. So, look, she's saying she's victimized and nothing bad has ever happened to her. Hi, Goldie. So, on the contrary. So, I think Owen does know he's an idiot now, finally. And I'm not sure I don't think he's a great attorney. I mean, this was not for him. Why he stepped in here, well, we have our suspicions. But, je parle un peu, oui. Who knows what he knows now? I think my guess is he has some regrets, if you know what I mean.
Judge, my understanding of the law regarding Miranda, first issue is, was the defendant in custody, was the suspect in custody? Was it a custodial interrogation? We have agreed or stipulated to that fact. We're referring to the 2-hour interrogation at the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Specifically, we're referring to about the first.
No, he didn't see the Tour de France. He didn't see anything when he was there. It was not a good situation for him in France.
A minute or two of that video. And I think under the totality of the circumstances, the court has to.
My dad was in Marseille too, and then Paris. Interesting. See, you never know.
Determine whether freely and voluntarily and knowingly given under the circumstances. Judge, law enforcement, after they get a valid waiver of rights that I'm not going to.
I've said this before, but it says a lot about Sarah that a lot of us ended up feeling sorry for Owens because he's not really a very sympathetic character.
Be silent, that I'm going to answer questions. Go ahead, ask me and I'll answer the questions. Once that happens, law enforcement is trying to get a confession. Law enforcement is trying to get admissions that they can later use at trial to impeach the defendant and convict him.
Wait, is that Euro Disney? Or is that something at, what's Epcot Paris?
The law allows.
Were you at the Paris casino in Vegas?
Law enforcement at that stage to use deception, to lie, to trick. We found the murder.
Hi, Kel. Yeah, drive safely.
Weapon. It's got your DNA on it. Your co-defendant has come in here and confessed and implicated you. All those techniques, when it's really deception, they don't have the DNA, they don't have the murder weapon, they don't have the co-defendant, can be utilized to obtain a confession or an admission of guilt. But prior to Miranda, you cannot deceive. Prior to Miranda, you cannot trick. That right is fundamental. You cannot be compelled to incriminate yourself. You cannot be forced to talk. It's got to be free will and a choice. And so you can't seduce or coerce someone into giving a statement. And the law is clear. When that happens, we've got to punish law enforcement to correct that type of misuse behavior. It's illegal. So you got Detective Kopsel on the one hand. I got to read your rights. And you have a right to remain silent. But within a minute before, the detective is telling Sarah Boone, we have to do this. We have to talk to you. Now, that's confusing. That's deceptive. There's nowhere in policy that that should be allowed or is allowed. There's nowhere in the law that that should be allowed. It's actually illegal to tell a suspect, we have to talk to you. We just have to, before reading Miranda rights. That is an illegal statement. Sarah Boone did not have to talk to them about the autopsy. Sarah Boone did not have to talk further about what had happened. But that's the implication this detective gave Sarah Boone. It taints the Miranda that comes before it. Here's a law enforcement officer. I'm trying to cooperate. We've got to talk to you, but you have a right to remain silent.
But the statement of we have to read you the rights was made before we have to talk to you. So your argument transposes those two things chronologically.
Why are we even having it? I mean, why even have the confusion? I mean, we're sitting here Monday morning quarterbacking, but Sarah Boone was brought up there under false pretenses. A traumatic event, she lost her boyfriend. I'm coming to get my phone. I've been tricked into coming up here to get my phone. And I'm sitting here having to figure out what to do about whether to talk to these people or not. And she's talking about my rights, but then saying, we have to talk to you. We just need to do it. And then she reads the rights. Right there within a few seconds of each other. That's improper, it's illegal, it's coercive. It forces this not to be a valid waiver of her rights under that circumstance, coupled with the fact that she came down under false pretenses. Coupled with the fact she doesn't have the 9th question. If you think about it, okay, you got a right to remain silent, you got a right to a lawyer, those 3 or 4 questions, and then, do you understand what I've just read to you? I'm paraphrasing. But then Detective Kopsel goes right into questioning. Once Sarah says, yes, I understand, it's an acquiesce to authority. Okay, let me start asking her questions. The critical question is, having these rights in mind, do you agree to speak with us? That is the time of free choice. That is the time of decision for Sarah to be given that opportunity. But the way I understand, Detective Kopsel had the autopsy. She had the blunt force trauma. Those were not questioned. Sarah Boone was not questioned about that. They didn't know about that until the medical examiner. So she had additional information that she wanted from Sarah Boone. She had the 2 videos from Sarah Boone's phone. She had additional information.
Kelia says, I hope Owens has to repeat the Miranda rights plus the 9th question to get into heaven. I think he's going to have to repeat a lot more than that to get into heaven. Just my hunch.
information from the phone that was inconsistent with the statement that Sarah had given the day before. So sure, any detective worth their salt would want a statement. She'd already said we had probable cause. We'd already made our mind up that we were going to arrest her. If she didn't come, they were going to go get her. If she came and said, I want to invoke my rights, she was going to be arrested. They wanted to get some type of admission, confession, statement that they could later use, which they're trying to do now. But under the circumstances, the totality of the circumstances about how she was induced to come down there, about telling them that she had to talk, Judge, it was coercive. We would ask that you suppress the evidence.
Any response?
Here's the thing, M. Custerson, is we can't really be fair and impartial here because we have to 100% support Scott and Chelsea and everyone else who helped get Sarah where she is right now. Just that's how it has to be around here right now always when it comes to Sarah Boone. We're all about justice, but sometimes to be about justice, you have to, ignore certain things.
Judge, the United States Supreme Court has said that confession.
I mean, I stopped watching The Lawyer for a few reasons, but the main reason was that he just would not always take whoever was against Sarah Boone side. And it drove me crazy. I was like, I can't deal with this man anymore. He should be electric chair.
Are good. They are good for society. It is good when guilty people are convicted. We stand by all the case law that we've cited, and you have reviewed the evidence from start to finish. Under the totality of the circumstances of that 2-hour and 6-minute statement that she gave to law enforcement, she knowingly and intelligently and voluntarily waived her Miranda rights. And under the case law,
I feel like they did get a confession.
Perfectly fine. There is no requirement that that question number 9 get read. And as far as any,
also they didn't need to get a confession. They had a snuff film. And I really do think that they're used to dealing with not this kind of person, because Sarah truly is one of a kind, I hope. But there are a lot of other people who act this way, a lot of criminals. And I think that Scott actually tried a little longer. I think it was just driving him crazy. He just didn't understand what was happening here. My question is, what did you think was going to happen? He tried saying certain things to her, are you trying to make me feel worse? That would make her get something from her that he got, are you trying to make me feel worse? The more you did to her, the more horrible she was. But the two of them realized that there was any question they asked was not going to be answered and would just end on her starting to carry on about how far the suitcase was in the closet and what a monster his ex-wife it was and how Eli's here illegally. Hope that doesn't get him in trouble. There was no point. And they really, really did not need, they were trying to get her why she did it. I think partly because it's their job, mostly because it's their job. And I think there was just a bit of curiosity. They knew why she did it because she explains it also. It's not just her committing the act. It's her explaining why she's doing it. It kind of speaks for itself, no? And as Chelsea said, the video speaks for itself. It really, really does.
Credibility issues that
I get it, guys. This looks bad.
Are pertinent to the court's analysis, which the state would submit there is not, because we are conceding there was custody on February 25th. They are allowed to use subterfuge and deception to get somebody to come to the police station under the case law and authority cited. But if there is anything that is dependent upon the credibility of either the defendant's testimony or Detective Kopsel's testimony, the state would argue for the reasons of her being impaired by her own admission on the afternoon of February 24th, still from the night before, that her credibility is less than Detective Kopsel's. And of course, she has a bias and interest in the outcome of the case, whereas Detective Kopsel has no motivation to not tell the truth about whether she used deception to bring the defendant down to the police station, because that's perfectly acceptable. So we're asking
No.
you for the reasons that we
Yeah.
stated in our multiple responses to their multiple amended motions to deny their motion to suppress. Thank you.
Any further argument, Mr. Owens?
No, Judge.
All right. Tomorrow is a court holiday.
They didn't do it in a coercive manner. They were like, "Where's your phone?" She was like, "Oh yeah, take it. It's in the case," because she's nothing if not cooperative people, obviously. Also, she was so used to getting away with her bullshit, and she only killed a Puerto Rican. So, like, these people who look kind of white to her showed up, and they were like, she was like, "This will blow over. This is not. Nobody's gonna believe that I'm white. I have dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. I mean, forget the fact that she looks like Mr. Burns, but she really did not think this was going to take."
The court has had the opportunity to review all the case law. Court's going to prepare a written order, and you'll have it before the close of business tomorrow. Courthouse may be closed, but I'll be here working.
Judge, for the record, there's two exhibits that I tried to introduce. They will be admitted
Correct.
into the record.
Yes, of course. They were pre-marked. Moving now to the defendant's motion for a right to hair, cosmetics, and civilian clothing without restraints for trial. State what, if any, positions do you have with regard to the restraints?
Again, we've already decided that issue. I don't know that there's been any new allegations alleged in the motions by Mr. Owens on behalf of the defendant, but the court has decided that already. And unless there was some sort of change in position or authority, then the court should maintain the law of the case.
Response.
And that.
Clarification, but
First of all, I have to say that I did not come up with the Mr. Burns thing. Someone said it, I think, in one of Hear Me Out's chats. If you're here, claim your fame, as Sofa says. But when they said it, I was like, how did I not think of this? They're like, and right, she begged them. I don't know. When you see my phone, you will see all of that. He gets belligerently drunk. And I don't know if you've been through my phone yet, but you'll see. Look at her. Look at this. Oh.
she's here today and she's in.
She manages to give texting on my phone energy when she doesn't even have a phone. She's just so dismissive and rude and fucking horrible.
Handcuffs. So she has difficulty writing. She has.
Shut up.
Let me just interject
She's
for 1
difficulty
second.
writing
She
anyway.
will be
I
hands-free.
don't know.
Okay.
So the issue is the leg restraints.
And Judge, she's presumed innocent. I understand security has an obligation. There's 3 doors. I assume we're going to be trying the case in this
Yes, sir.
courtroom. There's 3 doors. I know that we've got several security officers here in case she were to try to flee. But she's got no access to weapons or anything of that nature. She has a fundamental right to a fair trial. She has the fundamental right to a presumption of innocence. And if the jury were to see any restraints on her freedom, they're going to automatically assume the worst, that she is a danger. And people automatically will take that to heart, and it will affect their decision when they go back into the jury room. So, yeah, she's going to be at the table. I don't know if we switch it. Does the prosecutor go over here?
No, that's your table, sir.
That's my table, closest to the jury. So she'll be sitting here with the other 2 lawyers and I. And the only time they're going to see her walk in and out is going to, she's always going to be in the courtroom.
They're never going to
first.
see her walk in and out.
So the only time is when she testifies. So I guess that only, I don't know if you have leg restraints that she can wear and walk, but we believe it's not necessary. And of course, we definitely don't want them to see her walking funny or hear something funny or see something funny as she's walking from the defense table to the witness stand to testify on her own behalf. But I don't think it's necessary to have leg restraints. I think once she gets in here in the trial, beginning Monday, jury selection, and I assume the tables are going to stay here.
The privacy panels will be located in front as well, which will prohibit our jury from being able to see any of the leg restraints that she has.
I don't think it's necessary to have the leg restraints, Judge. I think you can bring her in with the leg restraints, but take them off right before we get started. I don't see a problem with that. I don't think she's a threat. You know, there are times when criminal defendants are in a trial and they may.
To be fair, I think Diane Downs, Fletcher Boy says she's no Diane Downs. Diane could run. I think Diane Downs is a giant. I mean, Sarah Boone is tall, about my height, but she's not that tall. Diane Downs was statuesque, I believe. And also, she could run if she was running. She had a purpose. In this case, when she ran, it was her cellmate's husband. Closest dick around, I guess.
Misbehave in the middle of the trial, so they have to be restrained. But Sarah Boone, as far as I've been involved, and I think prior to that time, has always been polite and cooperative, and she understands the importance of behaving, and I have every intent that she will comply with the court's directive and she will act appropriately throughout the trial. I do not believe any restraints are necessary during this trial.
Anything further as to that issue?
I don't believe that's case law authority on the issue.
Okay.
Police.
All right, thank you very much. With regard to your request for clothing in that, you could certainly go to the jail and provide, have whoever it is that you want to meet with her in the meeting area to get measurements from her and provide clothing. The clothing for trial will have to be provided to her at the Orange County Jail. That will be brought over with her in the morning, and then she'll be able to be dressed out downstairs. So your motion will be granted with regard to the clothing. You'll have to address.
Pamela, I don't know if I thanked you yet, but if I didn't, I don't think I did. I don't think I saw this before. Thank you for your generous donation. And welcome, Fletcher. Boy, it's good to see you. I missed you. I didn't see you around, and I was like, he's all right. And then I figured you're probably busy doing rock and roll things. And then I saw you in SKR's chat, and I was like, there he is.
With the jail, having a person come in there to take her measurements, they may have to be with you, counselor, in order to facilitate that. But the clothing will have to be dropped off at the jail, and it will be transported with her in the morning each day of trial. With regard to the appearance issue, do you have any other
Also, Pamela, I'd like to know what you're knitting, please.
further argument as to that?
Judge, just what's stated in the, I made some legal arguments in the defendant's motion for the right to hair, cosmetics, civilian clothing without restraints for trial. Just the arguments.
I missed that part, Fletch. That's how I do it. I selectively, I don't always pay attention. I only pay attention to things like, where is he? He's gone. I hope he's all right. I get worried. Then I see you somewhere else. Then I get mad. I'm a woman. I'm sure you understand.
And the Estelle case that you cited spoke to being dressed out in a prison garb. Doesn't really address a prison guard in shackles. It doesn't address any beautification or anything along those lines.
I just think it's,
oh my God,
it's just part of a fair trial.
The other problem is it's contraband. That stuff's not even purchasable at the commissary at the jail, any makeup or anything along those lines.
Well, I'm going to have the two paralegals here. I say the paralegals. One's a lawyer now, and the other is a consultant, but they're females, and they can bring the cosmetics in and apply it either here in the courtroom or just outside the courtroom. I'm sure there's a waiting room. There's no place where we can apply any.
You can't put them back there because we can't allow access back there. That's for corrections and for the sheriff's department and for the inmates.
Can she be allowed? Can the two females on the team, can they be allowed to apply some type of makeup to Ms. Smith?
State?
We don't have any dog in this fight. I've never heard of it happening. That doesn't mean it's not permissible, but
if you want to try to do it here in the courtroom, that's fine. But be advised that, when we start court, we start court. So, and I intend on starting it at 9 o'clock every morning. So I'll have pleas every morning in other matters because the court still has other business at 8:45, and I plan on bringing the jury up at 9 until we select one, and then starting at 9 every day thereafter. So your motion will be granted with regard to the clothing. You can perhaps someone attend, travel to the jail with you, sir, Mr. Owens, to take the measurements. You'll have to provide clothing at the jail.
Hey,
With
Sabros.
regard to the appearance, it's denied to have anything happen at the jail or happen in any of the secured areas. But if you want to attempt to have members of your staff apply makeup prior to trial, you certainly can do so. Court will provide you a written order with regard to the request for removal of the leg restraints. But the hand restraints will be removed. I think that it falls under the same analysis.
It needs to be done in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. And then the last item teed up for today is the, oh, I'm sorry, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So corrections in the Orange County Sheriff's Office have just advised me that the concern is if makeup is affixed and then she's taken back downstairs and then taken back to the Orange County Jail, they don't know if it's contraband, they don't know what's placed on her person. That's the concern.
It's just going to be some facial makeup.
I understand, but
I don't see.
DOC and Sheriff's Office are telling me they can't do it because of the concerns that were just outlined. After she's returned,
It's makeup, not miracles.
to Orange County Jail
Although-
facility.
Okay.
All right. You'll get an order with regard to the restraints no later than tomorrow. Moving now to the state's request for protective order. I've reviewed that. I need to understand what you're looking at, Mr. Owens, with regard to these custodians and supervisors at the state attorney's office.
I did not realize that was going to be addressed today.
Yes, my JA had emailed all y'all, I think last week after it was filed, that said this would be added to the hearing for, I guess that was filed on Monday, forgive me. I had emailed y'all and said that it would be addressed today.
Continuing the enlisting the I think it was
it's the third amended witness list lists certain people as witnesses: custodian of records, Orange County Office of State Attorney, domestic violence supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney, victim advocate supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney, and misdemeanor supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney. And the state is seeking a protective order on the grounds that it's
Barbecue Queen says Sarah's hair doesn't move. And you're right, except for when it does move, it moves in a way that shows you what kind of situation's going on there. Like in her body cams, when the wind blows, it moves, but like in such a way that like it's not a natural hair moving. It's, well, you've all seen it, you know.
work product or opinion product, and requiring prosecutors to disclose work product and impede criminal prosecutions is violative of Florida law.
Judge, as you know, we have filed our notice of intent for battered spouse syndrome in conjunction with self-defense. And we have listed and plan to introduce the fact that George Torres had been arrested, I think, 3 or 4 times prior to this event. And I think on 3 of those cases, the case was dismissed against Mr. Torres. And it's going to come out that Sarah Boone had requested the charges be dismissed. And I believe it's going to come out probably through expert testimony that that's one of the conditions, or that's one of the things that they try to do, bond you out of jail and then get the charges dismissed as a
It's called snap-on hair.
battered spouse. That's a common theme. So ultimately, the jury is going to hear about that, but the jury needs to know it's the ultimate position. The victim doesn't have the final say. It's the ultimate position from the state attorney's office as to whether to prosecute a case or to drop a case. Yes, they are to consider what the victim wants, and they are to consider their request, but ultimately,
That Owens has that sexy wide stance that makes you think of the beginning of to the song of, what is it, Gunsmoke?
the state attorney has to make that decision about whether a case is dismissed.
What are you going to be asking from these persons?
That.
How would that not be protected by work product?
Well,
As to whether or not it was a
if it comes
decision.
out, if it comes out that she went down there,
It is, Pamela, if you take a really close look, but we wouldn't do that now, would we?
requested the charges be dropped and they were dropped, then that gives the impression that she had the power and authority just to come down to the state attorney and ask the charge to be dropped, and they would. When in fact, the ultimate call is the state attorney's office. They don't have to drop cases, even if a victim claims they do. So just that decision by the state attorney to drop it was their decision. They considered the victims, but it was their decision to drop it and their power and authority to do so, not the victim's authority.
Okay.
It's a good idea.
Response?
Judge, that's opinion work product. That is absolutely protected. I don't understand why he believes that arrests and dismissals are relevant. What is relevant in a self-defense case is if the defendant is aware of specific instances of violence that the
Or gonorrhea,
victim has committed,
more likely in this
or
case.
reputation evidence that can come in from anybody, and it does not matter whether the defendant's aware of it. The notion that this sort of evidence would be admissible, much
Nobody
less
is,
through the
just
vessel
me.
of sworn prosecutors, and they have now gone ahead and named people who aren't even involved with the cases. Matthew Storch, Christina Mills, and Aaron McCullough, our head victim advocate, have all now, I learned while we were at the jail this afternoon, been served with subpoenas by the defense, and we are moving to quash those.
I'm just going to keep interrupting, obviously, because now it's just, now we have our core sexy people here. And, you know. Fletcher Boy says, Subros, I'm convinced that Owens thought Netflix was going to offer him a big money for a documentary. I agree. Or he would get himself kind of known in one way or another. And he may have, but he was so fucking, pardon my language once again. Can I curse? So beaten down by the time he was done with Sarah Boone for the relatively brief amount of time that he was, that he had to unplug and unwind and just be done with society for a while, civilization. Also, he didn't know that there was a pair of talented, aggressively prolific documentarians working on the Sarah Boone story as he worked on her case, on her trial. Wow, did they take the nation by storm.
Prosecutors and victim advocates and other support staff cannot be forced to come in and say why they dropped a case. That is opinion work product. And if they want to get public records about these cases and try to get them moved into evidence, then they have to do public records requests or compel discovery from the state attorney's office, which I believe we all have. I mean, the state has just been dropped
I'm
with
sorry.
her medical records that Investigator Lane got in 2021, even though they keep on saying in their amended discovery exhibits that they don't even have this evidence. We got dropped last Friday, the Aspire records and the Advent Health records that have documentation that Billy Lane picked them up in 2021.
BD, I have a question for you. Do you watch Oh Lordy, It's Jordy?
So the defendants had these things that are getting dropped on
I obviously do. That's why I'm asking.
the state for years, and we're just getting dropped on us this Friday. And now we are having to combat subpoenas and requests for documents. It is opinion work product. The people that they have listed didn't handle those cases or make those decisions, but that is the ultimate protection, is why we drop these cases. And it's up to the defendant if she wants to come in and say, yeah, I asked to get these cases dropped. I mean, that evidence is coming in anyways through her phone extraction. She is immediately working to bail the victim out. She's immediately working on dropping charges. In fact, there's a video of her coaching the victim on how to drop charges against her on her phone. So all that evidence is going to come in, but it cannot be coming in through opinion work product of the assistant state attorneys and our support staff.
Any further argument?
I didn't make the argument. I did not make
That's what I think.
The state attorney was going to be called to ask why they dropped it, as he just referred to, where they had to explain why the case was dismissed. No, the reason for that is just to explain that they have the ultimate power to dismiss, not the victim in a case. Not why we chose to drop 3 cases against George Torres, but they have the ultimate authority. The victim does not control the case, the state attorney does.
You have a written order on the motion, protective order for tomorrow, by tomorrow as well. Anything else, state, we need to address?
It appears, and again, been conducting motions all afternoon, it appears that we are set to allow the defense to depose our battered spouse syndrome expert at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah. And that will be done virtually.
With regard to the deposition of Dr. Brannon, the deadline is tomorrow.
That's set at 3 p.m.
Okay, that's still set at 3 p.m.
Yes. There will likely be a pending motion to strike if his testimony is duplicative Dr. Harper's. My understanding from the defense is he's just going to explain what battered spouse syndrome is. It's unclear why or how that would be different than Dr. Harper explaining that.
Is that taking place here or is that taking place in South Florida? Virtually?
Unfortunately, due to time constraints, I cannot be everywhere at all times.
Okay. All right.
Judge, and then on Dr. Brannon's deposition, yes, it's set for 3. I'm just learning now that the expert is going to be available at 10.
I didn't think so. But
Zoom. And we did talk about that at the jail, trying to schedule something for tomorrow. So she just evaluated Sarah Boone from noon to 2, and then I'm going to take her deposition at 10 tomorrow morning by Zoom. And then we're taking Dr. Brannon's deposition. If they file some type of motion about that, then of course I'm going to respond. We're going to need to have a hearing on it.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Those 2 things are the only 2 things that I believe we have left prior to jury selection on Monday.
Okay. If and
it was, as someone else just suggested, it was when what made him whip around was they mentioned something about her calling Sarah by her first name or something. And he was like, what did I say? Also, let's not forget that this man was started out all, you remember he wanted like a lapel, like a camera, a mic that he could, and they yesed him on this, but it was never brought up again. So he could walk around the courtroom like this was the James Owen show. And they were like, we'll see if we can do that. And then that just died because, I mean, there were a lot of things that he did in the beginning that showed what kind of party he thought this was going to be. He wanted makeup for her and he wanted her to look gorgeous, which is already, obviously he was trying to achieve things that were not possible. He wanted to traipse around the courtroom like Columbo and put on a show and he didn't realize that he was just trying to get a silver platter for a turd. It's just ridiculous. But he did a lot of things that were, it's only because of Kranick that he didn't look, that we don't remember a lot of the things that he did in the way that he was, because he didn't understand how to make certain objections, and Kranick would be like, please approach. Like he would let him just talk to him, like people, because this guy couldn't talk like a lawyer as far as this particular courtroom went, for sure. I mean, he was used to the Panhandle, not Orlando.
any motions are filed by anyone moving forward, please favor a copy to my judicial assistant upon filing. And if there's any authority that you intend on arguing that's not cited in the motion, please provide me that authority as well. Although it is a court holiday, the court will be working tomorrow. I will endeavor to get you written orders on all of these things no later than the close of business, hopefully earlier than that by tomorrow. On Monday morning, State, if you could please bring a copy of the score sheet so that when I colloquy Ms. Boone prior to trial about the charge, the potential penalties, everybody's on the same page as to what those are. Okay?
Yes. And if y'all could send me that, I'll go out to the jail. I'm going to be here.
If you could favor him a copy of that tomorrow or Friday so that he has the opportunity to review that score sheet with Ms. Boone in advance.
Yes, and we're going to be filing a motion in limine to exclude the battered spouse syndrome testimony that will need to be addressed. Just waiting to see now how the depositions pan out tomorrow. But based on what we witnessed this afternoon, it's the state's position that we're going to need to file a motion in limine.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you all very much. We'll address scheduling of any motions on Monday, and it may be a circumstance.
I'll play this to the end just in case I like watching her walk out too. So, and then I've got queued her first pro se appearance because everyone voted yes on that for some reason.
Whereas the court had identified earlier that we're just going to be looking at cause issues and what people may know about this case. That'll be happening before we turn it over to you all, which would include, Mr. Owens, your opportunity to voir dire on any defenses that may be being raised in this case. So it may be we may get a panel and then ask them to come back later in the week so that we can have those motions after we get that panel of 50, once we deal with all the cost challenges. Okay? All right. Thank you all very much. We'll see you Monday morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Get up. What is she doing?
Hours.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good good pause game there. So next we're going to do don't insult Obama or his suit ever. Oh, you mean, yeah. Yeah, I like it when he grabs the back of her chair too. Like, get up, bitch. So next we're going to do the pro se, obviously, as I said. It's like things I have to do here that are they're not complicated. They're very easy, but you know, still. Yeah. Yes. Similar. And they're similar in almost every way, as a matter of fact. Just terrifying. I don't remember that part. She looked so shocked. How do I not remember that? I don't know. But what happened there? Hang on. Look at this right here. Oh, Sarah. The pen. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh, my God. I now realize you said back of her chain. That's good, too. she is a punchable face. And, there's an expression in French for that, which I think I've mentioned before, but it's basically a face that was made to be slapped. And that's right there. Teensy bit snug.
Case number 2020 CF 2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone State.
When you're a jet all the way.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me? I do see that we have a representative from JACS that's appearing virtually. Sir, can I get you appearance for the record as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Christian Lake with the Justice Administrative Commission.
Okay, very good. All right, we've got a couple of things that we're going to be addressing this morning. The first is the motions, Ms. Boone, that you had made reference the last time I saw you.
Good question.
The court has reviewed
Women
all
don't
of those
shank
motions.
like that.
I've reviewed also JACS's
Fortunately.
reply, specifically their response to the motion seeking due process costs that was filed on July 30, 2024. State, have you?
Off topic, just for a second. How long do we think till Stephen Stearns gets something happens to him? Or is he so protected that it can't? Or do none of us know? I don't know because I haven't really followed up much on that
had the opportunity to
since his sentencing,
review all of Ms. Bone's motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
love
all right.
Nick.
Ma'am, I want to go through each one of them and hear from the state, from yourself, and from JACS. We're going to start first with y'all can be seated, you don't need to stand.
Did we talk about this
The
before?
defendant's temporary motion for reservation of proposed cost to acquire an investigator for defendant's defense and trial dated July 18, 2024, received July 29th. That request seeks to reserve any and all costs proposed to be incurred to acquire investigator. The defendant's temporary motion for reservation of proposed costs to acquire all witnesses for defendant's defense and trial dated July 18, 24, received July 29th, 2024. The request is to reserve any and all costs proposed to be incurred to acquire all witnesses for trial. And then defendant's temporary motion for depositions to be conducted per FRCP Rule 3.220 by defendant under pro se attorney title and position ordered by the judge in court dated July 18th, 2024 and received July 29th, 2024. I have reviewed all of those motions. All three motions reflect to be determined or TBD with regard to the investigator, witnesses, and deponents. The total amounts are to be determined. How to calculate is unknown. As to the depositions, the date are to be determined and the amount of transcripts are unknown.
Well, here's the thing. So Kelly says, I have to think she's got someone offering protection, how she's not continually getting smacked. But Sarah's like at her core, this is my opinion, of course, Sarah's a criminal. I mean, she is a no good Nick, to use the technical term. And she's really in her element now. So while Sarah is totally deserving of a smackdown daily, she's surrounded by people who are also deserving of a smackdown daily. And she's I mean, more high profile than the average inmate. She's in there for life. So normally it's just a different, from what I understand, especially in like in women's prisons, it's different. It's not like men who are like sleep with one eye open because it's going to be over for you soon. Women don't really care what you did or what kind of asshole you acted like when you did it and afterwards. Women are a minority, so they're on each other's sides more than men are. Men are, you know, also they're men. So, but I don't think she needs protection because she's just another criminal there. Like they're all assholes pretty much. I'm sure maybe not all of them, but you know, like, and I think a large part of that is the fact that they do, because they're a minority and they're often the ones being abused or killed or beaten or whatever it is, they tend to be more on each other's side or forgiving whatever it is than men who are rarely, well, yeah, more rarely the victim. Let's put it that way.
Mr. Lake, I've reviewed your response. Do you have anything else to add, sir, with regard to those items, investigators, witnesses, or deponents?
Not really, Your Honor. The only thing is we can provide Ms. Boone a copy of our pro se packet that has information about, including model motions. We would be happy to send her a copy or to send your JA a copy that you could send to give to her. That might help her for purposes of future motions. But as far as these are concerned, I think our response pretty much outlines what our position was to each of those requests.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you would be so kind to send that to Ms. Barrios, we will ensure that Ms. Boone gets a copy of it. State, do you have any position with regard to those three motions that the court just identified?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ma'am. So previously, Prison Break Investigations was already appointed to be your investigator. The JAC has no objection to authorizing $5,000 in costs for Prison Break and for $500 for obtaining case-related documents and materials on your behalf. So seeing as there's no objection, even though you were asking for a reservation, I'm going to go ahead and permit that cost to be incurred. With regard to the costs for witnesses and the depositions, you are requesting, as I identified earlier, just to reserve those costs. And as I had said earlier, the motions do not identify who the witnesses are or what the deponents are. So I'm going to deny those motions with prejudice, but that means you can refile them and we can readdress them when you file motions in the future addressing any of those items for ensuring witnesses being subpoenaed or appearing for your defense.
Why would he call it that?
Any persons that you may seek to depose, because as of right now, I don't know who it is that you were seeking to depose based on your own motions. Do you understand the court's ruling as to those three motions, and do you have any questions, or do you want to add anything?
I would like to add, please.
Sure.
With your delegated due date of July 22nd, for all of my pretrial motions to be submitted,
Sarah's hair made Hear Me Out's club sandwich.
I was trying to beat that deadline or at least meet it. So I don't know what I'm supposed to ask for or who I'm supposed to ask for. And again, I have yet to receive my discovery, so I don't even know who it is I need. So I understand for those. So you're telling me at a later date once I have that information to revise them.
I'm giving you the opportunity to refile them. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
With regard to the defendant's motion for reservation of proposed costs to, With regard to defendant's motion for reservation of proposed costs to acquire expert witnesses for the defendant's defense and trial dated July 18th, 2024 and received July 29th, 2024. Mr. Lake, anything else to add other than what is identified in your response?
No, Your Honor. Again, the issue here is, with the exception of the mental health expert that's already been approved, there would need to be much more specific motions for these costs. Ms. Boone needs to include essentially what we included in our response. And again, the model motions that we will be sending to will have that information. Without specific information, neither us nor the court can make an informed decision.
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
Okay. Ma'am, the
motion fails to identify any specifics. It has to be determined for your expert witness or witnesses. It does not identify the type of the witnesses. It doesn't identify the amounts, and it's difficult for me to identify the particular showing of need, which is what's required for the appointment of that expert. So again, I'm going to give you the opportunity to refile in the future a motion pertaining to any specific experts, identifying the specificity that JACS has requested in their response. So at this point in time, that motion is denied without prejudice, and you'll have the opportunity to refile it. Lastly is the defendant's motion requesting immediate relief to the defendant by appointing effective standby counsel to aid in support and preparation of a criminal case for trial dated July 18, 2024, and received July 29, 2024. The request, ma'am, that you were seeking in that motion is to provide immediate relief to defendant by appointing effective standby counsel to aid in support and preparation of her criminal case for trial. State, do you have any position with regard to Ms. Boone's request for standby counsel?
No, Your Honor, other than what's already been placed on the record in the court's order.
Okay. Mr. Lake, anything over and above what's in your response?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the point we would make, Your Honor, is I think Ms. Boone misunderstands the role of standby counsel. Standby counsel is not co-counsel or assistant counsel to a defendant. Standby counsel is there for when, in the situation where a pro se defendant who is elected to represent herself decide at some point they want a lawyer, that allows the court to.
So we've talked about this before, but I think to me, this man who I love, based on just what we all know, I don't know him personally. I know you're surprised by that. If I did, I'd have a picture. I'd make sure to have pictures of me and him together and be like, check this out. But to me, he sounds like he has a hearing impairment, right? Like he talks to me not like a deaf person, but like somebody who has, what is it, hearing impairment, right? Am I wrong?
Put a lawyer back into
Is there something else going on there, or does it sound like something else to you guys?
Play at that point in time. In other words, it's a safety mechanism so that if a defendant who is asserted to represent themselves
Oh, is Derek here?
decides at some point they do no longer want to represent
Mhm.
themselves, the court has a lawyer already in place so that the progress is not delayed. It is not
Everything.
an assistant or a co-counsel. It is someone whose role is
there
simply
he is.
not to get involved until the defendant says, I no longer want to represent myself.
Ma'am, the courts had the opportunity
I might
to
do that.
review the case
Good
law on
idea.
this
Thank you,
issue.
XD.
There is no constitutional right to stand by counsel as decided by Paul versus State, 152 Southern 3rd, 635 at pinpoint 641 by the Florida 4th District Court of Appeal in 2014, citing to the Florida Supreme Court case in Jones v. State, 449 Southern 2nd, 253 at pinpoint 258 from 1984.
Yeah.
As the court has determined that you have forfeited and alternatively waived by your conduct the right to court-appointed counsel, the court is not required to appoint standby counsel. That's Brown v. State, 45 Southern 3rd, 110 at pinpoint 114 through 115, Florida 1st DCA 2010.
Really?
Citing to, again, Jones v. State by the Florida Supreme Court.
He doesn't sound hearing impaired to you?
There is no Sixth Amendment right to
I'm
simultaneously
talking to you like you're hearing
pro se
impaired.
with legal representation by the Florida
I
Supreme
did
Court in
too.
2009 in Shepherd versus State,
Thank
17
God.
Southern 3rd, 275 and 279. For the reasons that the court identified in its 16-page order previously entered, your request for standby counsel is denied. Do you have any other questions, ma'am, as to the court's rulings this morning?
Hey, Unicorn.
And also, I feel that I should have had some type of evidentiary hearing prior to your decision. So I could have better explained myself and you could have had a better understanding. so by you denying my counsel, which thank you to him for explaining to me what specifically it is, I don't want to be pro se.
No shit.
So I didn't want to be pro se in the first place.
We know.
And again, you, in my opinion, unlawfully denied me or didn't even suggest an evidentiary hearing in order for me to avoid or try to go about a solution or remedy that you would understand. So I don't know if it's me either wasting your time or anybody else's time, if it's even an opportunity or if it's just something that is denied, period.
It is denied, period. With regard to an
Okay,
evidentiary
great.
hearing, that seems
Yeah.
to be in the realm of a Ferretta inquiry where a criminal defendant is seeking to represent themselves.
Yeah.
And I would inquire of that person and have an evidentiary hearing
Good
as
idea,
to the
Dan.
rights and remedies that you were forfeiting and the pros and cons of proceeding representing yourself and the benefits of being represented by counsel. Due to the Florida case law that was provided.
But now I have to get rid of you.
16-page
You're
order,
in the way.
no such evidentiary hearing is required.
Why?
Was the hearing, the Ferretta hearing, in regards to competency as opposed to having an understanding before you take someone's rights away?
Ferretta pertains to a criminal defendants seeking to represent themselves. Ferretta was not applicable to your situation, and that's only the sexy people that were provided in the 16-page order.
Yes, I understand. It was the day of that I was explaining most of all of this.
She's so full of shit. I hate her so much. But my favorite part of this is at one point she says, yes, I understand. I don't understand.
And as opposed to prior, so I would know
Prior.
what happened or could happen. So my understanding is one thing, and then the explanation is another. So I'm just confused and feel that I should have had an opportunity prior to all of this to explain myself and to have a better understanding. So now my belief was that the evidence or the Ferretta hearing was simply competency. So the evidentiary hearing I thought would be a collaboration of the information of why I wrote my letters in order for you to remove my rights counsel. That, in my opinion, I felt that it was a type of retaliation by the court because you did not understand or attempt to understand any of my letters that I wrote previously, which was for the intervention of the judge and or the court to avoid any of this with me sitting in front of you present.
Ma'am, as identified in my 16-page order, I listened to every audio hearing. I specifically provided dates and times and words that were specifically said at particular hearings involving yourself and prior counsel. I also made reference in the 16-page order to statements that were made in your letters. I promised you, I've read everything in the court file. I've read every single letter and I've listened to every single audio. That decision was not made lightly, and it took a lot of time to make that determination and that decision, which explains why it was also a 16-page order. That order stands, it remains. The court's not going to revise its findings or its determination as to your forfeiture, and alternatively a waiver by virtue of the conduct identified in that order.
Okay. I believe, in my opinion, the order is erroneous, and after I reviewed your 16-page order, there are quite a few incorrect entries, and some of them are based on perjury by the attorneys. And by you reading and then also listening to the audio, you did not listen to me in any way, shape, or form in order for me to explain myself better, so you have an exact understanding of the particulars of each letter for each attorney.
I'm not going to revisit my prior decision.
I understand. I'm just trying to make you aware that it's my opinion.
You and like we talked about last time, ma'am, you're certainly entitled to that opinion. All right. My judicial assistant has been in contact with the representative from the Orange County Jail, Sergeant Donald Casey, who is on his way in order to facilitate the transfer of the USB drives from Prison Break Investigations. I do see that Mr. Lane is present. So as soon as he gets here, we'll be able to address that exchange. What we can do while we're waiting for that representative to appear, is address some of the things that were identified in the notice of hearing for today, which is kind of a scheduling conference for when we might be setting up certain deadlines. As of right now, the trial is scheduled for October 7th. The trial will be extended from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. So the trial will take place on October 7th, October 14th, and the third week of October 21st. October 21st is not this division's normal trial week. However, the court has obtained coverage for that week so that should this trial proceed into a third week, we will not have to scramble in order to find coverage, and that we'll be able to efficiently proceed with any evidence or testimony on that third week on October 21. Pre-trial was scheduled for September 24th at 1:30. The court typically has its regular trial case managements on that Tuesday. Due to Ms. Boone representing herself and some of the complex issues that may be involved in this case, I'm inclined to change the date of the pretrial so that we might be able to have our own pretrial separate and apart from all the other cases that may be set for that same trial period. My thought would be to move it to, rather than the Tuesday the 24th, to Tuesday the 26th at 9 a.m.
Is that a Thursday?
Yes, sir. That's Thursday.
That's acceptable to the state.
Ms. Boone, that would give you additional opportunity to prepare for trial as well. Are you amenable to changing that date to September 26th at 9 a.m.?
So an additional 2 days?
Correct. You would still have that time to prepare regardless if we had the hearing on September 24 or September 26th. I'm just moving it so that we don't have 50 or 60 other cases and I can focus more attention on your case specifically. Okay, all right, so pretrial will be rescheduled till September 26th at 9 a.m. One of the issues that I wanted to address was deadlines for production of the state's exhibits and the defendant's exhibits. Now, I'm mindful, Ms. Boone, that you have not reviewed some of the documents that may have been provided. I know most recently, Ms. Cashman spent 20 hours with you alone going over questionings and reviewing some of the materials. I don't know the breadth and scope of what was reviewed to you, but some of it may have been reviewed to you based on counsel's representations. State, I want to address with you first, because Ms. Boone hasn't reviewed the discovery yet, as to what your position is with regard to assembling or finalizing an exhibit list or your exhibits for trial.
As far as providing a list of the specific items that the state seeks entry of?
Correct. I do want it before pretrial. So let me just kind of lay the map for what the court's thinking. The court would have the state provide a exhibit list and a witness list by X date. Ms. Boone would have the opportunity to look at that list. We would then have a hearing where all of the exhibits would be shown to and provided to Ms. Boone. They would be provided on a USB thumb drive that could be utilized with a laptop at the jail. And then she could view all those exhibits here in open court. And then she would be afforded the opportunity to make an objections in writing to any exhibits at a later time by a certain date.
I guess one of the concerns would be that if the state identified specific items that we would seek entry of, depending on the course of the trial and the questioning, there may be other items that have already been disclosed in discovery that may necessitate being entered in, would potentially not be part of this original witness exhibit list. Items that were in the discovery, but if that makes sense.
That does make sense, and I understand what you're saying. And that seems to be more of a fluid situation as to what may happen at trial, right?
Hi, Betty.
Sure. don't imagine the court's intent would be for the state to just produce the exact witness lists that have already been sent in discovery and just make a notation of every item of evidence. The idea would be to try to pare down.
That's exactly the idea. Now, obviously, that wouldn't foreclose you if something was produced in discovery and something that would not be relevant or admissible at a certain stage of the trial, but maybe later became relevant or admissible due to something that happened or something that was said. I would not foreclose the state, nor would I foreclose Ms. Boone from attempting to move that piece of evidence into evidence for the jury to consider. But it would be almost like a civil conference where you and opposing counsel would go over what your exhibits are prior to proceeding to trial. And I think that's important to do that so that Ms. Boone has the opportunity to view those in court, so that's on the record as to what she's reviewed, and then give her the opportunity to provide any objections, if any, to any of those exhibits. And again, I wouldn't foreclose you if you want to use items A, B, and C, and that's all you intend on using. I don't know what you intend on using. I don't know what evidence you have. If you only want to use and only show A, B, and C, but are saving D, E, and F for later, depending on what happens, I won't foreclose you from readdressing D, E, and F. But it's just an opportunity to address what it is you think you're going to be seeking into evidence at this time.
So essentially,
that's it.
So I think we could accommodate that if we could go around September the 1st for that, and then that would give her an opportunity to review that USB and lodge any objections, and then we could potentially address those objections and go from there.
Okay. And that would be September 1 to have the evidence viewing, for lack of a better word, or for the list to be provided?
For the list in the USB.
Yeah, we're going to make this work for an October 7th trial date, Judge. I think September 1st is probably about the right time frame to have this in-court hearing to begin lodging those objections if she has any. My next question is, are you expecting the physical evidence to be brought here into court by a CSI so that she can potentially open it? Or are we just talking about digital evidence and giving her a list of the physical items?
If there's physical evidence that's sought, I want her to have the opportunity to review it.
Donated to whom, Alfie?
And we should be looking at the top of the month for September so that we can get this done.
Okay, all right. Ma'am, do you understand that what it is that I'm discussing right now, so that you have the opportunity to review the evidence the state may be seeking into evidence in your trial?
Is it my understanding that they will supply me with a USB drive and then I am to review it while in court?
No, ma'am. So it's kind of a two-step process. So anything that's digital, that's not forensics or CSI or something that's tangible, will be provided to you on a USB drive. We also will have a hearing where all of the evidence, including any digital, electronic evidence, or any tangible evidence.
Sarah's hair is here illegally. I hope that doesn't get it in trouble, though.
Evidence, CSI materials will be shown to you in court, played to you in court, so you have the opportunity to review it here as well. Anything else will also be given to you on a thumb drive for you to review at your leisure based on the hours of 8 to 4 by the laptop at the Orange County Jail. And then we will have a deadline after we have this evidence viewing for you to identify in writing any objections that you have to any of the evidence that's been provided by the state.
So it's not a matter of any type of confidentiality. It is all done in the courtroom with everyone?
It would be in the courtroom, correct?
Are there going to be news cameras and photographers?
That's something I need to address. I do not want, because our jury pool is going to be coming from Orange County, I have
What exactly is over and above?
concerns about the media's presence in the evidentiary viewing. So I may have to enter an order which would prohibit media access for the purposes of that hearing due to the nature of what is being produced and reviewed so as to further prevent intimate details of the case being released prior to trying the case.
Understand that, Judge. Ms. Boone, not to turn the page completely, but I think it's pertinent to this discussion, has indicated through some counsel that had met with her recently that she wants to talk to the state out of the jail. And I was going to discuss that at the end, but perhaps to not waste the court's time, I don't know about bringing physical evidence out to the jail, but as far as the digital evidence, which will include autopsy photographs, which will include crime scene photographs, which will include videos, perhaps a different suggestion, especially since she has an investigator from Prison Break, is that we identify those files that we intend on introducing at trial so that they can review that digital evidence on their own in the jail, and we're not publishing all the digital evidence here in open court. That should allow her the opportunity to lodge any potential objections, such as duplicative or any other objections she may want to raise about autopsy photos, so on and so forth, without exposing all of the digital media to the public. As far as the physical evidence, the state doesn't have any real concerns about the media covering that. She can open those exhibits, or somebody with scissors can open those exhibits for her if there are any exhibits she wishes open in the witness box where it's concealed from the media's eyes. So those are my suggestions. And then later we can turn to her request and put on the record how we would go about going out to the jail and meeting her.
The only concern that I have with that is I don't have a record as to what it is that she reviewed.
My suggestion would be that because this is in the context of plea negotiations potentially, I would be out there, Mr. Cacciatore would be out there, and our investigator would be out there, and we would record it, the conversation that we have, of course, and that would all be protected because it would be in the spirit of plea negotiations under the evidence code. And then we can all file in writing, the state can file in writing, these are the videos that we are going to use. These are the particular photograph numbers from the crime scene and from the autopsy photographs that we're going to use. And then we can have the defendant sign off on that as well, so that it's documented as to what was told that she would be facing at trial. And either she can review it with her investigator, or she can review it with us, being present, and then that way the digital evidence is not open.
Okay. Ms. Boone, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm a little lost. So it's an option of reviewing what the state has with my investigator, and then be able to come with the objections and everything.
That is correct.
I'm unclear on having all of my evidence being in sealed bags, and for me to be able
Hey,
to
Insta.
inspect them to be here in the courtroom. I don't know how the attorneys have done any of this prior, but I
Yes.
believe that it was in the courtroom. So I'm just trying to protect myself against the media. I'm not sure at this point what is even suppressible that is available on the internet. But at the same time, though, it is my understanding that I should have some right to privacy in reviewing the evidence. So I didn't know.
She looks like she could have been there.
My investigator and I are able to collaborate prior and review, and then come to court with everything finalized and ready to go to answer.
I'm certainly going to give you an opportunity to meet with your investigator to address it. The question is just the method of how to do it. The state's proposal is digital. They would meet with you, identify specifically digitally what videos, what photographs they intend on utilizing, and anything that may be physical, CSI, etc., would be addressed here in open court.
Just so the court and the defendant understands how physical evidence viewing would operate normally, the defense attorney and or her or his investigator would come out either to the sheriff's office or OPD's evidence center, whichever agency, and they come and view it. But it's done in the presence of the state, it's done in presence of law enforcement, it's done in presence of the CSI for the chain of custody. So attorneys don't get privacy when they're reviewing the physical evidence either. So that wouldn't really be any different than if she's doing it in the witness stand or wherever you deem suitable in the courtroom.
I think that's the most appropriate way to have the opportunity, ma'am, to review the evidence. I can't release that evidence to Mr. Lane to bring to the jail for your review because of the chain of custody issues concerning some of the physical evidence. So CSI would have to be here just like an evidence viewing at the sheriff's office or elsewhere where counsel just identified. And I cannot bring you anywhere else other than here, and I can't release you to anywhere else. So I think the only solution that we have is to have the evidence viewing here with regard to any of the physical evidence.
Why is it that it cannot be transported anywhere other than here?
Because I cannot make a record anywhere else of what you saw or what was reviewed. The only opportunity for me to make that record is here in court.
Yeah.
What did prior attorneys do?
That was already identified by the state.
I know I'm trying to keep up with everything. What was the answer, please?
So an attorney who's doing an evidence view would come out to the law enforcement agency's evidence warehouse, for lack of a better term. And then in the presence of the state attorney, the CSI, and the lead detective, they look at the package, and if they deem any particular package worthy of opening and examining, they can do that. We can have the CSI bring butcher paper here so that any particular item can be opened, put on fresh butcher paper, and then changed out between exhibits so that there's no contamination. And then you can examine it. If Mr. Lane or any other representative from his organization is here, he will have the opportunity to photograph those exhibits once taken out of the packages. And that's essentially how an evidence viewing is conducted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And again, please, would the media be involved in that?
That's a conversation that I need to see if I can exclude them from participation or viewing that proceeding. There are rights where the media has to view proceedings in court, but due to the sensitive nature of what may be being discussed or viewed, I need to see if I can prevent media access. So without doing a little bit more further dive or research in that, I don't know if I can make that call at this time.
Yes, I have not heard of a case where the evidentiary hearing has been televised. So, if you could please look into that, because I disagree with the media being involved in that.
I understand your position, and again, for the reasons that I stated earlier, I'm trying to prohibit as much as I can from dissemination to the public, especially some of the exhibits that the state may be seeking to utilize. We are going to go ahead and set the evidence hearing. The first is Sunday. September the 1st is a Sunday, and that is Labor Day. The court would be setting a hearing for Tuesday
with twins,
the 3rd at 9 a.m. to have the physical examination here in court. At that time, if the USB drive or the after our viewing here in court, state is it your position to then have that meeting with Ms. Boone and her investigator and your investigator under the plea negotiations or settlement discussions auspices to review all of the digital and identify what it is specifically?
We are happy to defer to the defendant's wishes on that. And I wanted to have that discussion. It seems like we're turning that discussion. So I'll leave it in Ms. Boone's court. My indication from one of the attorneys that she had discussed things with said that she wanted to have a conversation with us. And so I'm offering that up. In the past, with female defendants at the Orange County Jail, there are classrooms, or at least one classroom there, where we could arrange to meet. It would be a big enough room for 4 or 5 of us that would need to be there. And then we can discuss that, whatever it is she wants to discuss, and it would be recorded. And again, those portions of the conversation that are about plea negotiations and the evidence and whatnot in the trial, I believe under the evidence code would not be admissible to be used against her. And I can leave it to her when she wants that to happen. We can make arrangements to try and accommodate that. It should not take us very long at this point, given the age of this case, to select and identified which digital evidence exhibits we're going to use. It's simply a matter of getting rid of duplicative and irrelevant photographs from the scene and the autopsy. I believe the videos won't be too hard to decide which ones to use. I don't know that there's a whole lot of other digital evidence.
Okay, all right, ma'am, do you have a thought on when you would like this viewing to take place at one of the classrooms at the Orange County Jail under the concept as identified by the state?
So this meeting is separate. This is prior, before everything else.
What I would envision, to not waste anybody's time, is we can go out there and have this discussion, if there is a discussion to be had about plea offers. One of the other topics was other matters, so that's kind of ambiguous. I'm not sure what other matters are. And then also we can let her know and probably provide the court in writing a list of the digital evidence that we seek to introduce. And then that way, if she wants us to review those digital evidence items together with her in the presence of everybody, we can do that. Or we can let her, with the list of the digital evidence that we plan on introducing, review that as many times as she wants by herself and or with Mr. Lane.
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
So the state needs to assemble that. So my thought would be to have that meeting, ma'am, on the 3rd of September. So we would have a hearing at 9 o'clock in the morning where the fiscal evidence would be reviewed here in the courtroom. As soon as that evidence was finalized and reviewed, the state with their investigator, yourself with your investigator, would then meet that afternoon at the Orange County Jail to address, as the state has identified or spoken about, any settlement negotiations, plea offers, and under the other category to address what the digital exhibits are. They would provide you those on a USB drive, and they would identify for them specifically what it is that they are seeking for you to review at that point in time and have the ability to review it afterwards.
We're happy to do that beforehand, and I just want clarification. By providing her the USB with all the narrowed down exhibits out of discovery, are we providing it to Mr. Lane? How are we?
It would have to be provided to Mr.
I don't think Sarah would understand it. Not only because she doesn't understand anything, but because she doesn't understand anything. Thank you, Polynomial, if I did not thank you already.
Mr. Lane, who would then have to provide it to a member of the staff at the jail, the names of which I have from the captain at the jail as to what persons are involved in the laptop process. And then once that's done, I would require Mr. Lane to identify with a filing in the court, probably in the form of an affidavit, as to when, where, and how the USB drive was received by him, and when, where, how, and to whom it was delivered.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I feel uncomfortable when you supplying my evidence to the jail. So I don't know if there's a way that, I don't know if you are aware, but my jail phone calls have been released, and there's a lot of things that have been released from the jail. So I don't know, I do not feel protected by you all handing it to the jail. I know that Mr. Lane and I previously had worked on the laptop with USB drives that he has furnished himself, bringing in from the outside. So I didn't know, and I would feel more comfortable if there was a process or procedure. I don't know who your names are from the jail. I do know the captain whom I spoke to the other day regarding my laptop. But I would very much.
Who was that, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
Who was that?
For which?
The captain that you spoke to. Who was it?
Giovanni.
Okay.
There's multiple sergeants involved, and I did meet the gentleman who was supposed to be here today to pick up the USB drives. So I don't feel comfortable, please, with providing the USB drive of my evidence with things that have been leaked or released from the jail. So if there's a possibility, please, I would like for my investigator to have that and bring in with me prior.
If I understand the jail's protocol, which I read to you at our last hearing, the Jail will keep custody of the USB drives and release them with the laptop as well. So I don't know how I can bypass that process that they've created, because the USB drives and the laptop, when it's checked out by you and when it's returned by you, is all going to be logged in their IMS system.
Right, it's simply a laptop. It's a very basic laptop where.
If only she found out. If only she understood that.
They bring in with them from the outside. It's simply a basic laptop that we are able to utilize at the Orange County Corrections Department. That's how we have done that prior. So I don't know what it is different, and I don't know the jail protocol because no one's included me.
You were provided a copy of it through the court filing, and I read it to you at the last hearing.
Your understanding is different than my understanding because my contacts from the jail are telling me something different.
Who? What are their names?
Yeah.
Sergeants.
What are their names?
I'd rather not get them involved with fear of harassment or anything from other.
Ma'am, I'm deferring to what the Orange County Jail and the captain that you identified specifically as to her memorandum to the court.
Sarah would rather not give names because all of a sudden she's not that type. You know, she's not trying to get anyone. I hope this doesn't get him in trouble, but, and more specifically because she is lying.
Which was read to you at our last hearing.
And he knows it, which is why he asks.
Which was sent a copy to you by a notice of service. And it was provided by U.S. mail. It was sent out last week.
I have yet to receive anything such as.
Don't worry, I have a copy to give to you this morning, just in case you have not received it.
Yes, the last thing I have is your order that you provided me with the implementation of your USB drive.
Okay.
Option.
All right.
So anything that you are speaking of in the meantime, I do not know, and it was served by process,
It was served by U.S. mail.
by U.S. mail? Yes. I actually have 3 motions, please, if I may submit them to you.
In a moment.
Yes, in the process of, because the address that you are, I'm guessing, sending these to is incorrect.
I received your letter
Thank you,
addressing
Grampy.
the address issue. That's been remedied. So the appropriate legal mail address will be utilized. It was simply a clerical error, and that has been remedied. But regardless, I did read to you at our last hearing the protocol for the USB drive in the jail. The court is inclined to follow the Orange County Jail's protocol with regard to the USB drives. So the evidence, digital evidence that the state seeks to admit at trial will be put on a USB drive, delivered to Mr. Lane. That will be delivered to a representative from the Orange County Jail. And Mr. Lane will thereafter file a filing with the court in the form of an affidavit identifying when he received it from the state and who he gave it to, when he gave it to, and what representative of the jail he gave it to.
So it goes from the state to Mr. Lane to the jail.
For the purposes of indexing it, for the purposes of their records, under the protocol, and then it will be available for your use.
So if I want to see all of my evidence digitally, I need to contact someone at the jail.
No, ma'am. The evidence that were in the 2 bankers box that Mr. Lane digitized for you is going to be provided to the jail. That's going to be provided with the laptop to you. And that's available to you from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day in the protocol that I read to you at our last hearing.
Yes, and I will speak to the captain just to be aware that everyone that it is in the process, if I do not feel comfortable with any of this, I do not feel protected either by the courts or the jail system. So for right now, I don't know if it can be postponed or if it's something that I need to write another letter to. Everything takes longer in jail. So by me trying to get a hold of the captain nonetheless, is going to be a feat in itself. So I want you to know if anything that I am in the process of trying to reach out to the captain. I don't know if she'll be here today or if it'll be the contact person. So in the process, I am working on speaking to the captain because I do not feel, like I said, that I am protected in any way, shape, or form by the Orange County Corrections Department withholding my evidence in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. The court's going to follow the procedure as I outlined at the last hearing. So here's what we will do. We will, on Thursday, September the 3rd at 9 a.m., we'll have a hearing to review the physical evidence. At that time, the state will provide its exhibit list, which will be filed with the court at that time, and a copy will be given to Ms. Boone of the physical and the digital evidence they are seeking to admit. After we have the in-court examination of the physical evidence, that afternoon, there will be a meeting at the Orange County Jail between the state, its investigator, Mr. Lane, Ms. Boone, to review the digital evidence and provide a USB drive with that information.
Can caveat in that order be unless it hasn't already been done? In case we do it ahead of September.
Sure, if you want to do it before, the deadline to do it will be to September 3. But the in-court physical examination will be at September 3. So if you all want to meet in advance of that, I won't prohibit that. Just file something in the court file identifying a notice or some document so that it identifies when that meeting took place, when the evidence viewing took place. Okay, thank you very much. Ma'am, after we've had this hearing on September 3, and that being the deadline for the digital evidence and the viewing of the physical evidence, the court would then like to set a deadline for when you would provide your objections to the state's exhibits. Mindful that this will take place on September 3 and that we have pretrial set for September 26th, and if we need to have a hearing with regard to those objections, my thoughts would be to give you 2 weeks until the 17th to lodge your objections. And those would need to be provided in writing by the 17th. So that if there are objections and if we need to have a hearing on them, that hearing can be held when we have our pretrial on the 26th. That would give the state ample opportunity to prepare for any of the objections that you have.
Forgive me, and thank you for your patience, everyone. So on September 3rd, I will be viewing the digital and physical evidence here in the courtroom.
Correct.
And then later that afternoon, I will be meeting with the state and my investigator.
If they don't meet with you prior to that date. The deadline for the state's investigator, your investigator and yourself to meet to review the digital evidence would be no later than the close of business on September 3. I've outlined for when I would like it done, but if the state wants to meet you in advance of that date, they can do so.
Yes, please. If I may ask, please, what is your name, sir?
William J.
Could you spell your last name, please?
J-A-Y. Don't get fast.
And what is your affiliation with the state?
I'm a homicide unit chief.
Yes, please. And I am okay if you would like to meet prior, so less time is consumed on the day of our meeting, supposedly on the 3rd.
So I assume you have availability. Should I meet with Mr. Lane to discuss his availability so we can get out there this month?
Yes.
Then you can do that. And like I said, Mr. J, if you could file that notice, just identifying when, that would be most appreciative. So ma'am, understanding where we are with the viewing, what is September 17th for the deadline for your objections acceptable to you?
Yes, and if I may please raise the point that I have a motion here in regards to, well, I'm in the process of working on it for the laptop. I do not have my discovery as of yet, and I do not have the laptop as of yet. I do not know what hiccups may be involved. There's a lot of hiccups with the jail already. So I'm trying to figure out when and where I'll be able to view anything. So there's a great restriction also that is being put on the laptop usage from 8 to 4. I'm unable to utilize my time to the full extent. Also, I have a motion here to receive my hard copy evidence because when the laptops are in quotes, the laptop is in quotes, closed for the day at 4 p.m., I can therefore pick up using the hard copy evidence.
I haven't had the opportunity to review the motions that you're speaking of. Neither has the state. We'll address them today. I don't have a problem doing that. I'm just not going to do it right this second because I haven't had the opportunity to review them yet.
Yes, and I'm just explaining myself in the meantime, please, so you're aware of what I have already thought of and am trying to ease the pain of everyone with me trying to figure out how to do everything and when and do it appropriately. But I just wanted you to know that by us bringing that topic up, I have that to also be looked over.
Okay.
Please. 9/17, if that has to be changed, am I okay to do that?
I'm trying to set deadlines now, ma'am. And that will give you 2 weeks to review the physical evidence. You'll be provided the digital evidence, it seems, in advance of that September 3rd deadline. And that may give you more than 2 weeks to review and lodge any objections.
This is just for the evidence?
Correct. This is only addressing any objections to the evidence that the state seeks to admit.
The digital discovery, is any of that included in that?
Yes.
Okay. I am very weary to make these type of deadlines.
Well, we're setting them today,
I understand. So the 3rd is a what day? Thursday?
Tuesday. So the 17th would be 2 weeks later, Tuesday the 17th.
And that is me coming with my objection.
That would be you filing your objections in writing with the court. And to the extent we would need to have a hearing on those objections, we would have them when the pretrial or trial case management conference is set at 9 a.m. the following Thursday, the 26th of September.
I'm sorry, what is on the 26th?
That's when we're having our pretrial or trial case management to address any last minute issues regarding trial.
Forgive me. So today being August 5th, I'm supposed to expeditiously complete my case that in every way, shape, and form by September 26th in order to go to trial for October 7th.
The dates are what the dates are. September 26th is the trial case management date, and October 7th is the trial date.
So by me not even seeing my discovery yet 2 days and only being restricted to a laptop from age 4 and not having my hard copy evidence.
You have 62 days to prepare for trial, not including today. And you're going to get your discovery today.
Wow. So in over 4 years, it comes down to me representing myself in 62 days.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Am I supposed to?
What now we're addressing, ma'am, is September 17th.
Right.
The deadline, which is 2 weeks after having the physical view of any of the physical evidence. It sounds like Mr. J is going to try to meet with you pretty promptly regarding the digital evidence. So you'll have plenty of time to review that in 2 weeks at a minimum, or 2 weeks at most rather, to lodge any objections to the physical evidence.
I understand. I just don't understand how to file objections.
I cannot answer that for you. That would be me providing you legal advice, which I'm prohibited from doing. All I can tell you is that if you have objections to any of the exhibits that the state may seek to move into evidence, you will have to lodge those objections by the close of business on September 17th. Those objections will have to be in writing. If we have to have a hearing on those objections, that hearing will be held on September 26th.
Okay. And if I may ask, are these being delegated or I'm being incorporated in this in order for me to be able to say yay or nay?
I don't know what that means. What do you mean delegated?
Are you delegating to me as you delegated everything else in regards to taking my counsel and all of your orders?
You are representing yourself for the reasons that the court identified in its 16-page order. It is your responsibility, as you are representing yourself and proceeding pro se, to comply with the court's orders and deadlines. So if you have objections to any of the exhibits that the state may be seeking to offer into evidence, be it digital or physical, based on your review of those, the deadline to submit those in writing would be on September 17th.
Okay, so you're making statements, so I don't have any say in it.
I've asked you what your thoughts would be as to when. You've never provided me in a disagreement with regard to that date as of yet. You've asked questions about your motions that I haven't seen yet, your desire to have hard copies, which we addressed at the last hearing, but I'll be glad to address it again today. You have yet to tell me that that date's unacceptable for you, and if so, why?
I wouldn't necessarily say unacceptable, I'm just
Shakira.
agreeing to a date when I am pro se and have never been pro se before and do not know what I'm doing. So I just want to make sure that I do it correctly and have an understanding also if you are proposing that I go to trial within 62 days, that I know what I'm going into and what I may expect. So I didn't know if this would just be easier on everyone else, if they just delegated the date and gave me a printed copy with your order and whatever information you have. I don't know. I don't know either if you all are just proposing that because I'm incarcerated, just the dates are what you tell me. I don't know what I'm doing. I do not know what I'm doing. So I'm trying to learn as I go, which is why I'm grateful for everyone's patience. But at the same time, though, for me to accept this date and then not be able to meet it, what happens when that happens, if it should happen?
I can't answer that question. Again, that would be me providing you legal advice as to what to do if something happens. I simply cannot answer that question. I'm not allowed to.
Well, I'm with the court, so whatever it is that you all are trying to do in order to expedite this even more than what it's being expedited, I'm guessing I agree with September 17th.
Okay. All right. Now, ma'am, I believe that takes care of all of the deadlines with regard to the state's exhibits. Now I want to address the deadlines for any exhibits or witnesses that you may be seeking. I am mindful that you will be receiving the discovery today and that you have not had the opportunity to review some of the items that may be in the discovery. So how much time would you like to provide to the court the list of exhibits that you may be seeking to enter and the list of witnesses that you may be seeking to have testify in a defense should you choose to put one on?
Please understand that I do not have access to a normal phone. I don't have access to a normal phone at normal hours. So I am trying to overcome the hurdle of trying to, number one, locate any of my witnesses, and then also try to communicate with them on a payphone only telephone call that I do not have regular access to, and that are limited to only 15 minutes that I have to share with 62 other inmates. That is a hurdle, please, that I need to
Hi, Alexa.
into consideration in order for me to be able to try to determine my witnesses, to determine any expert witnesses. May I ask, please, does the laptop have internet access?
I'm unaware. I'm unaware if it does.
To view any documents?
I'm unaware. I can't answer the question that I don't have an answer to. I'm unaware if it has internet access.
If she did have internet access, what do we all think she would be doing? Even though she immediately claims for documents, although I don't know why she would need internet access for documents. But what do we? Just throw a couple of things out there. Like, what do you think Sarah's doing on the internet?
Whom is it that I need to speak to in order for this?
We may be to inquire of the jail representative who is appearing for the hearing this morning, and if not, the captain may be able to provide that information, but I do not know if it has internet access.
May I ask your contact names from the jail?
Give us 1 second.
Please, and also because of the court's error of sending my information that you're referencing to the incorrect
Sorry.
address, could you please provide me a copy of that also?
What is it that you're asked? Which, the protocol, ma'am? That was what was most recently sent.
I don't know. Whatever it is, the last thing that I received from you in the court was the hand delivery of the order regarding
Sure.
USB.
I have a copy that Madam Clerk's already printed out of the protocol. we will have the deputy hand deliver that to you.
Somebody had to say that, but they didn't.
Oh, I sent it to Anita. That's why. Give me a second. I'll have Madam Clerk print that out for you right now, ma'am. So, understanding that as of right now, you do not have hard copies. You'll be provided digital copies. And to review all this evidence, ma'am, when in time do
Dandy, do you think she'd be looking up XXX Dick Cheney?
you feel comfortable in providing the court and the state the list of your witnesses and your exhibits that you may be seeking to introduce?
I'm going to go with to be determined because I just explained also, please, that I do not have access to a regular phone. I need to locate anyone. I need to do research. I don't know if I have internet access to anyone. I don't have a phone book. There's no way that I know how to do any of this without essentials and fundamental equipment in order for me to be able to provide you with those answers. I cannot promise anything because I do not know how I will be able to do any of that at this moment. I would like please to propose your understanding of a meeting that I would like to have with the captain so I can see if I can have access to a regular phone.
Just out of curiosity.
Right now I have a tablet that is used for text messaging and movies and the law library.
I don't have Alexa either. I think a lot of people don't have Alexa.
You can certainly have those conversations with the jail representatives. But ma'am, we were on notice today to address those deadlines, and I cannot set a to be determined deadline at this time. I understand that there's been some delays with regard to discovery. As I told you at the last hearing, we're moving as expeditiously as possible to get you that, and it took some time for that process to be created. That process is going to start today. Mr. Lane's here. Representative from the Orange County Jail will be here. That handoff will take place. You'll have access to that laptop with all the information today.
If the defendant's not going to make a suggestion, make a state.
Sure.
My suggestion would be to give her 14 days after the point that the specific evidence identified by the state to be used at trial is provided to her. So, for example, the physical evidence, which we
She's
plan on
hot in
getting
a lot
her
of
a
ways.
list of those physical items well in advance of September 3rd. That will just be the date that she can actually see them. But my suggestion for those physical evidence items would be September 17th, and then 14 or 15 days after whichever day we get the specific list of digital evidence items to her. Would be our suggestion.
Ma'am,
Fuck you on the
there
steak
is
and
a
fuck you on the
memo
14
that
potatoes.
14 days after you've had the opportunity to review the digital evidence, and 14 days after you've reviewed the physical evidence to provide your exhibit lists.
I don't feel comfortable with any of this.
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
I don't have the same opportunities as
I hate her.
attorneys prior. So I feel that you all are pressuring me and forcing me into these things which I may not be able to meet or exceed.
Can I add that obviously either side, if there's good cause for why a deadline wasn't met, if something comes up, then we're not prohibited either side from complying with the rules of discovery afterwards. But there would just need to be a cause shown at that point.
Do you understand that, ma'am?
I do.
That I'm setting these dates for now, and if either party can establish good cause why these dates should be moved.
Yes, and that is why I'm trying to make everyone aware prior to all of this to understand.
Make everyone aware prior.
By being incarcerated and not having access to a phone, not having access to the internet, and not having access to any more other, like I said, basics, fundamental basics, which is why I'm making you all aware now, so you are aware that when the time comes, should it, why for good cause, I'm stating my good causes now, if not, there are additional at that time.
Ma'am, as of right now, the court is inclined to agree with the state's suggestion.
I think Brian Walsh may have been one of the top 3 of great searches. Him, there was someone else. Was it Halderson? Who had a few good searches? And of course, Joel God Jr., that handsome devil, left his whole journal behind. Corey with her, I mean, all of her searches. Brian Walsh, definitely up there. And there were a few others, but I have to think about it for a sec. Sarah was too stupid to make any searches. I mean, not that it's smart, but she wasn't even thinking about. Also, she didn't need searches to incriminate her because she had the snuff film and everything else.
That 14 days after viewing the digital evidence, which will take place no later than September 3rd, sounds like it'll take place way in advance of that, you are to provide in writing your list of exhibits that you want to attempt to move into evidence. 14 days after viewing the physical evidence on September 3rd.
Blank Sun says that her username sets off so many creators' actual blanks that she's thought of changing it. I mean, I personally don't have a blank, but I know what you mean, and I understand that. I had to change my handle because summa cum loudmouth, the middle word there is cum, and it was being blocked in chats and various, like, I had a whole issue with my chats not coming up. And at first I was like, that's okay, who cares? But after a while I was like, I mean, in my own chats, like, it was just, so they were blocking me because of my middle name, which is Latin, okay? And like, what kind of sick world are we living in? And also every once in a while I would get the occasional comment that was like, you're so disgusting. How like attention hungry are you? And I was like, look up summa cum laude. Just Google it and you'll see. That never occurred to me. Like, I didn't do summa cum magna because I thought it was too close to MAGA, you know? But this, I did not see coming, so to speak, if you will.
You are to provide in writing the list of any exhibits that may be physical that you intend to enter into evidence. Those dates can be extended for a good cause that may be shown. State, would you like the opportunity to review those exhibits similar to an evidence viewing that we're having with Ms. Boone reviewing the state's exhibits? Would you like a similar opportunity to review any of her exhibits?
If the defense has any physical evidence to place in evidence, I can make those arrangements with Mr.
Okay, all right. I will set a deadline for the review of September 26th.
How to make it resemble a helmet.
Is the review that you're taking out these for my exhibits and witness list?
That is correct. I would also propose a similar date of September 17th for any of the witness lists for the defense. And Mr. J, would you be in a position by the 1st of September to provide any witness lists for the state?
She should have the witness list in the discovery that's being provided. As far as the order and the list of witnesses that we're going
Snowy Disney.
Call a trial, we will be
I
getting
stopped.
that ahead of 9/3.
Okay, all right. So the deadline for the state's production of the witness list will be September 3, no later than, and September 17th for Ms. Boone. Ma'am, similar to the objections to any discovery, that'll have to be in writing as to who it is that you may be calling as a defense witness. You'll have to provide that to the court in writing by September 17th.
Yes. And if I may ask, please, what you're typing, is that for an order or for today's proceeding?
It is for an order, which you will be given a copy of. It may not be able to be hand delivered to you, ma'am, because I'm gonna have to move some stuff around based on my scratch notes here, but at a minimum, it will be mailed to the your proper address due to that clerical error.
Compass Ventus.
Okay, I think that addresses all the issues with regard to production and hearings on any objections. Anything else from the state that you believe we need to address from a scheduling concept?
We're good with the scheduling concepts. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you have any questions with regard to the scheduling concepts or deadlines that we've addressed this morning?
Other than what I have made notes, the court is not.
Okay. Can you see if Mr. Sergeant Casey's here? He is here. All right, very good. Sir, could you come on up, please? Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in. You can stay to the podium, sir. No, just the podium, Sergeant. If you could raise your right hand, Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in. All right, sir, good morning. Could you state your name for the record?
Sergeant Casey.
And what's your position at the Orange County Jail?
Sergeant.
And what are your duties and responsibilities, sir?
I'm over transportation, downtown port holding, BRC courts, medical security.
No, they do not.
Okay. Are you aware of the protocol that Captain DiGiovanni created with regard to Ms. Boone's use of the laptop? Okay, all right. Have you had the opportunity to review that protocol? Okay. Mr. Lane, can you come on up here, please, sir?
I mean, to be clear, I barely graduated at all, but I know the difference between, you know, I know the word, I know some Latin, that's all I'm saying. Okay, compos mentis. It's just, and also I get it. I get that whole thing. It's just that it's very disheartening. That's all I'm saying. And my luck. Poor me.
Compos mentis.
Sir, good morning. Can you raise your right hand? Madam Clerk's going to swear you in. All right, sir, good morning. Could you state your name for the record for me?
Willie Lane.
And what's your affiliation with Prison Break Investigations?
I'm the owner and chief investigator.
All right, sir, last time I saw you, I had tasked you with digitizing 2 bankers' boxes of information. And you said that you would endeavor to accomplish that task by today, understanding that you were out of town for your son's wedding. I hope you had a great time. Were you able to fulfill that task, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many jump drives or drives do you have?
Of the digitized
Yelling.
information, there's one of those. This
Yes,
drive
you may
here
have.
is a copy of all digital discovery that I have in my possession from this Boone, where the court sees that they wish to facilitate that through the, figure it'd be easier to facilitate it now through the jail than me trying to bring it in myself.
That's exactly my thought. So you've shown to me, sir, a small thumb-sized USB jump drive. That USB jump drive.
It's true. I know Kelly was in the particular chat that it really got like, I couldn't chat at all. Oh, really? They've been shut down by YouTube twice because of the restrictiveness or because they're too restrictive. But I had, aside from them, because I didn't blame them necessarily. But although he was kind of like, we don't really ban things, so I don't, he was kind of, but also sometimes I get it. Sometimes you don't know when other programs or whatever it is are censoring things. But it was also that on top of the comments that were like, you're so disgusting. I can't believe you're such a attention hungry slut, you know, all those. I mean, I got like 2 of those comments and they were really not that big a deal, but those together, I was like, maybe I should change this, you know, but I might change it back actually and see what happens. Back to Billy Lane at Prison Break Investigations.
Is the information that was contained in the 2 bankers boxes, correct? And the other jump drive that was the larger of the 2, that jump drive is any digital information that you've had previously by virtue of being the investigator.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. The record's going to reflect that information is going to be hand delivered by Mr. Lane to Sergeant Casey. So Sergeant Casey, if you could please take custody of those 2 thumb drives. And I'm going to ask you, sir, to comply with the terms of the protocol, to have those added to the laptop. It'd be available for Ms. Boone's use today once she's returned to the Orange County Jail. Do you have any questions for Mr. Casey?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. If you can proceed with that task, I appreciate you. Thank you. Mr. Lane, you took custody with you, sir, as well. Well, before you leave, Sergeant Casey, state, do you have any questions for me?
Compos mentis.
Ma'am, do you have any questions for Sergeant Casey regarding his compliance with the protocol is provided to be by the captain of the jail.
Mr. Casey, could you please make note to Captain Giovanni that if she has time at some point, as soon as possible, to please sit down with me for about a half an hour, go over quite a few things that I need to have resolved. Please, in regards to the laptop.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Mitered, I was just about to add that one. Damn it.
much, sir. Mr. Lane, when we were last here, you also had 2 banker's boxes. Did you bring those back with you, sir? Okay, could you bring those back up?
Yeah.
I do see it looks like the original exhibit tags are still on the top of those. Mr. Lane, did you complete and copy everything that was in both of those boxes? Okay, I'm gonna have Madam Clerk take possession of what was pre-marked as A and B for the purposes of the June 28th hearing, and we'll hold those into evidence. Do you have any questions, Mr. J, for the investigator with regard to his task? All right, ma'am, do you have any questions with regard to your investigator regarding his completion of the digitization process?
My only question is, Mr. Lane, do you know when you would be coming to meet with me at the jail?
It's going to be my intent to try to get out there at the end of the week.
What happened?
Counselor, you're muted.
Yes, that would be acceptable, yeah, if Mr. Lane, and Your Honor, in light of this, maybe it might be more appropriate for the court to go up to 10,000 for the investigator, because it sounds like he's already done a lot of work. So it might make more sense instead of having to come back later.
Would that change the original, the 5,500, or just we would increasing 5,000 to 10,000?
5,000 to 10,000, I think would make sense, Your Honor, just because it sounds like that we may.
I thought that was in this.
Done, and Mr. Lane may have more to say about that, but based on what he's already done, I suspect he probably used a large chunk of that 5,000 just doing this one task.
One thing I would like to add, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
In lieu of having to come back and file another motion, is if JAC would agree to travel expenses.
You mean Chaminade? What exactly is above and beyond?
Since I'm out of county, if not, I can get that in some type of form of a writing and get it to you or to the JAC if that's acceptable.
Mr. Lake?
Would you be?
Your Honor, we'd have no problem with the court authorizing, saying that $1,000 for travel expenses as well.
All right, fine. So we'll increase it from 5,000 to 10,000 for investigative costs, and for travel-related expenses, 500 to 1,000.
Speaking of know that, I think it was Tabby who said, asked me if I would do a know that emoji based on Dandy's. And I did design one, but I just haven't put it up yet. So my point is, get off my back. I'm listening. Okay. Sheesh.
Like, are you going to need an order for the court file with regard to those?
We would, Your Honor.
Okay, could you submit that?
Yes, Your Honor, we will prepare the order and submit it.
All right, very good. Just send it to Ms. Barrios, who I believe you have her contact information.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Lane, thank you so much, sir. All right. Yes, ma'am.
What is his name, please?
That's Christian Lake. He is an attorney associated with the JAC, the Judicial Administrative Commission, regarding costs for indigent defendants. All right, state from a scheduling perspective or the protocol, which I know I filed a notice of filing of, I'm sure you've had the opportunity to review it. Anything else we need to address from that?
We're good on scheduling, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, anything else we need to address regarding scheduling or the protocol other than what you've already addressed this morning?
Will my investigator be present at anything for and with me?
I can't speak to for or anything, but based on what we discussed today, your investigator will be there for the digital review, which will take place no later than September 3rd.
Okay, yes, I would like to have some type of witness from
He will be
my
there.
side also.
He will be there. Mr. J is going to be recording the conversation as he identified previously. Now, ma'am, you made reference to some motions that you may have brought with you this morning. All right, if you could hand those to the deputy. Also, to the extent that the deputy has not already done so, I printed out a copy of the July 24th, 2024 protocol regarding your use of the laptop at the jail. And I'm going to ask the courtroom deputy to please hand deliver a copy of that to you. It was mailed to you. It was read to you at the last hearing, but now you have a physical copy of it, ma'am, to the extent one was not already provided to you.
Oh, yes, I have not received this yet.
Okay.
And then also there was another printout that she was going to provide me with, which I believe was a memorandum for today's date.
I haven't, she being who, the captain?
Fletcher, did you and I go to the same high school?
No, I'm not sure her name.
Oh, Madam Clerk, no, the only thing she's printed out for you right now, ma'am, is that protocol. I'm going to be finalizing the order. And like I said, I may be able to finish it before we're done with the hearing, and I'll hand deliver it to you. If I cannot, it'll be mailed to you.
Yes, I understand. It was regards to another document, proposing the dates for today's hearing. And, I guess it was some type of notice. That's what, please.
I don't remember.
So I have that.
Okay.
I did not receive that, nor did I receive this protocol list.
As to everything that was being discussed. Can you print it? It should be in the file.
Thank you,
All
Tab.
right, ma'am, let me take a moment to review your motions. Give me a moment here.
Thank you, Tabby.
Only the sexy people.
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
Compass Ventus.
She locked him in a suitcase, Helen.
Yeah. She didn't know why he was there, at least. She said. Hi, here to judge.
Well, ma'am, with regard to one of your motions, the motion for defendant's immediate address correction, as identified earlier, there was a clerical error using the general PO box as opposed to legal mail. That's been remedied. So I'm going to go ahead and grant that motion as that's already been remedied, but I don't have a problem granting your motion for the correct address for any legal mail.
Can't you do both, Hairball Yarn? Are we just keeping you company while you craft? That's the question. What was Sarah about to say when she said, fuck you on the steak, fuck you on the potatoes? So maybe we did, Fletcher. Actually, maybe not. Mine was a very small school, though. I think we'd know each other. Do it, Toonses.
Mr. J, if you want to approach sir to review the hand.
Yeah, because that's what she said.
It is the motions for defendant's reasonable freedom and movement.
Sorry, I keep pausing, but obviously this is important. Why does it sound like fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the Mick potatoes. It doesn't sound like that. It sounds like fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the Mick the potatoes. And now I conveniently have it here, as we all know.
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
But also the worst part about that whole stupid thing, other than the fact that it's a lie and it's stupid and it's ridiculous, is the way she says potatoes.
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
Allowing her to be unshackled, unhandcuffed, to function equally and comfortably while utilizing the courtroom. The second motion is the motion for defendant to lawfully receive, review, utilize the original hard copy discovery, parentheses, 2 boxes, -A, B, parentheses, submitted to the court by former attorney, parentheses, S, and parentheses, on June 28, 2024, for preparation of trial in her criminal case. Just
Hi, Kevin.
review those, counselor, and just let me know when you're ready to address them.
Your Honor, in regards to the first motion, we need to notice the sheriff's office, who is in charge of courtroom security. So we're not able to address that today unless they're allowed. I don't know if you're able to contact the person that's in charge of that today. Otherwise, we would need a separate day for that motion.
Okay.
As far as the second motion, it's completely up to the defendant. We have no standing to say anything about it. If she wants to have her documentary discovery in hard copy form, that's between whoever and whoever, but not the state of Florida.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that, sir.
I love that she fucked that quote up.
Ma'am, with
Not that it was a quote, but you know.
regard to your request for discovery, the hard copy discovery, you've advised me multiple times seeking to use a laptop. I've written correspondence from you asking for a laptop. That laptop is being provided. At the last hearing, you advised that you wanted hard copies. You've also advised me that you live in the female dormitory, you have limited to no privacy, and you have nowhere to store anything. You have a small drawer to keep personal effects, and that's it. There's nowhere, is my understanding, in communications with the captain to place this information. There's nowhere to house it. There's nowhere to store it. You do not have, by your own admission, any place to place it.
Is that your understanding now? Are you asking me?
No, those are just statements that I know that are in the court file that you've made. You've written letters requesting a laptop. That's been provided to you. You have written letters, ma'am, specifically asking for a laptop.
Do you know what the date of that is?
Well,
Only the sexy people.
but when we have our hearing on the issue
Compass
of
Ventus.
your motion for freedom and movement, well, I'll notice the sheriff and we'll try to set that up for this week so that it can be done expeditiously.
Okay.
We can address that at that time. But the jail has advised me they have no place to store this information, these hard copies. You've advised me you have no privacy and nowhere to place them. So I'm not saying no, but I don't know how.
Only the sexy people.
You do not
Fuck
have
you
a
on the
place to
steak
store
and
it.
fuck you on the
jail does not have a
potatoes.
place to store it.
We have an entire property department for all of the inmates on the entire compound. I've been given permission also by Sergeant,
Who?
Corporal Ward, Sergeant Dunn, Sergeant DeJesus, have the understanding that I have been forced to represent myself as pro se and have temporarily given me a property bag where I can store additional case documents at my bunk.
On the Mitch McConnell?
Help me understand, please, for future reference, so I know how to approach.
You don't know anything. There's no helping you understand anything, you fucking idiot.
Questions were not asked in order for you to come to the conclusion that you are coming to that I did not want my hard copy. I was never formally asked by you to see if I wanted my hard copy discovery. I would believe it was the court's understanding, the judge's understanding that it should automatically be allowed to give to me. My understanding and trying to explain to you also, so you have an understanding, is my limited restricted access to the laptop is from 8 to 4. I, with 62 days left in order to defend myself in preparation for trial, would like to close that laptop at 4 p.m. and then pick up the discovery of hard copy copy in the two boxes that I have. I haven't spoken to the captain yet. I just
Don't be so sure, Matt Marsha. He's also a super genius. So he graduated very, very young.
not received the protocol for the laptop. I know that you had mentioned it to me the last time that we met with one another. So I'm confused how
Maybe.
everyone is confused by me coming to the court with
Or she thought McPotatoes was fancy.
ideas and
No.
suggestions, but are being misinterpreted and misconstrued like my letter from my attorneys, and you're coming to the wrong conclusion.
I'm not coming to any conclusion. The process was created, and I'm just reciting what you've said to me at prior hearings. That's all I'm doing.
Sorry to interrupt again, but this is pretty important. So Disney Mom brings up the McRib. Now, as I've said before, I didn't grow up eating fast food, so I'm not like, I mean, I've heard about the McRib, of course. I've heard about a lot of things, but I don't eat, I never ate that kind of stuff. And so for that reason, I guess it doesn't occur to me to eat it today. But a friend of mine had told me a long time ago that there was a McVeal, and I'm just wondering if anyone remembers that. Fletcher boy.
You've told me you have limited space. You've told me that you have no privacy, and that you have a small drawer for personal effects. This is the first time I've heard anything
Yes.
about you having
What
black
is that?
locker or some kind of bag or property bag that
Too much credit, Serenade.
you now have access to. That wasn't addressed at our last hearing. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. So I'm not drawing any improper conclusions, as I identified for you with the process. The jail created this process. It was something that they put together. And as I told you, we worked diligently to move forward to get with the jail to have this done.
Yeah, we do.
There's no nefariousness here. There's no undermining. There's nothing along those lines. I want you to have this information. And as I addressed at the last hearing, I could not copy it. I can't look at it. I can't look at what's in those two bankers' boxes. Ms. Barrios cannot. No one
Too much
associated
credit.
with my office can look at it. We had to use your investigator to do that. And what the jail has advised me is that they were not in a position to take both those bankers' boxes because of space and potential hazards. Now,
looked
if
up
something
everything.
has changed and the captain advises me that you can have those documents, I don't have a problem with you having them. But what I've been advised, as identified in that protocol, is to how and when you can have access to the information. And unfortunately, it wasn't in physical form, it was in digital form. And that was the process that the jail created. They are aware it's two bankers' boxes. They're aware of what the information is. Everything has been out in the open to address your concerns and how to facilitate getting this information to you. No one's withholding anything. No one's trying to hide the ball.
Hairball yarn. I did not think you were complaining. I was just curious because a lot of times I'll be watching chats and doing things. But it's true. I also cannot do things and be too active in chat. But I always pick chat over it, which is why I never get anything done. But thank you for the super chat.
I was never asked anything, just like my letters to you prior to you forfeiting my right to counsel. I was never asked anything in order for you to have a better understanding.
Ma'am, I'm not going to revisit that.
I am not, you never asked me in regards to the hard copy.
Hang on. Yes.
How quickly can we have an evidentiary hearing with the captain or whomever we need?
My understanding is she's on vacation this week. So, which is why Sergeant Casey was here, because Captain DiGiovanni is on vacation. And I cannot recall off the top of my head when she's set to return. She's set to return on the 12th.
So, if the document, what would be the process?
We would still be watching it.
Tagged and in evidence. So
Or
there would
mental
be a motion
institution.
To get it released from evidence.
I mean, I would entertain an or tennis motion to have it released from evidence. The concern as, and Mr. J, this is the first time I had the opportunity to discuss this case with you. I know I've been dealing with Mr. Cacciatore. We had a hearing, and I'm sure you're versed on this, but let me just kind of bring you up to speed. We had a hearing in June, and at that point in time, I forfeited Ms. Boone's right to an attorney based on her conduct and alternatively a waiver. And I'm sure you've read it. Thereafter, the court endeavored to figure out how to get those 2 banker's boxes that Ms. Cashman had provided to the court at that hearing in Ms. Boone's possession. It took time for the jail to come up with a policy and a procedure for that to happen.
Where
I
are
was
you?
advised by the captain that they could.
Where are you? Those of you having the weather discussion. He did graduate early. Just stop this. You had McRib once. I never had McRib, but I assume it was, I kind of figured it was just kind of some kind of meat cereal formed into a rib-like shape. But no one on the McVeal? No one? I haven't Googled it in a while, but I should take a look. Oh, they had one, but you never had it. That's the McVeal or the McRib? These are important, very important things. No, wasn't in Paris, but I can understand why you'd ask.
Not take custody or possession of those 2 banker's boxes because of A, storage, and B, because of the hazard. Now, if the jail's in a position to revise that by virtue of Ms. Boone identifying a property bag or something that may be available for her use, I am 100% on board. If the jail says, yeah, we can facilitate, make that happen, her getting that information. I'm just traveling with what I've been provided and the protocol that was provided to me that's been filed in the court file was not inclusive of providing her hard copies.
I understand.
But
I'm just trying to
still,
find a
why
solution.
would you
So
buy?
say if she moves Ori Tennis to release those 2 exhibits to her investigator, then perhaps he can try and get them released to her. And if he cannot, then it sounds like on the 12th, we can revisit this when the captain's back.
I think I don't know if she returns on the 12th or that's when her vacation ends.
Monday.
It's a Monday, so I'm assuming she'll be back, but I don't want to make any affirmative statements on that. I don't have a problem. Mr. Lane's had this discovery. I don't have a problem with him taking custody of it again. And if he's able to deliver it to the jail and they allow it to be released to Ms. Boone, I don't have a problem with that. I have no problem with it. I'm just traveling on what the jail has advised the court.
Only the sexy people.
So if she wants to Ori Tennis, which means oral motion, move to release those 2 exhibits.
Compass Ventus.
And sounds like if Mr. Lane can't get them to her, we'll be able to revisit this in the near time future.
Yes.
Just so that she's advised. So I don't want to ask her, but perhaps the court can ask her. That's what she wants.
Ma'am, the state has recommended a position for in an attempt to get you these hard copies. Is that something that you would like the court to, would you like to follow with the state's suggestion and ask of that of the court orally this morning?
I'm not understanding what it is that he's trying to do. May I please propose that the hard copies go to Mr. Lane, and then once I have permission by
This is the best.
you can release them to me?
Granted.
No objection to her motion.
Okay. Mr. Lane, thank you for staying, sir. I appreciate you. If you could come back.
I'm sure you all know this too, but what just happened here is that there was a whole discussion. A suggestion was made, I believe, by Mr. J. They went into this whole thing about it, and then she was like, I'm not understanding, but may I make a suggestion? Made the same suggestion. Kranik said, granted. I'll replay it for my own benefit.
Make any affirmative statements on that. I don't have a problem. Mr. Lane's had this discovery. I don't have a problem with him taking custody of it again. And if he's able to deliver it to the jail and they allow it to be released to Ms. Boone, I don't have a problem with that. I have no problem with it. I'm just traveling on what the jail has advised the court in the creation of this process.
So if she wants to ori tennis, which means oral motion, move to release those two exhibits, the state has no objection. And sounds like if Mr. Lane can't get them to her, we'll be able to revisit this in the near time future.
Yes.
Just so that she's advised. So I don't want to ask her, but perhaps the court can ask her about that point.
Ma'am, the state has recommended a position for, in an attempt to get you these hard copies. Is that something that you would like the court to, would you like to follow with the state's suggestion and ask of that of the court orally this morning?
I'm not understanding what it is that he's trying to do. May I please propose that the hard copies go to Mr. Lane, and then once I have permission by the captain and whomever, you can release them to me?
Granted.
No objection to her motion.
Okay.
Amazing.
Mr. Lane, thank you for staying, sir. I appreciate you. If you could come back up here, sir, and take custody of both of those banker's boxes.
I'm embarrassed for them,
I
for
will
her.
have Ms. Barrios coordinate a hearing for the 13th at 8:45. Why not? We cannot do it the 13th because it's pre-trial. You're correct. We will have a hearing.
I
on
think we're
August
going
17th,
to. I'm
if
not sure.
necessary, on
I thought that was in this one, but apparently.
Wednesday, August 14th at 1:30, if we need to address the jail's position in taking hard copies if Mr. Lane's unable to have it delivered. And Mr. Lane, you had advised earlier when Ms. Boone had inquired of you as to when you might be able to go visit her. You said the end of this week or by next week. If when you go to visit her by the end of this week or next week, bring that with you and see if the jail would be in a position to take it. If they are, I'm going to ask you to file a similar notice, sir, that that information was provided to the jail on what date and to whom. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
What would the hearing be for on the 14th then, for the jail taking?
The hearing on the 14th, ma'am, would be if Mr. Lane is unable to have the jail take physical custody of those two boxes for your review outside of the laptop, we would have a hearing to address what, if any, protocols the jail may be able to utilize in you having those documents. Maybe not necessary. We're going to go ahead and set it if we need it. If we don't need it, we will not have a hearing.
Thank you. And then so there would not be needing to be made an updated evidence control sheet right now. It has been passed to Mr. Lane.
As of right now, the court minutes are going to reflect that what was pre-marked as A and B from the June 28th hearing is being provided to Mr. Lane.
Thank you.
Okay. With regard to your reasonable freedom motion, I'm going to set that for this Friday. Is the state available at 8:45 on Friday?
No, I looked at it, please.
Oh, that is the 9th, ma'am.
We're available, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Barrios will coordinate with a representative from the Orange County Jail to address the reasonable freedom motion. Ma'am, I'm going to hand file both of these motions with Madam Clerk, okay? All right. Is there anything else we need to address this morning, State?
Not from the state.
Anything else we need to address, Ms. Boone?
Please bear with me, just please, 1 moment.
Uh-huh.
What was the conclusion for the sensitive issues of having the media incorporated in the courtroom?
I need to research that matter a little bit further before I can make an order that would prohibit media access.
Do you know what your deadline may be or estimated?
It'll be well before the 3rd. That deadline is set for September 3rd at 9 a.m. when we'll have that viewing. I will endeavor to get that done as quickly as possible. Ma'am, you also had asked for a list of the persons that Captain DiGiovanni had provided. The names of the persons at the jail regarding the laptop protocol is Captain Giovanni, Donald Casey, who was here this morning, Stephanie DeJesus, Sonia Robinson, Courtney Battle, and Malik Muhammad.
Thank you for that. Would you be able to provide me with a hard copy?
I will put that in the order that'll be mailed to you, ma'am.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay.
If I may, I don't know if I'm allowed to address the state directly.
Yeah, you're representing yourself, absolutely.
How do I go about getting a copy of my phone or utilizing my phone? Is that something that can be brought to the courtroom and during the evidentiary, the physical evidence, that I might be able to utilize that?
my understanding is there was an imaging done of your phone with software called CellRite, and that is part of the digital discovery that has been provided to you. If you are talking about the physical device being re-examined by your own expert, then you would need to find and retain your own expert to do that without giving you legal advice or suggesting that he is the person you hire. I know that defense attorneys in this area hire somebody named Richard Connor, Connor, and then that will be between you and the AAC and him, whether or not he wishes to work for you and at what rate, so on and so forth. And then that examination would be done by him, with us being present if we want to be present.
Yes, I have reviewed, I believe, 2 or 3 different thumb drives were given to me at one point, where I researched all of them extensively, also included with Mr. Lane, and it is nothing of use. It's primarily cookies and history and so forth. So that's why I don't understand who it is, the legal expert that can give me a mirror download of my entire phone in regards to videos and pictures and contacts. I could probably supply a witness list sooner than later if I were to have accessibility to my phone in regards to my contacts.
Hi, Noni.
So I didn't know if it would be allowed to have my phone physically here in the presence of everyone, including law enforcement, to be able to physically look at my phone and go through it and see what I can extract myself while here in the courtroom before trying to figure out how to locate and contact an expert to download all of that to receive.
So all of that information should have been downloaded, and I'm not sure what has been provided to you, but we will be double checking that.
It has not been provided.
Yeah, your contact information, all the videos and photographs, everything on your phone should have been downloaded. And what you may have reviewed.
Only the sexy people.
There is additional data there, and we will make sure you have that. And then when it comes time to our digital evidence deadline, which I hope to exceed well before.
Bethany says we need to stop calling people Karens and start calling them Sarahs. A couple of things. First of all, I love the name Sarah, and she still hasn't ruined it for me. Such a nice classic, nice sounding name to me. That aside, how come we don't have anything for men who are Karens? Because there are plenty of them. Except for that's fine, right? Like, and another thing, I know someone who has the name Karen, and she's a total Karen. But she got wind of this whole Karen thing long before most of us were even aware of it, and she changed her name to Kit. There you go.
493, we will be identifying which portions of it is of your phone, if any, that we seek to introduce at trial. So it may be
Chats
from December 2nd, 2019, whatever it is. We will identify those pages. We will identify those files. Because obviously your entire phone, however many gigabytes, is not going to.
It's still not the same, and I get it. I do get it.
So much of it would be not relevant.
Yes, thank you. So you all have already had access to my phone and have researched it fully?
We're not going to talk about our work product. I'm telling you what, based on my experience from other phone
You mean confused cat meme?
examinations is, all that information should be there. And it's typically presented in 2 different fashions. One is a large PDF, typically hundreds of thousands of pages, depending on how much you use your phone every day.
No offense to the men here, but I think male Karens are men.
And then there's a separate big digital image file that is read with what's called a UFED reader, and then that is where you can go in and look at everything.
Yes, sir, thank you. I've not seen any of that.
We were going to make sure that that is taken care of.
And that, just as clarification.
There's a lot to unpack there.
Is that something that would
Careful,
have been
yarn.
provided in discovery to prior counsels?
Yes.
Okay, then ma'am, as Ms. Cashman identified, she had everything. It's already been digitized for you. And to the extent you're able to have the hard copies, it'll be provided to you. So you'll have access to all that information today when you return to the jail.
Yes, thank you. None of it
Tad or Todd.
gone over in any way, shape, or form with Ms. Cashman or any prior, so it's
Hi, kitten pusher.
a milestone, an epic milestone for me to be able to finally do that. So now if I don't have what I need or I'm looking for, how do I go about, I know you all can't tell me because of legal matters, but do I need to write a motion? I don't know what I need to do in order to finally get a copy mirror download of my phone. If it could be brought to for physical, with the other physical.
So again, that is gonna be something that requires an expert. And then if you get a defense expert, and the JAC pays for it, then we make arrangements to meet with that expert. That expert will have the opportunity to image your entire phone just as we did, and you all can work with that image. And you're going to be, if you don't already, on those thumb drives that Mr. Lane has.
Of course
you
they
don't
do.
already have the full extraction and not just the PDF timeline of your phone, you're gonna make sure that that is provided.
I said confused Catmean because somebody made a comment saying that they were confused, or Sub Rosa said something about being confused.
That is not able to be included in the other physical evidence.
If you must know.
No, what I'm saying is, there's two different ways that I see phone extractions. One
Yeah,
is
you have a lot of really
PDF,
uplifting
what I
stuff to
think you're
share.
referring
Thanks,
to
Air
is the
Volume.
timeline of this communication, so on and so forth. And then there is the actual ginormous file that is read with a UFED program. And all that should be provided to you. Hopefully your laptop can use it. It does take some specifications on the computer to open it. In fact, we're addressing those issues at our office with our own computers. And if it doesn't work, we will cross those bridges as we get there. And while you can, I've worked with Mr. Lane before, just let him know. Mr. Lane knows how to find me. We will work this all out and get what you need.
Absolutely, yes, I am grateful for your information. Just to clarify, please, during the physical evidence of me viewing that here in the courtroom, am I not able to physically open my phone and search through it?
No, because
Okay.
it needs to be in a Faraday box. Where
Can I look at
signals are all go,
pornography
then you
and
turn on your phone
text
and
the Torres family?
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
Ma'am, do you have any other questions?
Okay, so everyone is aware that I'm in the process of trying to talk to the captain. And handcuffs, okay. Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe I am okay, but right now, you and I do not have a direct way of communication, and I didn't know. Another big hurdle is if the laptop has internet access where I don't know if emailing or messaging or whatever, however it is that you and I can communicate. Rather than snail mail, I mean writing you a letter. I don't know when I write a letter, how soon you receive it, because sometimes it's days that it is.
Well, you should have thought of that, you stupid slut.
Do you have a general time frame of when you actually know of something? Because you already have my.
Just to quickly tell you. So after this, we're gonna watch Sarah Boone and that Shamanal guy. Thank you, Dan, for sending that to me. But in between, we're gonna do a little palate cleanser of a cat that I just saw. I don't know what the video is like. I don't know the account, the channel, but I mean, I have a good feeling about it, and I think you will too.
I've got a correction, but I don't believe updated.
It's been updated now.
No, I mean on the clerk's website.
I can't speak to what's on the clerk's website. I know for the purposes of my records and getting information to you, that clerical error has been remedied.
Do you have any other suggestions? If I do not have internet, would my only possibility to correspond?
Only the sexy people.
That's my understanding. And you asked when I receive things.
Fuck you on the
I
steak and
get it
fuck
as
you on
soon
the
as I get it
on the
from
potatoes.
mailbox. So we check the mailbox every day. As soon as I get it, it doesn't go to the clerk, it goes directly to me. And I review it. As you saw with the motions that you made reference to at our last hearing, that you had 5 of them, we set those for hearing immediately. And I intend on continuing to try to do that to facilitate prompt resolution to any concerns or issues or motions that you may have.
Because she's an idiot, Jillian. That's what. Same answer for all the questions.
You cannot correspond with me directly, but you can have conversations with my judicial assistant. To the extent that you do have access to internet, I'll make sure.
You think lesbians are always recruiting, or do you think men are always just forcing that to happen? So forcing women to look elsewhere. I'm just curious.
To include her email address and telephone number in the order,
Night, Sue.
setting the deadlines that we addressed this morning.
Yes, thank you. And for any, I'm not sure specifically which JA, but as soon as something is scheduled, would you all please make sure that I'm included in the certificate of service or portal or whatever it is I might be attached to in order to receive notices to be published in here?
Notices have been set, ma'am. To the extent that there was a clerical issue, that's been remedied, but you have been copied on everything that's been filed with the court, including the JAC's response, the notice of the hearing that was set for today, and the notice of the filing of the protocol.
I know I made that a little bit more on the defense than I intended, but you know, it wasn't really against, well, you and I don't have to explain it to you.
With that, I will see.
I mean, just for the record, not that it matters, except for I did post a short video of, we were at a Pride Parade in Queens a few weeks ago, and there was one or two comments from the sexy people being like, oh, we didn't know you were, and I was like, well, you don't have to be to be an ally, you know? Well, this is, especially now, we all have to protect and support each other. That said, I am a heterosexual woman, despite all of the reasons that I shouldn't be at this point. And I support the LGBT community 100%.
You all this coming Friday at 8:45 to address the motion regarding reasonable freedom in movement. State, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you all Friday. Thank you very much.
I think you might be, I think it might be 4.
To the custody of the Orange County Jail. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm grateful. Thank you. Suck, look at her. T-Rex. Disgusting. Disgraceful, she is. Okay, let me now see. I don't know if anyone here likes animals or cats. I'm sure you don't. But let's see what this thing was that I just saw. It looked extremely cute. Oh, here he is.
Why are you staring at me? He appears to think about it.
So the title of it, it's only 2.5 minutes long, but it's called Cat Thinks When You Talk to Him. Here we go.
Like it? He really does appear to be taking in every word I'm saying. Kona, why are you staring at me? He appears to think about his answer. Everybody's been asking if you gained weight. He'll shift his eyes back and forth, and then he'll just give an answer after that.
Did you take a good nap in there? Good. Did you get a good nap in the hot dog bed?
I'm Denise, and this is Kona's story for GeoBeats. Want to go talk to the birds today? We went to the shelter, and he happened to be a bonded pair with his sister Kai. They were found on the street, and they were both starving. They were rescued. They wanted both cats to go to one home. They had a buy one, get one free deal, so we got Kona and Kai for the price of one cat.
Are you my Cheeto Puff?
I would talk to him, and he would start to respond back to me in the cutest little meow.
Why'd you put Mousy in the food bowl? Just because you're looking away doesn't mean you're not guilty.
He's a big boy, but he has a very soft voice.
Do you know how good looking you are? Do you want to play? I can't hear you.
So he doesn't have an annoying, crazy cat meow. It's very quiet.
I went shopping today. bought some cones. It's rude to look away when someone's talking to you. Did you know?
I always warn people, Cone is very spicy and they think he's so sweet, but if you pet him one extra time that he didn't want to be pet, he's gonna bite right into your hand. So he looks a lot sweeter than he is sometimes.
Quit chewing your gum.
He doesn't look that sweet to me,
Kona, we need to clean the house. You gonna help?
but I love him.
Kona. What do you think of bananas?
If he came to you and wanted to be
Thank
pet,
you.
you can pet him more. But if you go up to initiate the petting, you might get 4 or 5, and that's about it. I can read him very well.
You like my hair? I went to the salon. Woohoo, thanks. Did you like the highlights? Oh,
But other people, like my husband,
He's got the brain the size of a pea.
he's learning now that when to stop petting him. Everybody says Kona's my favorite. I hate to pick a favorite, but there's something about him. Like he's just really special.
Cones. Do you like my jokes?
How cute is that? I love animals. I love dogs and cats and everything else. I really do. Speaking of animals, let's go back to what Sarah Boone is doing next. I think that's an orange cat, right? Also, Ken2, do you have 2 cats? I thought you only had Willow. Of course not. No one will ever be as cute to you as your Chihuahua. That's how it is. I understand. I mean, I'm allergic to cats, but my parents really didn't care so much when we had cats. I also wanted a cat when I was little, but I mean, I love them all. They're all so fucking cute. Cats, dogs, everything. Rats, mice. It's a problem. Yeah, buy one, get one free. Like, what's that about? No, we're going to watch Shamanal rip Sarah a new one, and she's not even going to know it. Thank you, Dandy, for sending me. Geraldo. You're welcome. I thought that was really interesting also. Yeah, it answered a lot of the questions, or it started to, that we have about all these lunatics, particularly Sarah. I know it's hard. I'm going to have to get a compilation of some extra good ones. I mean, including that one, because that to me was extra good. And we can also watch what irritated Maple Waffles this week. I can cue that up. Half paw. Is that like the Cher song? Why is there no sound here? What's going on? Well, it's not me.
I am pronouncing your name correctly, am I not? Thank you. Ms. Fugate has provided copies of those motions.
Yes, you are.
So Ms. Boone, if you'd like to take a look at those, feel free to take your time to review
When Sarah has no fucking idea what's going on, even though it was her goddamn idea.
them. And then after you've reviewed them, I may have the opportunity to answer any questions you have about them if I can, and then we can proceed.
Okay, Blue.
If you want to provide those
I
to
looked
Ms. Boone as well, you can do so. Thank you. State, do you need a copy of them?
I looked up Merv the Cat. I subscribed. I did all the things.
All right, thank you, sir.
I think Sarah would agree with somebody who is 100% backing up one of her thoughts or, grievances. Or if she had to, for some reason that even goes beyond the judge in her murder case, had to get on their good side. That's all I can think of. What do you think?
If I may say,
You may not.
Yes, ma'am.
one of my topics of discussion, as you know, are the requests in regards to the laptop and internet being one of the most important. Would I have had access to that, I would have already had this and not had to sit here unprepared.
Right. Like Kento says, she agreed with Lana when Lana was 100% in her corner, but then immediately made her arch enemy, including wouldn't even take money from her for her medical snacks and just to look at the back of her head.
I believe that is a major violation to my due process.
Shut up.
Of me not having these in advance to prepare properly and to utilize the court's time and everyone else is here by me having to do this now. So
I'm looking.
I wanted to put that out to you that I am unprepared for this.
I did not
Shit.
know that I had a statement to prepare, as everyone else did also prior to being here.
Ma'am, you were provided the case law as you had requested at our last hearing. It was mailed to you. You asked for the case law that the court was making reference to. You specifically asked for it. That was provided to you. It was mailed to you.
Case law?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the date that it was mailed?
August 9. What was provided to you on August 9 was the additional copy of the pro se packet as provided by the Justice Administrative Commission. You were provided a
Okay, so here's the issue, and we've been through this before. I don't see any, like, I'm not seeing that on my community page, not the posts. I never see what you guys, or any of the sexy people post, which A, is disappointing for me because I want to see it. That's the whole reason I enabled subscriber posts. And B, makes me look like a rude bitch, which I only like if I'm trying to be a rude bitch, you know? So can somebody explain this to me? Why? Does this happen? I'm going to find out why and then feel like an idiot, but it's not here. It's just the things I posted. I need to see these dogs. And Kim Calta had sent me one of Lily, and there are things I need to see, obviously. Let's get back to Sarah and her nonsense. I think I showed that. Why am I so... What happened? No, it's not. It's not just you. It happens all the time. It's some kind of setting issue, I guess. Maybe I'll try while I'm on my laptop. Anyway, let's get back to this because it's important and we've never seen it before.
a hard copy of that in court, along with the case law that was referenced at the August 9 hearing that the court had said that it had reviewed in anticipation of the hearing that we were having this afternoon.
I don't have that. The only thing that I was provided was the notice of provision of witness list from the state, and then the JAC packet.
Those were both provided to you in court. You are correct. The balance of the things that I'm speaking about were mailed to you at the legal mail address on August 9.
Which I have yet to receive.
Okay. Ma'am, with regard to
This is the first time I'm seeing each one of these documents.
I understand that. They were filed August 12th and unfortunately this morning due to an issue with the e-portal.
I wouldn't have internet access anyway to receive those.
They were sent to you via US mail as well.
Yesterday?
Yes. So you're not wasting the court's time. You can feel free to review those at this time.
Is this the case law you're referring to? State versus Smith?
I believe that those are the circuit court opinions that are referenced in WFTV's motion, which cite to the Miami Herald versus Lewis decision, which is the controlling law on this matter.
And these are mine to take? Thank you.
I'm going to have to go through a different account because if I go on my own channel and go to posts, I don't have the ability to choose newest or so strange. But now I'm going in through like Suma knows or something, I'm gonna find them and then we're gonna talk about it. Oh. Oh my God. I'm so happy I know how to do this now. First of all, I'm going to hold my phone up to the thing because that's how updated I am. These chihuahuas are so cute. I know, it's surprising. First of all, the way they're sleeping in their little beds. Thank you for posting. I still don't understand why I can't see it through my channel, but hang on. Well, I guess the rest of you can see it on my channel, but the little black one in the bed with the cover over him and the two of them. Looks like you also have a very nice townhome. Oh, so cute. Oh, and Lakeisha posed it. All right, let me get back to this. I'm going to discover all kinds of things now. It's not my community. No. It's not my community tab. I found it, but I had to look at it on a different channel. Don't make fun of me, Nancy. Pamela, that's what my daddy always says. He loves cats. Yeah, I asked Hear Me Out a while ago, and first of all, he was having the same issue, so we didn't follow up, but I get it. Everyone knows, but I don't. You've made your points, people. Rude.
Whenever the court is, there's only so much that I can do just not receiving these. Have any opportunity to look up any case law of my own in the meantime, so.
You can proceed, ma'am. What is it that you'd like to tell me about your concerns regarding the September 3rd evidence viewing that's been previously scheduled?
My concerns is regarding my case and the whatever is left evidence that is not already on the internet or posted anywhere on social media. And I'm wondering what the reasons for the court other than sensationalism and exploitation.
Yes.
Purpose would be for them to watch me look at the remaining bit of my evidence that has not been globalized. Again, my main concern is it is for exploitation purposes, which has already been greatly applied to my case in many, many ways globally again. And I see on the motion to intervene for WFTVs, my question is, why is this an important criminal proceeding? I don't. And why do they need to have it monitored? I don't understand the
Monitored?
reasons why, just for this one. I'm not asking for all of my other hearings to be closed. Simply, this is my one and only. It is my right to have some kind of privacy regarding my case. Nonetheless, it is an active case. And it's my understanding that some information is not able to be publicized due to.
I think the actual issue is that I'm looking on my phone and I probably have to be on my laptop, but I'm never, very rarely on my laptop. Now I am to stream, but that's almost the only other time. So I'll have to go in and I have to get used to doing more of this, of YouTube stuff on my laptop.
To privacy, and it's not their right to pry and exaggerate, which is the whole point of why they want to be included in this one and only most important hearing that I would say that I have on the horizon. The press doesn't have a right to
shut up
themselves into everything in regards to my active criminal case. And I feel that from this one meeting should be closed to the press so I can lawfully do what I need to do in order to properly, rightfully, and lawfully defend myself. At this point, I feel that there's nothing even suppressible in my case that is not already on the internet and have been spread all on the internet. I'm trying to salvage whatever it is that I can possibly to have a card to play at least one in the end during my trial. I do not feel that it is right lawfully to have them included in this hearing, this one hearing, and I am asking for their admittance to be closed. This is an active, ongoing investigation case.
Anything else, Pam?
No, Your Honor.
State, do you have any position on Ms. Boone's closure motion?
Also, an active case would imply that there's an investigation ongoing and they had to spend 5 minutes investigating this because you gave them a video and also your face and your personality.
All right. Ms. Fugate?
And the dead body in your suitcase and in your townhome.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think Ms. Boone's argument really flips the question. It's not why the media wants to be there. What transpires in the courtrooms, even pretrial hearings, is public property, and there's a right to be there. I'm not going to go over the Lewis test because I know Your Honor knows it well, but it's a very strict standard, and it's the plaintiff's burden to meet. I haven't seen a case in Florida where a criminal case was closed on a defendant's privacy concerns. We're not talking about third-party privacy concerns or something that's not inherent in the proceeding. This is the evidence. And even with respect to the evidence and it being an active, still an active case, Florida law is clear that once discovery is provided to the defendant and accessible to the defendant, that becomes public record. That too becomes open to the public. So with respect to the first part of the analysis, I don't think the defendant has established that this hearing needs to be closed to protect her fair trial rights. Publicity isn't necessarily synonymous with prejudice. She has to show widespread, adverse, hostile publicity, and then specifically show why that publicity is going to be aggravated by access to the September 3rd hearing. The discovery in this case has been public. I'm not sure what specifically would be aggravated by access to the hearing. So I don't think she's met that first burden under Lewis. And importantly, the admissibility of evidence, Ms. Boone said she didn't think there was anything suppressible, but even if there was, courts often suppress evidence, but still allow access to the hearings and the evidence themselves. That's fairly routine. That alone, just the potential admissibility, that alone is not a sufficient reason under Lewis to close a hearing. And as Your Honor is aware, there's plenty of alternatives under the second factor to protect the defendant's fair trial rights. You know, careful questioning and jury selection can protect against publicity. The courts of this circuit have had their fair share and are well familiar with high-profile cases, and they are well equipped to insulate and protect juries from even prejudicial publicity. And finally, it has to, any closure would have to be a
I didn't even know you had a channel. If you posted that on my community page, well, how would I know it? Of course it was all right. And how do you, I didn't even see that. Hang on a second. How did you spam your channel? I don't even see it here. What's happening? Spam it again. Put it in the chat so I can send the link out to the chat. Please. I'll hold.
effective and broader than necessary. Again, I'm not sure why the hearing would need to be closed, but I think even Ms. Boone has indicated it would be ineffective with what's already out there. And that was a consideration under Lewis. If the information is out there, the discovery in this case has been public, there's no reason to close a hearing that's simply going to discuss things that have already been made public. I think heightened public attention only increases the need for transparency. Closure of judicial proceedings is a drastic remedy, and I don't believe the plaintiff has met her burden in this case, Your Honor.
Okay.
Unless you have any other questions.
I do not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any closing remarks from you, Ms. Boone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course, she's got closing remarks. What I was saying is I literally just had the same thing. Meowfie.
First, I'm only asking for this one hearing, which is a very important hearing.
No, it
I
isn't.
believe that the press is simply in it for ratings and publicity. My evidence is active, and I'm trying to salvage the little bit of anything that I have pertaining to my evidence that is not available online, which would be in that hearing. And I also
Put tropical fishies and all fishies in the chat for Em and Emily, please.
she was speaking in regards to once discovery has been received, that is therefore public record. I just received my discovery for the first time, and I'm still reviewing most, if not all of it. And I have not had the time to go through all of it, but I literally, on the record, just received my discovery to even have an opportunity to prepare to review any of that. And in regards to the hostile publicity, I have letters, I have messages, I have tablet information. I have an entire folder dedicated to publicity in more than one way as being hostile, good, bad, ugly. It's publicity. This will incredibly enhance my inopportunity to have a fair trial because of the already millions of viewers that I have in my case, literally in my case. This would just contribute to it even greater. I'm not asking for all hearings to be closed. I've not had an opportunity to review my discovery, which I just received. I have an entire folder and more information and letters and evidence in regards to publicity, hostile, any type of emotion that you can come up with. I have received from Australia being the most recent. So I do not believe just because they would like to, again, in my opinion, for ratings and for publicity. It's one hearing. There also is a solution that I believe, my understanding was that this could be held at the Orange County Sheriff's Department. The question was in regards to transport, which is a possibility. It was a matter of the decision being with the court. I would like to be able to properly prepare for this. Would I have received everything prior as everyone else did? Having the internet would have helped also in regards to receiving the notice via email, as everyone else had. I'm sitting in front of you, yes, unhandcuffed, but I am unprepared for this rebuttal in regards for me to have privacy, expected privacy to a certain degree, and by law, to have this one hearing closed. And we also have an active case that is ongoing, active evidence, and there's a solution for it to be held at the Orange County Sheriff's Department as well.
Anything else from the state?
I wasn't going to bring it up until after the ruling on the motion, but the parties have reached an agreement to do this on our own. And as soon as that gets accomplished, if it's accomplished to both of our satisfaction, then I'll let the court know so you can free up the hearing time.
Okay, we'll address that momentarily. Ms. Fugate, anything else? All right. Under the Miami Herald versus Lewis case, ma'am, Ms. Boone, you had the burden of producing evidence and proving by a greater weight of the evidence that closure is necessary. What has been presented today has failed to meet that burden. Your motion to close the September 3rd viewing is denied. The court will follow up with a written order that you'll be hand delivered today. Ms. Fugate, if you don't have no longer any business before this court, you are free to go, ma'am. Thank you. Have a pleasant afternoon. Mr. J, yes, ma'am.
Forgive me. When you stated to the court that my motion was oral, was this during the last hearing that we had?
You requested this both, ma'am, on August 5 and on August 9.
What was it specifically that I requested?
You had requested privacy with regard to the September 3rd hearing. And I advised you that I needed to look at the law on it. And you asked again on September 9th when we were going to address it. I said that we would address it on the 14th. You asked for copies of the law, and those were mailed to you on the 9th.
Which I have yet to receive. And I was not aware of, I was not instructed by anyone in the court, including yourself, that that was an oral motion. If I needed to actually do a proper motion, I would have correctly done so.
That's why we had the hearing, ma'am, because you asked for it orally. So you orally moved or attendiously moved to have that motion heard. And we set it up for today, since we already had the hearing time carved out, to address you receiving the hard copies, which seemingly has already been remedied. And last week when we had our hearing on the 9th, I said I don't want to lose that hearing time because we already had it carved out. So we would proceed with the hearing on the privacy issue at that point in time. You then asked for the case law. I said, absolutely, I will get it to you. Mr. J had advised that he was familiar with the case law. But regardless, it was provided to all parties and mailed to you on the 9th.
Which I have yet to receive. And I was not instructed by anyone in the court that that was an oral motion for me requesting privacy. I thought it was just a comment that I could have on record.
Ma'am,
I don't need to do anything further.
That's why we set the hearing, because it was something that you had asked for. And that's clear in the order that was provided to you on the 9th as well. It says that we would have a hearing today on the 14th.
And when did I receive this?
Well, that was orally told you on the 9th. The letter itself was mailed to you on the 9th. But the order itself was read to you during the course of that hearing. Specifically on August 14th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m., a hearing will be held in courtroom 12A, Orange County Courthouse, 425 North Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida 32801, regarding defendant's review of the USB drug drive, which contains the state digital evidence. The defendant's August 7th letter to the court, delivered to the court on August 9, and the media's participation in the physical evidence viewing on September 3, 2024. The pertinent case law is attached. That was all addressed with you, ma'am, on August 9 here in open court.
In the order I have yet to receive.
But it was read to you, ma'am. It was read to you as to what we would be doing today and that we would addressing the issue regarding the media's participation. And that's when you asked for the case law. And I said, I will give it to you. Absolutely. And it was all mailed to you on the 9th.
I'm not ever sure of what it is that I'm supposed to be doing with, I guess now, oral and also in writing. And again, I'm sitting here waiting empty-handed for everything that was mailed to me day before yesterday and or could have been readily available on the internet, which I do not have access to. So I'm guessing that your verbalization of the order that you read to me, which I have not received, is supposed to suffice.
Ma'am, you were told about the hearing in open court on Friday, August 9th.
If I knew to be prepared, I know that everyone knows that I would be prepared, which I am unprepared because of.
That's certainly your opinion that you're entitled to. Any reason for Ms. Fugate to remain? State? Okay.
From the state.
All right. Ms. Boone, any reason why counselor for the Orlando Sentinel and WFTV should remain?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right. In addition to what was set to be addressed today, which was the Ms. Boone's review of the USB jump drive, which contained the state's digital evidence, Ms. Boone's August 7th letter regarding her requests from the Orange County Jail. Mr. J, you made reference to a potential change in the September 3rd meeting. I want to hear about that, sir.
I believe we have reached an alternative solution to an evidence view with the defendant. And as soon as that is accomplished to both parties' satisfaction, then I will notify the JA so that we can release your hearing time.
Okay.
I know it's valuable.
Can you explain to me what the proposed plan is for the viewing?
There will be a time and place where evidence will be brought, the defendant will be brought, and she will be given as much opportunity to experience an evidence viewing like a defense attorney as possible. Her investigator will be there and allowed to take photographs and ask if he wants any particular bag of evidence opened so that it can be photographed, inspected, tested, copied as provided by 3220 in the criminal procedure rules. And then the evidence will be brought back to where it's stored, and then the defendant will be brought back to the Orange County Jail.
Okay. Have you had a conversation with Ms. Boone prior to today regarding this proposal?
Well, Mr. Lane was indicated her position, which was that she could.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, I don't want to go into specifics of what you've had with your investigator, but has he relayed to you what Mr. J just advised the court of?
Yes, to a certain degree, it has not been fully explained because it is in the process of being spoken about between the two of them. So yes, I do know that that is a solution to my request.
Okay. And did you understand what Mr. J advised the court of today regarding how that process for you viewing the physical evidence would be?
If you could please do so again.
Sure. If you could explain it again for Ms. Boone, Mr. J.
When the defense attorney wants to do an evidence view, you typically go to where the evidence is stored and the law enforcement agency. He or she can bring an investigator, and an investigator is able to take photographs if so requested. We typically don't let the defense attorney manipulate the evidence from her for herself. The CSI, who would be present as well, which is a crime scene investigator from the law enforcement agency, would be the person to manipulate the evidence on the cutting paper. And then you would have the opportunity to review, test, inspect each piece of evidence. So for instance, I'm not saying it's a piece of evidence, but a piece of clothing, the front, the back, you have the CSI turn it inside out, those sorts of things. And then it can be documented by an investigator with photography or investigator has. Between each piece of evidence, there's a new piece of cutting paper, butcher paper laid down so that there's no contamination for any potential DNA testing. And this is basically how the process goes on for physical evidence. If it gets opened, it'll get resealed by the CSI right there in front of all of us. And the CSI will reseal the tape, re-put his or her initials over it with the new date. So everybody will be on the same page about why it was opened, when it was opened, and so on.
Thank you for that. If I may, is it closed, or is it open to?
No. People that are not involved with the case will not be there.
And if I
I'm always watching you. Know that.
may, if you know, will my phone physically be there?
If it is stored in physical evidence, then it can be brought over. We're not going to be turning it.
I don't think so, which is weird.
Photographed or examined, it can be photographed and physically examined, but in order for it to be turned on, it would have to be done at a different location where there's something called a Faraday box, or room, where electronic signals cannot come in or out.
Do I need to write a motion for that?
For what? For your phone to be brought over and turned on?
If I can extract any type of information from it.
Shut up.
So, like we discussed in the last hearing, that would be up
And the
to
one
you
before.
to hire a
Yeah.
digital forensic examiner, and then we would make arrangements with that person so that he or she could image the phone in the same manner that it was imaged by one.
Thank you, I'm grateful.
Okay. All right. Then, ma'am, after having Mr. J explain that alternative solution to the evidence viewing, is that something that you would like to participate in?
Absolutely.
Okay. So then is it the parties' agreement to no longer have the evidence viewing here in open court on September 3?
That's the state's position, but again, been doing this long enough to know that you can never predict every possible hiccup. But I will defer to the court if you want to free up your hearing time now or wait until we're able to tell you that we're satisfied.
Okay. Ms. Boone, are you in agreement with that alternative solution?
At the Orange County Sheriff's Department?
Wherever the viewing is going to take place. I don't know that a specific location was identified, but yes, where it's going to take place.
I am.
Okay. So then here's what we'll do. I will keep the hearing for now. The deadline to have that viewing as set forth in the August 5 scheduling order and notice of hearing will remain of September 3.
Good night, Eminem.
If that evidence viewing takes place
Feel better.
at a law enforcement agency based on the protocol as identified by Mr. J, I'll just need a notice that's provided, signed by Ms. Boone, signed by the state, signed by Investigator Lane, as to when it took place and how long the viewing was. And if that's provided to me, we'll then cancel the September 3rd hearing.
Yes, sir. We'll do that, and we can even list physical items that were brought. Indeed.
My only question about that is we had sealed at the last hearing the witness list and the exhibit list.
I think all the property receipts and all those sorts of things are already in the public record.
Okay.
I think there's a vast difference between a list of evidence that's already in the public record versus having them look at it with television cameras.
Okay, all right, fine. Ma'am, are you amenable to that additional procedure that after?
I want to put something to rest right now. The only things I'm doing off camera are things for my survival, okay? Things that so that I can live and provide you with the kind of entertaining content that I provide you with. I'm not eating McDonald's. First of all, I don't eat McDonald's, okay? I'm not watching Cacciatore with the yoga because who cares about yoga, really? I'm doing things for you. I'm always working for you.
After the evidence viewing takes place, you would sign a notice reflecting.
Also, if I do something funny or embarrassing, I will immediately come here and tell you because that's ridiculous. But I'm usually sitting right here.
When and how long that evidence viewing was.
Of course.
Okay, and then once that's provided to the court, it can be filed and then the court will cancel the September 3rd hearing. Yes, ma'am.
And that is done by the state?
The state will prepare it.
Documents and bring them.
Yes, ma'am. The state will prepare it. All you need to do is just review it and sign it. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. J, for providing an alternative solution. Ma'am, I wanted to go back and address your request for the freedom of movement motion that we addressed last week and your desire to use a stun cuff.
I do like.
I understand that a representative from the public defender's office spoke to you about clothing and what they may be able to provide to you. Is there any preference with regard to clothing that you may have?
As opposed to a skirt and pants?
Correct.
Yeah, Yes, I very
Yeah, but I mean, drinking is not something I have to turn my camera off to go do. It's
much would prefer to wear a skirt.
Okay. So
What
if
kind of
you wear a skirt, as
amateur do you
explained to
think I
you
am?
by Officer Barnett, the stun cuff is located on your calf Achilles area. It would be something that would be viewable by the jury. So you have, or do you understand that if you choose to wear a skirt for clothing purposes, that's going to be viewable by the jury?
I understand. My belief by you asking me was that maybe it could be moved to a higher place where it cannot be seen, or is it strictly to the one area?
As Mr. Barnett or Officer Barnett explained at the last hearing, how the stun cuff is affixed to a person is on the lower leg ankle area.
Okay. I'm not understanding why this is being asked.
I mean, I would not share the noise of me clicking my trackpad, but then I'm muted the next time I come on here. So, I mean, I have to make choices, is all I'm saying.
Because I want to bring it to your attention that if you have a desire
Much like
to
Bryn.
wear clothing which would reveal the stun cuff, I want you to understand that it's something that the jury can and may be able to see.
I understand. Is it a decision I need to make today?
It's something that you need to consider.
I have.
If you're wearing pants, they obviously cannot see it. If you're wearing a skirt, they can see it. And you're making a intelligent, knowing decision that they can see that and that you want to proceed with wearing a skirt. Your other option, if you do not like either of those, is the parties will remain, you'll be hands-free, as we discussed, but you'll have the leg restraints like you have today.
Okay.
And everyone will conduct everything from counsel's table, all direct examinations and cross-examinations, any questioning of any witnesses, any argument, any opening remarks or closing arguments or opening statements will be made from counsel's table. You can certainly stand, but we will not have the opportunity to walk around the courtroom. Now, I know that we talked about in our last hearing that we would have another hearing when we have our trial case management in September, addressing the box as to where everybody would go to. And last week on the 9th, I said that we would limit access to from counsel's table to the podium, and we wouldn't be allowed to approach a witness or the jury. And those same restrictions would be placed on the state as well. Now, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just giving you a series of options. Because if you want to wear a skirt, you have to understand that the jury can and will be able to see that device that's affixed to your leg.
And by my hearings that we have spoken about the stun cuff, they are televised, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, the media has participated in the majority, if not all, of the hearings that this court has had with you.
Does the court broadcast live, or is it uploaded to the clerk of the court's website?
What is broadcasted live?
My hearings in regards to all of them, basically, but recently the stun cuff. Is there anyone that would know that I'm already wearing it if they could see it or not?
I can't speak to what everybody else knows.
So if I may, please, my options are pants hiding the stun cuff, or a skirt with it being visible, or I am able to sit here
Or
at the
taking the
counsel's
plea.
table with leg chains on, and no one is able to move except for here at the counsel's tables.
You'll certainly have the opportunity to stand, but we wouldn't be able to move around the courtroom, and those same restrictions would be placed upon the state.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that those were my options.
Correct.
And when do I need to make that decision?
You don't have to make that decision today. It's something that we can address at the trial case management in September. Ms. Click, I see you raising your hand.
Your Honor, I just wanted to let you, so Ms. Boone is aware fully of what the options are with the county office. I have gone through.
If you could, before you get to it, and just announce yourself for the record, please. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
We have gone through the entire clothing closet as well as our backup for what we have. As it stands right now, unless we have any donations in the size that have to match that size, we have 8 pairs of pants, 3 skirts, and 1 dress.
It'll be, I hate her too. Thank you for the support.
Every, well, we do have some shirts, but for in terms of skirts versus pants versus the dress, that is
Okay. Ma'am, did you have the opportunity?
Kitten Pusher, thank you for the gifted memberships.
To hear what Ms. Click said.
I did.
Do you have any questions for her?
If you could please repeat what it is that you all have available, the numbers.
8 pairs of pants, 3 skirts, 1 dress.
Ma'am, do you have any other questions for Ms. Click regarding the clothing that the public defender is endeavoring?
Only the sexy people.
And if I do come to the decision, I can't always have someone externally bring something into me.
Absolutely, you can always have someone provide something in your personal property at the visitation center, which I described as across the street from the Wilson Center. That is not, the public defender's office is in no way involved with that. You know, put it in your property and the corrections with transport property.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for her? All right. Can Ms. Click be excused?
Only the sexy people.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
The next issue that I wanted to address was the review of the digital discovery. Ma'am, Mr. Lane was provided at our last hearing on the 9th, the hard copies of the discovery, the USB jump drive, which contained the state's digital evidence, and digital transcripts of the depositions of Detectives Chelsea Copsell and Scott Lowen. And he was to meet with you on Saturday at 9 o'clock. Did that meeting take place?
Did.
Okay. What was provided to you, if anything, at that meeting?
What he and I did.
What was provided to you? What was given to you by Investigator Lane?
The digital evidence we went over, and we're still reviewing the discovery, but I don't recall anything physically being handed to me.
Okay, all right. And when you say that you went over the
She locked him in a
digital evidence,
suitcase,
are you
Ellen.
referring to the USB drive with the 9 items that were identified in the state's exhibit list?
Yes, I do have that. We have not concluded going through that. We have other meetings tentatively scheduled, which we will be concluding that also in order to meet the deadline for the objections of the 23rd of August.
How many of those 9 items were you able to review with Mr. Lane on Saturday?
Not more than one.
Okay. Were you able to
Fuck you on the
access
steak
all
and
of
fuck
the
you on
9
the
items
potatoes.
on that USB drive?
For the brief moment that he and I were able to attempt to do so, yes, they seem to work.
Okay, you did not have any issues opening up any of those files?
I personally myself did not open all of them.
Okay, all right, okay.
It's on our to-do list.
To-do list. Okay.
Ma'am, Mr. Lane also took possession of the hard copies. Have those been provided to you?
Yeah, they were waiting at the dorm for me upon my return of the last hearing.
Okay, and where are they currently?
They're located at my bunk area.
Okay, and what are they stored, or how are they stored?
The hard copies you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
The 2 boxes are at my bunk on the side in between other bunks.
Okay, all right. Are they in some type of bag, or is it just the 2 boxes that are right there?
Just the 2 boxes.
Okay, all right. Do you understand that, you've told me that you live in the female dormitory with limited privacy.
Or claims not to be able to open anything. Long story short, she doesn't open anything and she doesn't do anything.
You understand by keeping those boxes there may be a risk as to other persons looking at them.
I don't have any other choice.
Okay, but do you understand that that risk exists?
She's very busy.
Of course.
Okay, do you understand that there's a risk that those items could disappear?
I understand.
Okay, all right. Do you understand that it's your request and choice to keep those documents in your possession?
Drives me crazy. Not more than one. What does that mean? Just say none. Or one, as I just, oh my God.
I do, and I'm also requesting in
Shut
my
up.
letter to the captain and to the major to also be able to store all of the USB drives and the hard drive in my locked drawer also for an extra security measure.
Okay, all right.
Like to wear skirts so that I can show my legs, which will look like I'm wearing light blue pantyhose, but I am not.
I see that we'd have Investigator Lane here. Sir, if you can come out. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Now I gotta Google.
I do.
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state your name for the record and your affiliation with Prison Break Investigations?
Billy Lane, owner and chief investigator of Prison Break Investigations.
All right, thank you, sir. I did see that your notice that you provided regarding the distribution or providing the discovery. You provided the hard copies and the USB with the digital and the USB with the depositions of the two detectives.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, sir. And when you met with Ms. Boone on Saturday, again, I don't want to go into any specifics, but were there any issues accessing any of those USB drives or any of the files?
Not at the progression in which we made through the files.
Okay,
I will be happy to let you know.
all right, very good. But as of right now, there's been no issues as to access from what you've reviewed. Okay, all right. State, do you have any questions for Mr. Lane?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, do you have any additional questions for Mr. Lane?
In regards to the drives,
Correct, based on what was teed up for hearing today, which was addressing your review
Okay, she wishes. Get that
of
haircut.
the USB jump drive, which contains the state's digital evidence.
Mr. Lane, are you able to briefly meet with me downstairs after this concludes?
I'm not sure if that's permissible with the policies and procedures. If not, I'm going to try and schedule a meeting with you.
Okay.
Any other questions for him, ma'am?
No, Your Honor.
All right, can he be released?
Yes.
All right, state.
Your Honor,
I thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Okay. The next, ma'am, is your letter from August 7th to Captain DiGiovanni, which is the court has had the opportunity to read. I believe that we have a representative from the Orange County Jail who's appearing virtually. If you could please unmute yourself and turn on your camera, whoever it is that may be appearing from the Orange County Jail. I have a Administrative Sergeant De Jesus on the link.
Good afternoon, Judge. This is Captain Gina DiGiovanni with Orange County Corrections. I'm the captain of the Female Detention Center. And yes, I have Administrative Sergeant Stephanie De Jesus with me.
All right, very good.
I will also want to make it clear that I have Orange County Corrections Department Legal Counsel Scott Chevenel on the phone with me.
Okay, very good. If all of you can, if the Captain DiGiovanni and Sergeant De Jesus, if you could please, I only see you, Captain. If Sergeant De Jesus can come into frame, we'll have Madam Clerk swear you in. If you both can raise your right hands.
Yes, ma'am. I do.
All right. Can you both state your names for the record for me again?
Administrative Sergeant Stephanie De Jesus. Captain Gina DiGiovanni, Security Operations, Female Detention Center, Phoenix Facility, Genesis Facility.
And can I get appearances for legal counsel for the Department of Corrections, please?
Scott Chevenel, County Attorney's Office, representing the Department of Corrections.
Okay. All right. Very good. Captain, have you had the opportunity to review Ms. Boone's August 7th letter regarding some of the requests that she has in this case?
Yes, and if it's okay with you, Judge, I'd like to address each request one by one. Do you have a copy of the?
You know, I'm so lazy that I don't care if they nibble on my food. Let them do whatever they want to my food. At least I don't have to go get it. That's me.
Letter.
I do, and we can proceed with the 7 different items that she has requested. So if you
Actually, so with number one, the request to have her review time extended, I can make the extension in the following fashion. We'd still have to collect the laptop at 4 p.m. This gives the staff and supervisors the ability to conduct the afternoon head count, conduct the meal dinner service, conduct the shift change, and then the evening head count. I am willing to allow her Sunday through Thursday to get the laptop and the USB drives from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. and Friday night and Saturday night from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. That is more than the requested time that she has asked for additional viewing.
Ma'am, do you understand the extension that's being provided by the Orange County Jail regarding the laptop, that on Sundays through Thursdays, additional time from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Fridays and Saturdays, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
Correct, with them collecting it at the normal 4 p.m. time.
Correct.
Yes,
All right. Do you have any questions regarding that extension?
I do not.
Okay. Is that acceptable?
Very much.
All right. Moving to the next issue, Captain, the USB drive security.
Number two, USB drives. It's a matter of security. The metal tips, the drive itself can be fashioned into something other than what it's originally intended for. These items are secured in a secure control room and inventoried by our supervisors on every single shift. They're also inventoried and acknowledged being in good working order and repair by my DSTs, the escorting officer, and my supervisors. So at this point, unless directed by legal counsel or consultation with legal counsel, I believe that these drives are secure and managed. This, by the way, is the same way it's managed by other facility captains, that you get a viewing period and then everything gets secured and inventoried.
Ma'am, do you have any questions with regard to the USB drive request in your letter and the position of corrections regarding it being a matter of security, and how the USB drives are secured, controlled, inventoried, and confirmed to be in good working order?
I understand the process. My only concern is if I'm able to have my hard copy of 2 full boxes of my discovery, I'm not sure why, other than the fact that the assumption could be made that it could be made into something other than a USB drive. And I'm trying to avoid any further leaks of information that could possibly be suppressed or utilized in my case. So I didn't know if I could have my hard copies. I'm
Shut up.
clear other than
Hater.
reasons why I cannot have those as well.
To the extent you're able to answer that question.
And I would just chip in that, obviously there's safety issues, and you can definitely distinguish between, paper copies and anything made out of metal, which is what the captain just testified to. That's the problem, it sounds like to me, is anything that could be a safety hazard is an issue for us.
So, ma'am, do you have any other questions regarding the Corrections Department position with regard to the USB drives?
What was the outcome?
It sounds like unless I've missed something, it sounds like the Orange County Jail is going to continue with their protocol of storing, inventorying, and keeping the USB drives in accordance with the procedure as provided to you and read to you in open court.
And that's due to metal?
That's due to the reasons that were already identified. The matter of security regarding the drive being fashioned in a way that may affect security, and it continues to ensure that those drives are secured, controlled, inventoried, and in good working order. Do you have any questions?
Could you please provide the last name of Scott, the legal counselor, please?
I'll spell that, Judge.
One more time, please.
SHEVENELL.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With regard to the third request is to a classroom, Captain DiGiovanni.
So that classroom is a multi-purpose classroom. It's used by programs and chaplain services. I cannot allow the use of a classroom. What I can offer is if the defendant is willing, I can move her to a housing unit and place her in a secure cell where no one will disturb her, and she can review and conduct case review. She will still have access to a shower. She will still have access to open day room time. She will still have access to phones, but the review and her location will be in a secured housing location where she would be the only person in the cell.
Let's not forget that this is somebody who Scripsy says I think she's so dumb that she doesn't understand why the stun cuff would be bad to show. I think you're right, because after all the discussions about her being able to wear street clothes, first thing she does when she gets on the stand, when Owens calls her fat, basically, is whilst incarcerated, yes, foremost. Very, very, very stupid. She does not understand anything. She is completely obsessed with her own being right. Like preoccupied.
Ms. Boone?
Captain, is this Lima dorm?
K dorm.
Kilo. So my only option.
Also understands, even before all this, during the Big Bay situation, knows all the dorms, the whole situation. She's such a criminal.
Options are being moved to the maximum security dorm or my bunk.
K dorm is no longer a maximum security. It's a multi-purpose area with inmates of varying needs being secured and housed there.
So it is not the maximum dorm any longer.
That's correct.
And I'm unable to utilize the classroom for an hour or two per day while it's dark the entire?
That's correct.
And if I may ask, other than it being accessed on a rare occasion of the 2 classes that do participate in that classroom, why is it that I'm unable to sit and be viewed by the officers at all times in my dorm comfortably, to be able to utilize the phones on a regular basis, the day room on a regular basis, to be able to go outside to recreation, to have just for fresh air? How is that? I'm not understanding specifically why the reason is it has to be so extreme from going to being locked behind a door 24 hours a day to not being able to just utilize the classroom for an hour or two per day.
Ma'am, you will still retain your rights as an inmate and have access to all the services and day room time that you currently have during the same operational hours. And instead of having to move items from a housing area into a classroom where the officer may have line of sight, I cannot guarantee that my officer will have continuous unfettered access to you to ensure the safety and security of that classroom while something may potentially occur in the housing unit. So as a matter of security to the rest of the inmates in the housing unit that you are currently assigned, my staff and the facility, I can make the accommodation where I could put you in a single person cell where you would have unfettered access uninterrupted access to your case material and still have my officers in the housing area where if you had a question or you wanted to take your shower during normal day room time, you would be able to do so.
I've been in a situation where I have been behind the closed doors also when I was made PC, when I first got to Orange County Corrections Department. And if it's anything like that, I do not ever want to have that experience again. And to be honest with you, forgive me, Captain, but I do not believe that it would be this simplified. And nonetheless, I'm behind a closed door for 24 hours. Is there anything that I can do, any kind of research or further explanation in order for me to try to still be able to utilize my dorm, which is general population dorm, where I do have friends and I do have some type of comfort there, in order for me to be able to access the classroom, or simply are my options from working on my bunk or to the extreme of being behind a closed door for 24 hours? Captain?
Judge, I'm going to object to that question. It calls for her to speculate at this point as to what all the other alternatives may be. She's simply here to, responding as to this particular request, and now she's asking her this kind of this broad general question about alternatives.
The objection is sustained.
In regards to number 4, earphones or headphones, I would need to consult with legal because I don't know what the ramifications of that is. We've not had a pro se inmate ask for earbuds or headphones. I would have to defer to legal counsel and my chain of command for guidance in that request. With regards to number 5, internet access. Again, we've not had a pro se inmate, or at least not one that I've been responsible for, request internet access without limits. So again, I need to refer to legal counsel with legal counsel and my chain of command to get guidance on that. Regarding number 6, a word program, we've not had a pro se inmate, again, myself, that requested access to a word program. I would need to consult counsel, legal counsel, and my chain of command for guidance before we can make a response. Number 7, telephone access. In her statement here, as you are aware, my dorm contains payphones only and are limited to only 15 minutes per call, which are collect. I need to be able to communicate on a regular, normal phone to make all necessary calls. Hold on, I'm turning the page. For my case to use in trial. I have no other way to contact anyone that is not collect, which incredibly, I believe that's diminishes. I don't know what the other word is here. If not all of my opportunities to properly prepare. The phone system that we currently have in the jail for the inmates to access is as is. I don't have the ability to make any modifications. Number 8, discovery hard copies. It seems that Ms. Boone already has access to her hard copies. The concern I have to do now is do some research with legal and my chain of command, because that quantity of paper can potentially become a fire hazard. And we have standards in place. And Judge, I'm not certain if you're familiar with the Florida Model Jail standards, but the quantity of paper is actually the problem. So we may have to come back to the table for a different type of resolution regarding the two cases of paper discovery.
All right. Ma'am, do you have any questions regarding Captain Giovanni's and the Orange County Jail's position with regard to the earphones, headphones, internet usage, word processor, telephone, and the concern regarding the hard copies and it being a fire hazard?
I do, and I was also including number 3, the classroom utilization. I just want to make it clear and in open court that I want to have the understanding with everyone that it is an option of mine to decide to remain on my bunk with this discovery in the laptop, and it is or my option to be moved, but I have the ability to make that decision.
Judge, I have no objection to that. I am not looking to impede anybody's ability to access to a general population housing unit. I was simply offering an option that would be amenable to security and potentially Ms. Boone.
Okay. Am I able to proceed?
You can.
So for my understanding right now, you need to speak to your legal counselor in regards to the headphones, the internet, the Word program, and the discovery hard copies, which I already have. Is that correct?
And telephone access.
Oh.
You want unfettered telephone access, if I read your letter correctly.
Reasonably, I would like to have access to a regular phone. It could be 1, maybe 2 times a week where I save all of my calls for a particular day. I'm always up for solutions, just whatever it is that I can do in order to progress properly and expeditiously. I'm trying to do so by having this where I am confused why this was not all solidified prior to the implementation of the laptop. So I'm waiting for whatever it is that I can do to fully access and become a pro se defendant and inmate. Do you know when, how long the deadline might be for the open-ended items that I would be waiting for?
Judge, this is Scott Shepard. I'll chip in with the legal piece. The legal piece of it is simply that she's a pro se inmate. She's not the first pro se inmate that the jail has had. We've had several. And the issue is whether or not there's any constitutional or statutory violation with what we provide pro se inmates. And I would argue that there's not. She has access to the court as required by the law. Everything she wants is over and above what our typical stance is for pro se inmates, and all those policies are in place for a reason. But somehow she wants to go beyond that, and she wants all this extra consideration, more than anybody has ever been given, frankly. And at the end of the day, again, it's a constitutional question. Is it a violation of her constitutional rights, the restrictions we have in place? And I would tell you it's not.
Is that a position, Counselor, that you're taking today? Because Captain Giovanni had stated she needed to consult with legal counsel as to the issues of the headphones, internet, word processing, telephone issues. Is that the position that you're taking today, or is that something you need to further investigate to have a final position as to that?
No, that's my piece of it from the legal end. Now, of course, she's got to talk to her folks as far as the security end of it, because a lot of those things are in place because of security concerns. But from a legal concern, I can easily answer that today. And the answer again is, she's legally allowed access to the court. and all these other things that she wants. And really, and I'll tell you what the case law says. The case law says if she's pro se, she's entitled to get, a paper, a pencil, and some stamps and some envelopes and those types of things. The idea that she wants unfettered access with the phone and she wants to make calls all day and night. At the end of the day, I'll also say there's case law out there that says, she's gone through, I think, 8 attorneys in this case, and she had several attorneys appointed to her case, and she's kind of put herself in this position today. And the case law is not real favorable to folks that put themselves in that position.
Ma'am, do you have any other argument with regard to these requests as to the headphones, internet, word processor, or telephone?
So my understanding is that I'm being penalized by Orange County Corrections Department because of their misunderstanding in regards to my, in quotes, 8 attorneys prior. Is that why I'm unable to have anything in order for myself to properly represent myself as a pro se defendant and inmate of the Orange County Corrections Department?
I'm not going to answer that
question. Not being penalized, just the opposite. She's being treated like every other pro se inmate in the institution. She's not being penalized at all. She wants consideration over and above what everybody else has.
If I may please, what is over and above? What other pro se inmates, what is it that they've asked for? I don't see how they could successfully even represent themselves without internet and a regular working phone. And I'm pretty sure that they were not able to complete their case and the successful outcome that they were hoping for by being provided simply papers and pens.
Counselor, if you...
I'm not sure if she's asking me a question. I don't know if I'm a witness in this case or if she's trying to ask me a question.
I'm not. You're just simply the attorney for
right.
One of the participants, sir. If you don't, you're under no obligation to answer that question. You are just providing your legal position with regard to the Ms. Boone's demands and requests.
Right.
They're simply requests. And I'm not sure who it might be that could answer my question, please, in regards to what prior or present other pro se defendants and inmates have requested. So I might have a guideline of something to go with forward. And I, again, do not know what is above and beyond simply asking for more than paper and pens in order to properly and rightfully and lawfully represent myself.
Counselor, to the extent you want to respond to that, you can.
Yeah, I mean, Judge, like I said, we've got tons of pro se inmates that have come through, that are there right now, that have come through the jail, and they get standard treatment. And she wants a lot of things that are over and above that. For instance, again, unfettered phone calls. She wants to keep things in her cell that she can't normally keep, that they wouldn't allow folks to keep. So there's a lot of issues. I mean, that's a wide open question. But, can I speak to everything that everybody's got in the past? How many pro se inmates we've had that have come through the institution? No, but I can tell you that, we could probably find plenty of examples if need be as to what people have received in the past. And it's nothing close to what she's requiring or requesting today.
Okay. Ma'am, with regard to your state, do you have any position with regard to any of these matters we've addressed? Okay, thank you. All right, ma'am. So with regard to your request as to the laptop, this jail will be able to accommodate your request, and those extensions will be provided as placed previously on the record. With regard to your request to hold the USB drives in your own personal lockup, for the reasons identified by counsel Chevenel, it's a matter of security, and the protocol which secures, controls, inventories, and ensures in good working order the USB drives will be complied with, so that request will not be accommodated. Your request for a classroom similarly cannot be accommodated for the reasons identified by Captain DiGiovanni on the record. However, there is an alternative housing offer that can be provided for you. With regard to your request for headphones, that has been rejected and denied by virtue of legal counsel's argument and what is being provided to you. With regard to the internet, word processor, and telephone, again, for the reasons that counsel for Orange County has identified, those cannot be provided to you. The court does note that you do have the services of an investigator, and JAC provided you $10,000 and $1,000 for travel for your investigator. To the extent, as requested for the purposes of internet, for locating witnesses and experts, you have a personal private investigator that can utilize, he could do that for you. I know you've made requests previously to look at your phone to find contacts and information. You also have a private investigator who would accomplish some of those tasks for you. And those can be communications and conversations between yourself and to your investigator as to who and when and where and what persons you might be able to seek to find. So for those reasons regarding the headphones, internet, word processor, and telephone, based on arguments of counsel for Orange County, I'm unable to accommodate those requests. The jail is unable to accommodate those requests. Those requests will not be provided. With regard to the hard copies, that's going to have to be a matter, if it needs to be addressed, it can be readdressed with regard to the potential fire hazard. Captain DiGiovanni, would that still be an issue with regard to the fire hazard based on the amount of paper if Ms. Boone elected to move to the secured housing in the K dormitory?
Yeah, it's basically the Florida Model Jail standard. Shall be allowed to retain a reasonable amount of personal property, including but not limited to his or her legal material, personal hygiene items, writing paper, and writing instrument, and authorized reading materials in reasonable quantities as approved by the officer in charge of designee. Personal items will be kept in an orderly manner. Fire potential is reduced by limiting the amount of personal property in the cells. So it is the sheer volume of paper, and that is what I need to conduct an evaluation from. Now, in Ms. Boone's letter, if you give me one moment. In number 8, discovery hard copies, she writes the following: as I am presently, I can keep these in the permitted property bag discreetly located at my bunk. I will purge the documents I have now and keep only new discovery hard copies. The remaining I can send to the property department and will purge anything already being stored for easy convenience and extra space. I'm willing to see what she's going to purge and send to property, but at the end, I have to reduce any fire liability to the building in order to maintain security and safety for the 399 other inmates that I have here, along with the almost 100 or so assigned staff, civilian and certified. I will also say that pro se inmates in the past have been afforded a second fire retardant property bag, and I'm willing to issue a second fire retardant property bag to accommodate the excess, but anything over and above that, we may have to find an accommodation. And based on the willingness of the letter that Ms. Boone has written, she articulates clearly that she's willing to purge and send to property any paper that's over and above.
Do you have any questions?
And
well, no, go ahead.
And I can have that second property bag upon her return this evening.
Okay. Ma'am, do you understand the second fire retardant bag that could be provided to you regarding the hard copies of the discovery?
I do, and it was already provided to me, but the boxes unfortunately do not fit in the bag, where I did attempt numerous times and even had others try to help me put it in the bag. I also did not know that they were fire retardant bags. I have the one already at my bunk, and I'm in the process of trying to figure out what needs to be purged. I also have my second family law case that I'm trying to be able to obtain those copies at my bunk as well, because of the difficulties of receiving and delivering anything to the property department, which is why I came up with the solution of me trying to purge what I can specifically to be specifically removed from the jail completely by a friend who can come and pick that up. I was just waiting for this hearing to happen so I can figure out when to tell her to come to do so.
So is that accommodation acceptable?
It is. I returned the second fire retardant bag, property bag, because I didn't want to have anything extra on top of my extra already. And it is not able to be used for anything that I can put in there where I already have everything in the boxes in the one bag already being occupied.
Are you satisfied then with regard to the treatment, for lack of a better word, of the hard copies?
What do you mean by that?
Sure. Are you, the procedure for having them stored and where they're kept is identified today, is that acceptable to you?
Meaning I can have them where I have them now?
That's my understanding.
Judge, may I say something here?
Sure.
Okay, and thank you for allowing me the interruption. The cardboard boxes are not authorized by the fire marshal. The fire retardant bags are. So the documents are going to have to come out of the cardboard box and into the fire retardant bags.
Ms. Boone?
I would have to figure that out for the voluminous amount of paperwork that are contained in those two boxes. And there is no way to organize or separate. So it would just be a large mass amount of papers. So if I may, in the meantime, try to come up with some type of organizational structure of those two fire retardant bags with my hard copy discovery enclosed in those. If I could please do so.
Mr. Chavanel,
Captain Giovanni, is there any way we can give her an additional bag or so and she can switch it in and out of property or whatever it may be? Can we provide her an additional bag that may help her to separate her documents?
I could provide the third fire retardant bag, but it's the encroachment into another inmate's area. It's a limited space. But the cardboard box can't remain. And Judge, if you recall my request, I had asked for all of this to be placed on a USB drive so that we would not have the paper in the jail for this very reason.
And I understand that. And Ms. Boone has continued to request the paper copies. And that's why everything was digitized, so that she would have that access to it. Everything has been digitized, but she has continued to request for those, and we're trying to make that accommodation for her. Yes.
Scott, if everything's digitized, why do we have to?
That's up to her if she wants paper or not. That's fine.
All right.
It was never my decision to have anything digitized in the first place, and nonetheless, it's being put on a laptop that is not even fully accessible because some of the programs do not work, which I have not had the time yet to continue to go through everything that are on the USB drives. And that being not my decision, and nonetheless, and most important to me, they are limited and restricted to particular time periods. When those laptop times are closed for the day, I can therefore pick up the hard copy discovery, be it in a fire retardant bag or in a cardboard box or whatever else it is that I'm able to keep them there at my bunk. I have that as plan B when plan A is closed.
Judge, if I might be able to offer a resolution here.
Okay. What do we
was the discovery that Miss Boone received, was it just a stack of papers in the box, or was there any type of manila envelope or filing separation system?
I haven't looked at them. I haven't copied them. They were opened in court back in, I think, June 28th, when we had the hearing where the court found that Ms. Boone had forfeited her right to court-appointed counsel and alternatively have waived that right by virtue of her conduct. I believe the box was open at that time, and there may be manila folders for some of the items, but I can't speak to all of it. I haven't reviewed it. I'm not able to review it.
Would Ms. Boone be able to indicate whether the paper is free-flowing paper, or was it bound in some way?
Ms. Cashman had represented that all staples had been removed and all paper clips had been removed. Ms. Boone,
It is a mass amount of paper.
are there dividers? Are there manila folders?
There, I believe, are 2 manila envelopes that have contents inside.
And everything else is just free paper?
As far as my understanding is, yes. I've not been able to fully dive into the boxes quite yet because of waiting for information for this. But I can further explore once I return back to the dorm.
I can provide some manila folders without any type of clasp or string in order to get the cardboard boxes out of the building.
I understand, and that would be appropriate. I don't know if I'm limited to a certain amount on top of the specified pen and papers I am able to have. My question is, I would like to know also, please, for the reasonable quantities that you quoted earlier in regards to the amount of paper, is that the definition that you provided, is that for the enclosed housing area, or is this also for general population?
Ma'am, I'm responsible for, based on the Florida model jail standards, to reduce the amount of paper clutter in all living spaces. It's not specific to just your housing unit.
Thank you.
Captain DiGiovanni, does that now, can she switch out and get things out of the property within reason if there's additional documents in her property?
Through the request form, if she, we're going to authorize the second fire retardant bag. We're going to offer some manila envelopes without a metal clasp or a string, so that she could get everything into the fire retardant bags. And then we're going to remove the cardboard boxes, which are what becomes is the fire risk, because it is not authorized or recognized as a fire retardant item based on the fire marshal. The only thing that they consider fire retardant is the bag, and again, I will provide that. And then anything in excess, she could send to the property room. Well, and then upon her need for it, she could write a request. Shakira. The property room will bring it over, but she'll have to swap it out. I'm amenable, I'm amenable to her keeping her documentation. I'm not looking to take anything away from her, but it has to be in accordance with, fire marshal and policy.
I understand, and I would be happy to comply with the extra bag and the manila envelopes for separators in regards to that.
So ma'am, if the jail was to provide you those manila folders for the hard copies and a third fire retardant bag, is that acceptable?
It is, if I do conclude that I need anything additional in order for them to be able to be held together in regards to some type of rubber band or some
Pissed about it too.
elastic, something to be able to bind the
I don't know what to do about it.
paperwork together. Is that a possibility?
I didn't hear the question.
You may have to speak more
Terrific.
clearly into the microphone in front of you, ma'am.
Would I be able to, please, if I needed, to have a type of rubber
That's a
band
good
or some
idea.
kind of elastic in order to bind?
No.
I'll work on that and get back to you.
And I know,
With
Captain,
the-
that you are aware, the courtroom is not in regards to the property bags that you all do supply. There's no rigidity to them whatsoever. And it's just a floppy bag. So when you pick that up, everything goes in the middle. So there's no type of, there's no way of actually being able to make sure that one
I
pile
wasn't sure
stays
if you
in the
could
one
really hear me
pile and
when I
so on
talk
and so
over it,
forth.
although I
Do you
talk
have any
over it all the
suggestions other
time.
than manila
But I
folders
still
that I
can't
might
tell
be
you
able
the
to
black
utilize
pen.
in order to keep those together?
The purpose of the manila
You're
envelopes is
welcome.
that you would put
Thank
the
you.
paper in the manila envelope, and that manila envelope keep paper in order.
Okay, so they're envelopes, not folders.
She's
Correct.
stupid.
Thank you.
Ma'am, is that acceptable to you? And is there anything else we need to address with regard to the hard copies?
Not in regards to the hard copies, no.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else, ma'am, that we need to address today, Ms. Boone?
Yes, please, if I may conclude with the remaining amount of questions that I have in regards to my requests.
Sure.
Is it Mr. Shebamel?
Yes.
Could you please provide me with the protocol or policy that you all have a guideline for me to follow, please, in regards to what previous pro se inmates may have had access to and be able to utilize? Do you have anything in writing as a hard copy?
We'll have to check on that. Are you making a public records request?
I'm sorry?
Are you making a public records request?
I'm unclear of your question. I was just asking if Orange County Corrections Department had any type of guideline that you are accusing me of going above and beyond, other than the pen and paper. So I didn't know if you had a policy or process in, if you have a pro se packet, like JAC has a pro se packet. Does Orange County provide something like that?
You'd have to ask the jail that question. I don't know. I advise from a legal standpoint, and I can certainly tell the jail what the legal standard is. I'm not going to advise you as to what the law is, but I'll certainly advise the jail as to what the legal standard is.
Yes, please. Captain, I would be responding to you in regards to that or following up with you, or Sergeant DeJesus.
Ma'am, we don't have any access to that. I don't know anything about what other inmates that are currently pro se get other than that laptop and the information transferred to a USB drive.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And Mr. Shebamel, you repeated that I have access to the court. Could you please define to me what your access to the court is for me?
Yeah, I'm going to object. I'm not a witness in this case. I'm really counsel for the jail, so it's really not appropriate to ask me questions. I know I've entertained a few, but I'm really not required to answer any.
Ma'am, he's not in a position to answer those questions.
Could you please answer who might be able to? Because I am in desperate need to view the case docket, which requires internet, and I am still waiting for any documents that you have mailed to me. I am unprepared, it seems, every single time now sitting here at the counselor's table with not the same information and opportunity and advantage as everyone else in the courtroom because I'm waiting for the mail. So I didn't know if anyone had any other suggestion of how I might be able to receive those more expeditiously and in a timely fashion so I can be prepared in order to properly defend myself in apparently more than one way, or every time that I'm here in the courtroom and something new is presented to me as a surprise. So I'm just trying to avoid those.
Items will continue to be mailed to you at the appropriate address as required by the rules of judicial administration and general practice.
So if I may please clarify, my understanding is the only way that I can receive anything is through United States Postal Service.
I'm not going to answer that question because that would be me potentially providing you legal advice. But what I can tell you is that items will still continue to be mailed to you as required by those rules.
If I may please just make sure that everyone is aware that I cannot be properly prepared, as you can see now and prior. I just want to make sure
Now
that
and
everyone is
prior.
aware and understands that.
Ma'am, for the reasons that we've discussed previously, I understand that. You're entitled to that opinion as to your pro se representation of yourself. Anything else that we need to address today? Ma'am?
Yes, I have a motion that I would like to submit, please.
Okay. Is there anything else that the jail needs to participate in with regard to this hearing?
Captain, would I be following up with you, or who would I be speaking to when I return to the dorm?
In regards to what?
I'm wondering in regards to the guideline and when and how the discovery hard copies, will the property bags be waiting for me when I return?
I will take care of that with my supervisors that are on shift.
Yes.
We will need the cardboard box so that we can dispose of that properly.
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, do you know why it was not approved prior when a supervisor was the one who delivered it to me?
I have no information about even the amount of hard copies. I didn't even know that came into the jail because
they're not.
My conversation has always been that everything
feel
would
like
be
everything they're
digitized
doing is
and that
to
we would
avoid
have no
the
hard
approval.
copies, so I could be in compliance with the Florida Model Jail Standards, Orange County Fire Marshal, and our policies and procedures regarding excess amount of paper.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. Thank you very much for your time. And Sergeant DeJesus and Mr. Shabamel.
Are they free to leave?
Yes, thank you.
State? All right. Thank you all very much. Ma'am, you made reference to another motion or something else that you had.
Yes, I have a motion.
Okay, if you can hand it to the deputy behind you. Actually, deputy, can you hand it to the state? State, you can take a look at it and then I will. Thank you, sir. All right, ma'am, give me a moment to take a look at this.
They're getting ready. They're in position to.
Court has been
Arthur
provided a
out.
motion for payment of costs and
Not
appointing
fast.
neuropsychologist to assist the defendant in preparation of the defense. State, I don't think we can have a hearing on this without JICS.
State takes no position. We don't have anything to do with this.
Okay. Ma'am, I can't have a hearing on this today.
Mhm.
I will have to coordinate a hearing with regard with JICS to have this heard because this is something that involves them.
Correct.
And they haven't even had the opportunity to review it yet.
And they are copied on that as well.
I do see that, but you're hand filing it with me right now.
Correct. Thank you.
So the court will file this in the court file and we'll coordinate a hearing as soon as practical with regard to this motion, and it'll be heard before the end of this week. Anything else, ma'am?
Just to confirm, please, for the next deadline for my responsibility to meet would be the August 23rd for the objections to the state's USB drive that they provided.
As identified in the court's order, that is the deadline. The only other deadline, ma'am, is the September 3rd deadline for the viewing of the state's physical evidence, which sounds like that's something that may take place prior to that deadline. As you may recall, you will have 14 days after that evidence viewing to tender any of your objections in writing to the court, 14 days thereafter, and that will be extended for good cause shown. Anything else, state?
Nothing, state.
Ma'am, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll return Ms. Boone back to the custody of the Orange County Jail, and we'll coordinate the hearing appropriately. Thank you all very much.
Forgive me. In order possibly for a solution for me to know about
Shut
the
up.
hearing, especially for the one regarding the JAC, is it possible for you please to relay it to Mr. Lane and he can tell me sooner than the mail?
Me too.
I can certainly do that.
Going forward, so I would have some opportunity quicker than waiting for the mail.
I can certainly advise him of that, or my office can. Sure. Okay, I understand. All right, just so for recap purposes, with regard to the motions to intervene as first addressed this afternoon, the court orders that the defendant has failed to meet the burden of producing evidence and proving by a greater weight of the evidence that closure is necessary as required by Miami Herald Publishing Co. versus Lewis, 426 Southern 2nd, 1 at pinpoint 8 by the Florida Supreme Court 1982. As such, the defendant's requested closure of the state's physical evidence viewing with the state and defendant
Now it's gone. Good.
burden of producing evidence and proving by a greater weight of the evidence that
Hang on. Okay, hang on. Why is that still on?
closure is necessary.
What is happening? I don't know. The one we watched before. So strange. This is so weird. Why is this happening? This is what we watched before, but this is so weird. It's happening.
if you pet him one extra time.
Okay. But now I can't find StreamYard is gone. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Well, now just want the sound, right? Okay. No. Better? No. Can you hear? So sound is up, I think, but in a while.
Listen, we're boat form. It's evening time. I just wanted to bring up something, and I hope it's not embarrassing. Last night, I had to sleep on the couch. I've been coughing a lot. Didn't want to keep my wife awake. So I came down here, and I'm sure you weren't happy about it either. Listening to basically sound like a horse who's trying to make a phone call and order pizza. So one thing I didn't know, I hadn't slept downstairs, and I don't know how long, is that sometimes in the middle of the night, you like to sing. You express yourself through song. I don't know where you were. It was all dark when this was happening, but ta-da. And so I'm not asking you to change it up, but if you wanted to add in a third note sometime in the future, I will celebrate your choice. I, again, love music and love that you're trying something new, but I really do need, a decent night's sleep. Ta-da is kind of the it's kind of the words you say a little bit, and it sounds like you're revealing a magic trick. However, the big reveal is just me being grouchy at work the next day. So listen, again, I love you and I support you, but can we just take it to the daytime? Does that sound good? Yeah? Let's do that. It's a good girl. See if we can get you purring on that. Yeah, that's a good fire. Good job. Good night.
Before I was wearing a hijab, I just always had to wash my hair, but now, not so much.
Why does that happen? I like that too. Okay. I gotta say because everything's fucked up. This was a very fun day and evening to spend together. See you soon. Bye, sexy people.